Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ZeldaSpeedRuns. It's a special day today. It's a special weekend, and it's gonna be a fantastic start to the weekend with a showcase of all the 3D Zeldas and an all dungeons relay. The sun is shining on our countdown screen, and so am I shining. My head's shining, my face is shining, and my phone is ringing while I'm doing the intro. That caught me off guard. But hey, welcome Minnie, welcome EJ. How about we get started? What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think that's a great idea because we have plenty of time with the
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair actually. So let's. Oh no, that's not intended. That's not what it should look like. How come that this looks like this? That's a tragedy. Give me 1 second, please. I need to figure this out. Yeah. It worked just fine earlier, so let me quickly see what's happening here.
play the cool cinematic, Vinny. The idle cinematic.
That looks just fine. Why is that like this? That's curious. Yeah, the otter look. We tested with the otters, and it. Wait. That's really interesting. So we'll just get started, and I'll figure it out. Okay. So you can all see the intro. A little scuffed. You ready, Minnie?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right then. Let's get started.
All right.
And I'll see what I can do here. And good luck.
All right.
Oh boy.
Hello. 3D Zelda All Dungeons, starting with the first 3D Zelda game, Wind Waker, of course. Yeah, Wind Waker All Dungeons. It's pretty cool. We got 6 dungeons to beat: Dragon Roost Cavern, Forbidden Woods, Tower of the Gods, Forsaken Fortress 2, Earth Temple, and Wind Temple. And we got some pretty cool tricks in this category. This category has quite a few things that are exclusive to it that don't show up in any other category, and a few of those are pretty difficult. But yeah, lots of cool stuff.
Yeah, I think this is my favorite Wind Waker category, bar none.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
Like, when you start the second half, it gets really crazy.
Yeah, so back in the day, we used to, like before Barrier Escape existed, we had to kind of just play through the game as usual. And then All Dungeons, like when it was first discovered, or when Barrier Escape was first found and we first had All Dungeons, it was kind of like just the same as any % no Barrier Escape, but without the Triforce quest. It was not that interesting. But then a couple years ago, we found Early Earth Temple, which really changed up the category, made it way more interesting and also way harder, but also way faster.
Spoilers.
So yeah, we've got a lot of cool stuff to look forward to. But the very input viewer on stream, let's go. The very first thing we gotta do in the run is the manual super swim, where I will be pausing the game like 200 times frame perfectly, and gonna be building up a bunch of speed to do a super swim.
It'll be free.
Yep. I I'm not good enough to do the unbuffered super swim, so I will be pause buffering for 2 minutes. But if you're super good at the game, you can just flick your stick up and down 15 times a second.
Isn't it technically like 30 in this case? Because like, wouldn't I don't know.
I guess 30.
Because it's
like,
analog input.
If you include like both as separate inputs, yeah.
Yeah. Either way, it's hard.
Yeah, photosensitive warning. Lots of flicking lights during the super swims.
Yeah, I think there's going to be super swims like the entire run up to like the very end, so there's really no... There'll be some breaks in it, but for the most part...
Yeah, there's
the
like a section with like 20 plus minutes without a super swim, but most of the run there will be super swims.
And some cool super swims with some balloons of sorts that you'll see later.
Yes. So yeah, I'm playing on the Japanese version on a Wii, and I also have a Game Boy plugged into my console right now, because there is an item called the Tingle Tuner, which lets you play on the Game Boy as Tingle, and you can like purchase some items and do some other things, and that will be very useful later. And this is the category where Tuner saves the most time. It saves like probably half an hour in this category.
And recently, there hasn't been a lot of progress in the optimization of this category, although there has been a recent change to earlier Thimble that we'll see today. It'll save like 20-30 seconds.
Is my input viewer actually just on the stream? Nice.
You can see everything you do.
Alright, the first part of intro done. Second part of intro. Hey, it's Nuki, the person who organized all of this.
Whoa.
Everyone say thanks to Nuki.
Type thanks Nuki in chat for 5 years good luck.
So yeah, I'm going to be just jumping off this tower and then pause buffering for like 2 minutes. And some people can like talk while doing that. I cannot. I will have to just... I will not be talking throughout this entire thing. EJ can explain what's going on. But
I'll try my best.
Yeah, I will just be attempting to get this super swim.
Yeah, we also, as a community, we do allow intro skip, just as a FYI, and we have various ways to do it. The main way is we have, a special save file that launches a rel file in the game, and then it launches the game at this cutscene immediately, which is pretty cool. Saves like 3 minutes of your life. But here we're watching it because it's a relay. And also, I don't think Mini even uses it normally.
No, I don't have it set up. Don't feel like it. I like intro. Anyway, see ya in a few minutes.
I'm all alone. But yeah, as Mini explained, he's doing manual super swim. So basically, the gist of all Wind Waker speedruns, as its name implied, is you want to get Wind Waker as soon as possible, because it's just so broken in the applications of what you can do with it. So every time you turn around in the water, you gain -3 speed. And if you just chain that with pause buffers or flicking, there's no cap on negative speed, and you can just infinitely gain negative speed. Well, not infinite, and technically at a certain point, it'll be bad. But it's just SD. We don't gain speed exponentially like HD does, so that would take a long time. So yeah, Mini has to pause roughly about like 180 times to get about just over 500 negative speed, and then he'll have enough speed to go past the camera and be able to kind of kickstart the normal super swims you see where it just automatically gains speed every frame by holding up. So it's going to take a little bit. And this roughly takes runners about, let's see, they start at like 5:12, so they usually upcharge after like 3-ish minutes. As Minnie alluded to earlier, you can do this unbuffered, and it saves quite a bit of time. Saves like 2.5 minutes. Doing it in full, not a lot of people can do it in full. It's pretty much only like Linkus, Aloha, and Awabi, and I don't remember if Demon could do full. I don't recall off the top of my head. I mean, the other people do like partial, where you do like half of it. Like I do half of it and save like a minute and a half. Yeah, basically me just getting enough speed to go to Dragon Roots to get the Wind Waker as soon as possible. And after that, we'll kind of get into the swing of things immediately. if you're familiar with a category like NoMSS, this basically skips the entire intro tutorial part of the game, like doing outset, the sword training, saving Tetra, rope swan for spoils. We'll still be doing FF1, but we'll be getting there a different way. It's kind of interesting. So Mini, I would say, is about like halfway there. His pausing has been pretty good so far. Some 2-framers, but no neutral hits or early pauses, which is really good. You can kind of see he's gaining more speed by how much he's moving per frame, and he's getting there. He's moving quite a bit per frame. And while this trick does look very daunting, once you get the hang of it, it's kind of just like muscle memory. But again, not to downplay the trick, this is a very long and intensive trick to learn. But we do have options to, you don't have to do this trick, although it does save quite a bit of time. And it allows for a lot of freedom for some really cool routes. Like if you ever watch the newest Hundo route, the possibilities that are possible with MSS are just, it's amazing to watch. So he should be upcharging relatively soon. He's getting to that point. He might go a little bit past what you usually get as for safety. Yeah, this is frame perfect every pause. It's definitely hard, but manageable once you get practice into it. Yeah, I think he's being a little on the safer side. But I think he would have enough speed to go now. So basically, Mini's about to change cameras to the lock cam, and then that will allow him to do upcharge. And he's doing some safety pauses after the camera change. And now, as you can see, he's holding up. He has so much speed that he's going past the camera every single frame, and now he's just automatically gaining speed. And he'll do this for a little bit longer, gaining speed much faster now, and then he'll go back towards the island for a refill, because, air is still a thing, no matter how fast you're going. And then we'll make our way to Dragon Roost. This is probably the most sensitive part of controlling MSS. It's rarely sensitive to camera and stick movements here. So yeah, that should be in the clear. And you obviously can always still hit things on the way there, but we're good now. And Mini is pressing the sum button to tune the music.
Hi.
Well, welcome back.
Thanks. That was not amazing. It took ages for me to actually start building up some speed, but I got it.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm at Dragon Roost now. And the reason I want to come to Dragon Roost is to get the Wind Waker, because this will allow me to do a trick to be able to do super swims much faster. So now I can just super swim anywhere I want without having to spend 3 minutes doing it each time.
Okay, so like most MSS categories, Mini's going to be booking it straight to FF1. However, he's going to take a quick detour to the back of the island here to grab a special song.
Yeah, a special song which we can technically skip, but not really RTA viable.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The song is needed for like one thing, and that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not needed, but it's faster to do it with it. And we'll see that relatively soon.
Yeah, and also we do have ways to skip this cutscene. But unfortunately, we need this song like now, basically, because we don't like the next time we come back to this island will be after we already need to use the song, so we have to get it now, and we don't have the items needed to skip it, so we gotta just watch this.
Luckily, it's not too long. It's on the shorter side.
Did you talk about storage at all?
No.
Alright, you want to do that?
Sure. Yeah, so basically, May's about to do storage, and we're going to see storage throughout the rest of the run, pretty much, and there's so many applications, but basically, you do a Wind Waker dive off of ledges in which, the camera pushes you off the ledge. You can do it with actors, too, by walking into actors and such. We'll see that later. And then by pressing B 3 frames before landing, you get this weird state called storage. Storage is very complicated and has so many interactions and applications, but basically it kind of interacts or like messes with the next event triggered. And in this case, it's pulling the Wind Waker. And usually when you pull the Wind Waker, you're standing still, you can't move, and you're in like the playing state. That interacts with that, and you gain control during it. And it's called camera lock, because it keeps the camera on the front of Link. And with that, by just holding up in the water, Link turns around, the camera turns around, and that does that every single frame. So you can automatically gain speed that way, unlike pausing. It's basically just, the upcharge we saw earlier, but instant. And now Minnie is in this random submarine, and he's being taken away. To where?
What?
To FF1.
How did that happen?
So basically, Minnie doesn't have a sword, and those moblins were lantern moblins. And usually the first time you see the lantern moblins, and the only time you see them swordless, is here. So they're programmed when you don't have a sword, they throw you into this jail cell. And you're not intended to see any other lantern moblin before that. But with Minnie sequence breaking all the way to the submarine where there happen to be lantern moblins before having a sword, they throw him into jail, which is very convenient because FF1, or Forsaken Fortress 1, is an entirely different map off of the overworld. So this is the only way to get there, other than doing some of the intro stuff.
Yeah, it's very convenient, but they can just throw you in jail. So yeah, I'm in FF1. There's a few things I want here. I want to get a sword, and I want to hit a specific trigger, which is going to let me get bombs later. And I also need to just beat FF1 to prevent some soft locks later, and also to get King of Lions.
Yeah, King of Lions will be important for later. And also another application of storage here, Vinny's going to store the trigger. Usually there's a small cutscene with text, but you can just store that storage. And we'll be seeing a lot of different applications. Chest storage, double storage.
Yeah, so the reason we call it storage is because it stores the next event that happens in the game. So when I did the Super Swim, that event was pulling the Wind Waker, and that got kind of cancelled and put us in the camera lock state. This time I used storage to store the text trigger, the Gossip Stone text. So I got to hit the trigger, hit the flag, but without actually having to go through the text.
And that means he's going to do it again.
Yeah. Also collecting some rupees.
Yes, this is chest storage. So by storing a chest, it cancels the opening animation on the first frame. But when you open a chest, Link goes inside of it, and what the game does to make that happen is it alters Link's collision. But because we canceled it at storage, the collision's never reverted. So now Minnie has some weird altered collision, which we'll see the effects of in a couple seconds. It's quite jarring. Whoa, he walked up that wall. And that pillar.
Yes, the chest storage essentially reduces your hitbox to a point, and that lets you squeeze through really small gaps and also just walk up slopes. So any wall that's even slightly sloped, you can just scale it with chest storage. But it does go away once I go through a loading zone, so I no longer have that.
And here Minnie's going to do, well, not necessarily a glitch, more of an exploit of intended, mechanics. You can see Minnie kind of just walk past that moblin. Normally, that would not be the case. The way this game works is that when you put a barrel on yourself and then take it off, as long as the moblin's not sniffing, you have a moment of invulnerability from the sight of the moblin. So you can kind of abuse that fact to enter the barrel, leave it, and you can just run past the moblin before the normal detection comes back.
Yeah. And I killed a bokoblin earlier, which was operating one of the searchlights, which would normally be shining right here. So we do have to kill one of the bokoblins to get past here without getting caught, but just one is fine. The others we don't need to bother with. Now I can get my sword. Because even though we didn't like come here the normal way, didn't watch the cutscene, the sword is just here anyway.
It actually, there is a trigger for the sword you need to hit for it to be up here, but conveniently it's pretty much where Mini stored the other trigger. But it's a lot bigger than that.
Alright, that was actually a clean split.
We've beaten Forsaken Fortress.
So yeah, we need this to get King of Red Lions. I think I said this is also to avoid a soft lock. I don't think that's actually technically true in this category. Actually, no. So normally, if you don't have King of Red Lions and you go to Hyrule 2, and you try to watch that cutscene, you'll crash. But this category doesn't go to Hyrule 2. So we avoid that crash anyway. But we do just need King of Red Lions for other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it without him, I think, but it would be slow.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have a way to even just beat the game without Forsaken Fortress 1, unless we use actor unloading, which we don't talk about.
Actor unloading.
Mini quick question. Are you doing something... Do you have delay or something on an OBS? Because for whatever reason, your OBS is way behind your Discord game feed, or at least Discord or Twitch is reporting way shorter delay than it actually is. Like your game's like 10 seconds delayed on stream as against what it should be.
I don't. I can like restart my stream if that might help. But I don't have anything set up to do that.
That it helps, but
Whoa, it's the King of Red Lions.
It is.
yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it's so delayed.
I'm not sure.
Because this way your commentary will be like 10 seconds ahead of what we do.
Yeah.
Um,
You want me to try restarting my stream?
if you look at... Yeah, maybe. Maybe restart your stream quickly. Sorry about this, folks.
Actually, earlier, before we started, my OBS like stopped responding for like 10 seconds, so maybe that had something to do with it.
That might actually be it, yeah. Because it seems like it's stopped 10 seconds late.
Alright, let's start it again now.
Run invalid.
Okay, let's see how it goes. That seems closer.
Sam Mini's just gaining some rupees and also taking a pit stop to this little door over here. Very important. This is a special guy in here.
It's still
Yeah.
4 seconds discrepancy, but I'll try to see what I can do to fix that.
I'll just delay all my thoughts by 4 seconds.
Sure. So yeah, I'm here to get the Tingle Tuner. Normally I would also be here to get the Picto Box as well, because the pigtail box is used to do a trick called Puppet Gun Skip, but I'm not going to be doing that in this run. And I guess I'll talk about that later, but it's a stupid trick.
We also get this cool chart.
True. Which is actually useful in some categories.
Yeah, Manny needs to grind a decent amount of rupees while he's doing this windfall stuff. He needs to buy the sale and also have enough rupees to use stuff in the Tinkle Tuner relatively soon.
Yeah. So we're just going to be collecting a bunch of pots. A bunch of guaranteed blue rupees here. Oops. And then also gonna just go into the Sploosh Kaboom. Not to play the minigame, unfortunately, just to steal their rupees.
Play one game for the fans.
Green rupee.
It's so over.
Alright, sale for 80 rupees. Which will be needed for a few things. Now I'm gonna set up a trick called the Great Fish Cutscene Skip. So I got storage and installed that King of Red Lions text.
Yeah, so now Manny has double storage. Basically, when you store a text box, you can open it while in control like this, and when you close it again, you get storage back. So Manny got storage, got camera lock, and then now has storage in camera lock. And we call that double storage by closing this coral text in camera lock. And basically, Manny's going to swim towards Great Fish. Basically, a lot of the major islands have triggers around them for cutscenes to show off the island, and if you go into them normally, you'll soft lock, which is why you want to store it with double storage. However, Great Fish is special in the fact that it has two triggers for the cutscenes. So Manny's going to store the first one and then drown it at the second one, and that'll be Great Fish cutscene skip. And we'll see it in a second. There you go, easy peasy.
Alright. I had to mute you for a second so I could hear.
I realized when you got closer, and I should have. But now it's all dark and scary.
So you hit that cutscene with storage at the same time as drowning, and that skips both the cutscenes. And now it's Endless Night. And Endless Night does a few things. It puts the pirate ship at Windfall, which is useful because I want to get bombs. And it also will let me get Nehru's Pearl later, which will be required.
Yeah, there are other ways to get bombs, like from outset and stuff. However, the need to get Nehru's, and also this is being fast in general, just makes it the clear, obvious choice.
Alright, I kind of need more rupees, but I can get them later, I guess.
And now Minnie is going to kindly enter the password into the password door.
Yep. I'm lost. Oh no.
Cheating. So that was a roll clip. So basically, if you can get partially clipped into a ledge, such by grabbing the ledge in a weird spot like that, sometimes you have to like leaf into it or like use like actors to kind of partially clip you out. And you roll in a frame perfect window, you can just clip through things, which is very useful.
Yeah, so that was the first roll clip. And it's very convenient that the left notch just gives us the perfect angle to just backwalk through that wall and lines us up perfectly for that skip.
And this is ropes too. Even though this is the first ropes you've seen, this is technically the second ropes game in the game, casually. You'll see the first one in no MSS categories, or I guess Hundo.
Yeah.
And again, the reason why this ship is in this state, even though we didn't beat the first game, is because Minnie got that Gossip Stone trigger in FF1.
Yeah, so that's how the game decides whether it should be the Spoils Bag ship or the Bomb Swan. It's just whether you hit that trigger in Forsaken Fortress.
And because we didn't get spoils back, if we tried to leave normally, we'd be stuck forever. I think in the overworld ship, but luckily we have save warp flags set to the farthest progression that they can be. So if we just save warp from here, we'll go to Windfall.
Yeah. So right now on the run, I'm kind of just collecting some items, and now I'm going to be heading to the first dungeon of the run, which is not the first dungeon in the game. I'm going to be going to Forbidden Woods first. So we're going to be going to Forest Haven, get the Deku Leaf, and then do our first dungeon.
You're telling me Forsaken Fortress 1 and the Bokoblin boss isn't a dungeon?
It was not, I'm sorry.
Oh man.
Alright, and now I'm gonna call Tingle.
Whoa.
And the Tingle tuner gets disconnected if you do like a save warp. And if I don't mess up anything, this should be the only time I have to turn on the Tingle tuner, and it will last the entire rest of the run. But if I like mess up something and have to reload a save, then I'll have to call Tingle again. Oops.
Whoa. So yeah, Minnie's calling Tingle because relatively soon we're going to be using it for the first time. And also we're setting up double storage again because now we go to Forest Haven, and like I mentioned before, major islands have like a panning shot cutscene of introducing the island. Luckily this time it's only one, so Minnie has to swim into the area once it gets double storage.
Yep, I'll do it eventually, I promise.
In the meantime, stare at the cool Tingle cursor under Link.
Oh my god. It's impossible. I can't do it.
This is why you should have done door cancel.
Yeah, because that doesn't require double storage.
Nope.
Alright, there's a nice air refill under this dock, so if I can control my angle the way I want to, then I'll just keep getting air refills and hopefully not sploosh. Okay, that's fine.
Now that it's Endless Night, which is when it's dark here because of that Great Fish cutscene, it's a little hard to see where you're going. But luckily, when you run this game for a while, you kind of know where everything is. And also, should Minnie need it, he has the sea chart to take a look at.
Yeah.
Are you doing the epic camera lock thing? Wait, no, you're not doing that in this category. LOL.
Yeah. But now we have to see the first... Oops. Drop that bomb too fast, actually. Gonna see my first ledge clip. I'm gonna drop this bomb here. And then climb into the bomb, and the game is like, you can't be in the same place as a bomb. So it pushes me the other way, which ends up going through the wall.
It's like a roll clip, but the bomb rolls for you.
Yeah. Alright, so now I'm gonna... Oops. Use this Octorok to take some damage.
Yeah, Minnie's damaging down to make the game harder is a challenge.
Yeah.
Is what I would say if I wasn't lying. So anyways, Minnie's damaging down for a trick called Zombie Hover. Basically in this game when you die, when you die into certain animations, like the knockdown animation, like a bomb explosion, you have 10 frames to input an input, and it does let you do that, but then it cancels that input immediately. However, not quick enough to where you don't gain enough height. Well, it does cancel after a frame, but you get enough height in that one frame where you can just chain them infinitely and gain infinite height from the sword slashing. And Minnie's doing that up here, and it's about to use the Tingle Tuner as well. Because up here there's a trigger, if you go high enough and you hit it, and then you void out, you spawn up here. And we want to spawn up here because we need to get the leaf later, momentarily, and this is the only way to get to the leaf, because we don't have grapple yet. So now Minnie's calling Tingle for a red ting, which costs 20 rupees, which is pretty much just a little potion. You can activate it anywhere. Well, not anywhere. Anywhere you can use Tingle Tuner. And now he's healed, and then bam. Easy peasy.
Yeah. So normally you need the grappling hook to get up to the platform where the leaf spawns, but I don't have that yet. So do that zombie hover. And then it's weird. It seems weird that I just jump down immediately after. But I'm going to be doing a cutscene skip here, and if I don't mess up, it will respawn me back at the top. Also, yeah. I forgot to get more rupees. Oops.
Ruh-roh. Yeah, Minnie needs 1 rupee, so remember, maybe do that now.
I need 11.
Well, at least the...
That's fine, I'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm using Great Deku Tree cutscene skip, which is pretty much Great Fish cutscene skip, except instead of drowning, he's using a chin. And that'll make sense momentarily, but basically he's gonna get storage. Well, he already did. Bonk the tree, put the shoes in this weird state, and when you can push them out of bounds, and when they go out of bounds and they fall far enough, they despawn, and that counts as killing them. So basically, once we do that with all of them, like normal, the cutscene will start. But basically, this gives us the freedom to start the cutscene whenever we want. And I'll be quiet here for a second for Minnie to actually do the trick. And then I'll explain the rest after.
Yes, I need to count in my head for this. Oh my god.
Clutch jeans. That was scary. I did that a couple days ago. It's terrifying. Yeah, basically.
Fell off the first time, but managed to save it and got back up.
Sweating. But yeah, basically, Minnie started the cutscene by pushing the last chew out at a specific time in the chin cycle, so that when he got there with storage, he got crushed as the cutscene started, and it canceled it. And that spawns him back up here with the leaf spawn.
Alright, yeah, so I'm supposed to have 10 more rupees right now, which hopefully I know where I can get some in Forbidden Woods. Hopefully I can find enough.
You just need 10 before the purple, right?
Yeah.
So we saw Minnie buy a red ting, and now we're going to see him use another item that'll be the second, or maybe most useful, the second most useful one, because red ting is pretty useful with hovers. Called the Tingle Balloon. It costs 30 rupees, and basically it lets you walk on the air for like 5 seconds.
Give me that.
Like so. And we'll use this to skip that, that platform to the left and just go straight to Forbidden Woods. Saves a little bit of time.
Anyone saying leaf on Z? Please leave.
Permaband. Listen, there's a big, war on the idea of what button where Wind Waker goes, and that's fine and dandy. I don't think it should go on Z. I think it's fine on Z. I personally put it on X. However, if you think leaf pumping on Z is okay, get out of here. Just kidding. You can do whatever you want.
No rupees? Okay. I'll find some rupees somewhere.
I don't know, okay. It doesn't happen anymore, but in the old or early Earth Temple trick setup, leaf pumping on Z was like a death sentence. Except I think Jin would do it. I think Jin puts leaf on Z, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But yeah, pretty much we have bombs out of the intended order of events, and bombs kind of just break this dungeon. Then you can just kill all of these eyes early. Usually you need the boomerang or the nuts in this area to do it. And here, Minnie would be using the third Tingle item, a Tingle Bomb, to reveal hidden. You can use it to reveal hidden treasures on top of killing enemies. However, it costs 10 rupees, and Minnie will have 7 here. Oh, 8.
Yeah, so this is this is not how the run's supposed to go. I would normally just have enough rupees here, but I completely forgot to get more. Because usually I get the Picto Box, and you get like 15 rupees in the Picto Box maze. But I didn't get that.
Maybe that'll have rupees.
Okay, please give me a rupee. I guess this.
Wait, Azer pumps on Z too?
Okay, I have my 10 rupees.
What the heck?
Because in here, there's a 50 rupee, but I have to spend 10 rupees to get it. Alright, back on track.
Just imagine the last, 20 seconds never happened.
Yeah. Alright, so I just got storage, and in this little alcove is a chest. So I get chest storage again, and chest storage. messes with your hitbox. So I can just walk up here. And going through doors in a dungeon does not remove the chest storage, so I will just be keeping this until the end of the dungeon.
What about boss doors?
What's a boss door? I've never opened a boss door in my life.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, bombs just continue to break this dungeon. Bombs plus chest storage. Oops. Nice bomb.
Yeah, maybe pulled that bomb because it saves a little bit of time when you have doors that spawn bars or vines behind you. Everything turns around. Pulling a bomb cancels that turnaround animation, and it saves like a second.
Yeah. Alright, and then this is the boss door. And there's a tiny little gap on the right side, and I can just kind of walk past it. Alright, so you might have noticed I never got the boomerang, which is the dungeon item for this dungeon. So I'm going to be using bombs to kill the boss.
That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous. And I kind of suck at it lately, so we'll see.
Yeah, I did it recently and I didn't remember how to do it at all. That's one. That's two. Well, this is pretty good.
No. Messed up the last one. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, at the start of the game, at the start of the fight, Calidamos' collision isn't fully set in yet, so you can throw that first bomb inside. You can also clip inside, but good luck with that.
Yeah, in theory, you can like get storage before the boss fight, and then you have control of Link during the cutscene, and you can like bomb boost into Calidemos or leaf into him, like as he's kind of mid-spawning still. But no one's like tried the RTA. TotK does it in the task though, which is pretty cool.
This heart container is funny because where you finish the fight kind of matters because you walk to Makar from that position. So if you kind of mess up the fight for long enough, where you kind of like Calidamos has a lot of time to RNG move around, you can by happenstance walk into that heart piece after beating him, and then you get healed, and that's bad for what's coming up. But luckily here that didn't happen.
Yeah, right now I'm kind of taking damage on purpose throughout that dungeon because I'm gonna have to be damaged down very soon.
And that's why you failed that one bomb, because you were just taking damage.
Yeah.
We've saved the day.
Alright, first dungeon out of however many are in this relay. Someone figure out how many there is.
27.
Well, we got 6 here, and then like 8 in OT, I think. And then 4 Majora's Mask. 4 Breath of the Wild. 6 Tears of the Kingdom. 9 TP. 7 Skyward Sword. However many that is. We've done one of them.
5. They're doing the rain dance to make it rain more.
Yeah, it is still Endless Night. Normally, you're supposed to just like start Endless Night and then end it pretty much immediately after, but we keep it for a while.
You're also not supposed to have even gotten Endless Night yet, like when you beat Forbidden Woods. So by getting it early, we have a lot of cool situations where we watch cutscenes with Endless Night that you normally wouldn't see.
Yeah, in any percent, you do the Ganondorf fight in Endless Night, and it looks pretty cool, because the fight is like outdoors. So it's like actually raining during the fight. Alright, so first dungeon done, and I'm going to be going pretty much just straight towards the next one, which is going to be Dragon Roost.
But on the way, we're going to take a quick pit stop to place our spoils from this dungeon. So that was a bomb push storage. Usually you've seen Mini get a Wind Waker dive just off of, collision in which, or a ledge in which the collision around him affects the camera, so you just fall off. But in that case, Mini used the bomb to make himself fall off, so you can just place the bomb, walk into it for a little bit, or just, pull Wind Waker depending on your health, and then just immediately fall off and get the Wind Waker dive.
I can't see. Okay.
So we're taking a quick pit stop at Eastern Triangle because Mini just got Furor's Pearl, and we're going to place it because we're here now. Why not?
Yeah, it's just on the way. You might as well. Alright, and also during some of these little animations or cutscenes where I'm not doing anything, I'm also equipping stuff on my Game Boy. So a lot of the downtime I'm actually still doing stuff, but you just can't see it.
Yeah, so far Mini's used a red ting, a balloon, and a bomb, and now we're going to go back to a red ting in a second here. Mini's going to be damaging down against Fire Mountain right here on the way there. This is just a quick way to damage down that's on the way. And then setting a delivery bag skip. As well as skipping basically just skipping 2 cutscenes. But yeah, just delivery bag skip. Basically, when you first enter Dragon Roost for the first time, you talk to the mailman outside, and then you go inside for another cutscene. Then he's just going to hover up to the highest level and just skip all of that.
Do I make this? Yeah.
Easy. Ooh, even on the island like that.
Hello. That's not the angle I wanted.
So yeah, Mini's just going to hover up to the higher platform here and then just heal, and it will be A-okay.
I don't know if it was mentioned, but I used my nose to press the button on the Game Boy.
What the heck?
Fun fact. So yeah, we enter up here and we can just avoid the cutscene.
The cutscene would crash if you go into it on accident, I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember.
At least I feel like I've been told that. I've never actually bothered to check, because why would I check that in a run? Yeah, this category will not do Morph Hover because we'll have Hookshot at that point, so Mini could do it for fun if he wants to.
I could. That's true. Yeah, no Morph Hover, but this category does have 4 zombie hovers. 2 of them have been done already.
Oh, it does work fine? I've been lied to. So, Mini just hovered, but he wants to hover even again, so he's going to take damage here. There's a little bit of RNG to this, which is annoying.
Okay.
But that was pretty good, I would say.
That works. Dude. Oh, okay.
That was spooky.
Dude. Get out of here.
A key.
Alright, so, bombs and chest storage kind of are what broke Forbidden Woods. But this zombie hover is what is going to break this dungeon, because I can just get the entire dungeon, basically.
Yeah, because we have tuner, we can heal with the hover. We pretty much just skip straight to grapple by hovering up to the 3rd floor. So up here is a door, and Mini will heal when he gets high enough. My sound is like delayed by a second, so I thought you fell before you healed, and my heart dropped. So yeah, Mini made this cycle right here. This is a global dungeon cycle. It starts the moment you enter, so the speed at which you do this entire part leading up to it does matter. So good he got that.
Yeah, and then having Deck Relief here also is important to skip these gaps. And this is also the reason we need Wind's Requiem. It is theoretically possible to do this with East Wind, but it's like insanely difficult and precise. I didn't pull Bob.
Whoa, there's some enemies here. Looks dangerous. Nice. So Mini's got storage to store the moblin spawning cutscene, and he's trying to get storage here again. Okay, so we didn't get there because the moblin spawning in now. But ideally, we're gonna change Wind back like immediately after this to East. And if you can get storage there, you can play it while in the dive state and save some time because time still passes in that state. But it's dangerous because if the moblin hits you while you're doing that, you get text cancel, and that's bad. So usually runners stop going for it if they fail a couple times. But he's still going to want to get storage, because talking to Medley takes 5 years, and with storage only takes like 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, you get storage. It like skips some of Medley's text boxes. And also it let me get that orb while going through the text.
We now have the grappling hook, which means we can do accurate loading now.
True. Alright, and then conveniently, the mini-boss is right next to the boss, and again, chest storage is gonna let me skip the boss key.
Whoa, a rock.
Whoa. And they also conveniently put some chests right next to the boss door. Kind of. Oops. Angle was a bit too far right.
Easy peasy. And now for the snooze fest of a boss that is Goma.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically Goma has 2 phases, and the first phase is kind of, a set 3 rounds of doing this, and it's very boring. And not much you can do to speed it up.
Yeah. I think Aza found that if you, when you jump off the grapple, if you grab like one of the platforms up top, it's actually a bit faster than landing on the ground. But I haven't like learned where to stand for that.
The only real thing that runners do during this phase is just place yourself so that the last grapple goes in front of Gomo, so when the next phase starts, you don't have to wait for it to turn around or walk around to make it turn around.
You also have to react to these fire things that spit out. Try and not get hit by them. But yeah, not too much going on here. Oops.
Link is red. Because he's angry at how bad this boss is.
Alright, Goma dead. The second dungeon of the relay.
Remember, you can do like a weird storage strat here. It's slower for AD though, right?
Yeah.
Why is
Why?
that? I don't remember why that's the case.
There's the thing that HD does where you like kill Goma with a bomb and then grapple at the same time. I think Aza said it's slower in SD just because the grapple animation is slower.
Oh.
Alright. There should be a live dungeon count on the stream of how many dungeons we've completed out of how many.
Whoa, there's lightning in the background.
Yeah, a lot of weather going on here. Alright, first 2 dungeons. So now we're going to be getting Nehru's Pearl, and then placing all the pearls and just head into Tower of the Gods.
And here we're going to see the first instance of a balloon swim. As its name implies, you do a swim and then buy a tingle balloon during it for reasons that will make sense soon.
Yeah. And as for, like, stuff we're doing in this run that isn't dungeons, like stuff between dungeons, there really isn't much. We're kind of just going dungeon to dungeon. There's like placing the pearls, and then we'll have to get a few songs later, or a song. But it's pretty much just going to be going from one dungeon to the next. And I have to get Nehru's Pearl, I guess. That's not a dungeon.
The boss is the door.
True.
Yeah, so that menu is pretty much just booking it to Outset. However, if you're aware of the map layout, Outset's on the complete other side of the map. And also, it has a trigger around it right now because of Endless Night, so it makes it a double storage to store that. But again, the problem still stands that he needs to get there. Super swimming is fine and dandy, but you can only get so far off of, one air meter. So we need to do a balloon swim here. You can do it without by just getting a refill here, but it's very hard to get a refill that late.
I did that wrong. Okay. I have to think now. I want to hold. Yes, that's left for this.
Oh, like your camera direction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So
yes, that's left, don't forget.
yeah, we haven't really talked about it that much, but the camera in which you initiate, like the way you're facing when you start camera lock matters for the land controls, or controls on the land and how they're oriented. So usually runners try to do it a specific way every single time. So when you use the balloon, he's going to slide off of this island. He retains all of his speed while also getting, well, I think you lose a little bit of speed off of that, but you retain a bunch of speed while getting an air refill. And that's pretty much kind of like a cheeky way to get a free refill while still, making it towards your destination, as opposed to like taking a pit stop somewhere or like driving by some other refill. And again, it is possible to do without. I think Jim just gets a refill. Dragon Racing sends it, but it's pretty hard.
Crazy.
And now we're just going to drown in this whirlpool because when you come here the first time, you're forced to reload the area once before Coral lets you in.
Yeah. And also, we normally just wouldn't be able to enter King of Red Lions anyway right now, so this drown just forces me inside, which is what we need. and then just kind of pre-aiming these bombs. So I can just shoot straight away.
And everyone say goodbye to Endless Night.
Yep, goodbye.
It is not endless.
False advertising. Alright, so yeah, last pearl, and then after this, just gotta place the 2 pearls we haven't placed yet, and then we'll be going straight to Tower of the Gods.
Everyone's favorite dungeon.
Yep.
Yes, May's gonna sail around the island, get back on land, and then get storage, and then go place the pearls. These swims are a little tight, but completely manageable. And now that it's not Endless Night anymore, it's easier to see.
Yeah, so this swim is like kind of on the cusp of how long or how far you can swim without an air refill, but it is doable. But this is honestly probably one of my most failed swims. It's just kind of tight. But it should be fine. Oops.
So that's pearl number 2, and then he associated storage again and swims straight to the last triangle island. This swim is annoying because when you release, there's a pretty good chance that you'll target the sea heads, and that's cringe.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're being nice.
Oops.
They were not nice.
This way.
That was a clean landing.
Yeah. Great. And yeah, that's it. Just cutscene now and then Tower of the Gods. Also, that was the last super swim for quite a while. Like half an hour or something. Alright, cool cutscene. Link is
Link's
dead.
Yeah.
Rip.
We will now play as this statue.
I wonder, does the game just like have 3 separate cutscenes for this ready?
I was thinking about that. Let me go look at an old run and see what happens.
So I think there are runs that end at all 3 of them. Like Old Dungeons ends on Northern, Hundo ends on Southern, and then like if you do Glitchless without Tuna, that ends on Eastern.
I'll look at Hundo real quick.
Alright, pretty big tower.
Yeah, the Hundo one starts with the neighbors in the cutscene.
Yeah.
So they do have 3. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That feels like there's some trickery afoot.
Alright, Tower of the Gods. The only dungeon which isn't broken by storage. This is a storageless dungeon.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do beyond skipping the first floor. After that, it's pretty iron tight and forcing you to do the objectives.
There's another ledge clip here. And then leaf out of bounds. Behind the waterfall. And skip the first floor. Nice rat. Rip. It was a valiant effort. Whoa.
I thought you were gonna get like a baby jump and it was gonna be over.
Alright, and then in this room is another hidden purple rupee with a one.
Azer makes a really good point that I didn't think about that cutscene, that all 3 of the statues are just on that island.
I remember now.
Okay, so like, does it just go back to the same island every time it pans to the next one? That's kind of funny.
Alright, for this first statue, I'm gonna be doing something called jack clip. If I crawl on the ground, I can just kind of pick up this statue through the floor.
Not statue number 1, but pretty much we have to get all 3 statues. There's no way around it. You need it to spawn the warp to the 3rd floor. Even if you were literally like use cheats to warp to the 3rd statue first and you placed it, it's soft locks because it like pans to where it should be, the first one should be, and then the cutscene just ends.
Yeah.
Which is lame.
Right, we do need the command melody though, which is this song. We don't need it in this dungeon, but we need it later. We don't currently know of a way to skip it. So, the game forces us to get it here anyway, so it's fine.
You have just enough height there to make it to the end from leaf pumping. And this is the 2nd statue. And we need to do a trick called Cosmo Hop.
Oops. I did not mean to do that.
Well, now, I'm not sure what you're going to do.
Me neither. There is a visual cue for this. I don't think I remember it. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just redo it.
Yeah, usually you do a little bit of position set before calling the statue, so that it's really easy to just do the trick with the angle that you're
I just
given.
accidentally tapped R early by accident.
There's a bunch of different variations of this trick. This is just the setup that most runners opt to go for because it's pretty quick and easy.
Alright, I do have to be careful about my magic now. This is kind of tight.
There's a really annoying choral text there that you have to avoid. But now this is the mini boss.
Yeah, so Dark Knights are kind of weird. Their armor has health, but if you like do damage to their armor and then break the arm, or if you knock the armor off, the damage like transfers to the Dark Knight. So then after I knock off his armor, he's just one hit.
And now we have the bow, which will be useful right now.
Yep.
Mini sent that skull to the Shadow Realm during that cutscene. Just so it doesn't bother him as much.
Yeah. After you load that room, the skulls either fly like left or right, and if they both fly towards the center, I can knock them both out with one leaf, and it's pretty satisfying, but only one of them. Only the left one matters, really. The right one is fine.
There is no magic drop in vanilla at that door, right? Or else we probably would get it normally.
I don't know.
I feel like we would know that
in the room I just came from.
Yeah, well, unless the Yal is referring to something else. I could have read that at the wrong time, or like late.
Yeah, I don't know if a magic drop there. But also I don't remember ever breaking those pods, so...
Me neither.
I don't even remember there being pods there.
I do feel like if they were, though, like, we would do it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we'd have to, like, put down the statue and then pick it up again. It would be kind of slow, but... maybe it would be worth. I mean, it would be good to know, at least.
Azer furiously pulling up Wonderer.
Alright, some kind of precise leaf pumps there. Let me skip the scales.
In here, Minnie's gonna do another balloon to skip the entire puzzle of these scales.
So the game actually doesn't let you use a tingle balloon in this room, so but you can just activate it before going through the door, and then it carries over.
Yeah, the game has some checks, vanilla, to like make sure you can't use the tuner to like break things that would put you out of sequence. Like you can't also use it in the room outside of the mini boss, because then you could just skip the mini boss casually. And also another area is that you can't use it a tingle bomb near the neighbor's door, because that also breaks the door, and they were aware of that.
Yeah. But sometimes we can get around those triggers, like that one.
And now the dungeon is complete. This is the warp to the end.
Yep, this takes me to the next dungeon.
Epic bomb boost.
Alright. The only dungeon where I won't be skipping the boss key. I forgot to equip my tingle thing.
So Minnie's going to give himself full magic here, because it's really important to have full magic coming up in this next area.
Yeah. So I just buy a green ting, which gives me magic. And if I just roll with the right angle, I can get past this first laser during the cutscene, which is nice. And then if I have a perfect jump slash here, you can barely get over both of those with a jump slash, but getting hit is fine.
And now for the greatest boss of all time.
Yep. EJ125 Godin.
So true. This boss is really annoying because it's stupid.
Yeah. Well said.
Basically, the gimmick of this fight is you need to kill the hands first, and then the eyes become vulnerable on the main head, and then you repeat that for the cycle 3 times. However, the hands can just randomly decide to respawn before the eyes are revealed if you don't kill them both quick enough, and it's just really dumb.
Yeah. Sometimes even like if you kill one hand and then you kill the second one, the second hand can like respawn immediately after you killed it, even though they were both dead. And if I stand underneath Godin when he does that fire attack or whatever it is, I can cancel it.
And then once the phase is complete, you throw a bomb in his mouth to do damage to him, and he needs to repeat this 3 times. So far, so good. So if everything goes good here, should not need any snot arrows.
Okay, yeah.
And the hand respawned. Fun game.
Alright. So yeah,
He's charming.
Godin flying around is just weird and hard to react to. Sometimes he just kind of like stays in place, and I think it's like position based. Like there are certain positions where if he's like there, he'll just kind of stay there. But usually he's just kind of flying all over the place. Makes it hard to aim. Alright. 3rd dungeon beaten. Also, I guess it's worth mentioning, this hasn't been mentioned yet, but our like definition for beating a dungeon is you have to activate the loading zone at the end of it, and it has to like actually take you somewhere. So you can't just like touch the loading zone for 1 frame and then leave like HD does. We don't allow that. The load has to actually like finish.
Whoa. A portal.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, beating Tower of the Gods pretty much just forces us to do High Roll 1, unless we do a bunch of things to avoid it, which would end up losing time. But we need to go to High Roll at some point anyway, so it just kind of works out to do it now.
Yeah, you pretty much have you choose between Hyrule 1 and 2. Yeah, you have to do at least one. And in this case,
Yeah.
one's better.
Yeah, in like any percent categories, they'll just take Hyrule 2 because that's accessible from the very beginning of the game. So that's just kind of their way to get to Hyrule fast. But here, we have to do this anyway, so this is fine.
Yeah, 90% also, you skip most of the long, annoying stuff of Hyrule 2 anyways, because you're just beating the game. But like in a category like this, we'd have to do a lot of extra cutscenes and stuff, which take forever. Which is why earlier temples saved so much time by skipping Hyrule 2. And this is kind of like the halfway point. Well, pretty much it is the halfway point. And after this is where the category kind of gets crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff is going to happen in Hyrule 1. This is kind of like a gauntlet of tricks back to back after I get the Master Sword here.
Yeah, right off the bat, Minnie's going to do a thing called puzzle skips. So usually you do the Triforce puzzle with the blocks down there to open the pathway to the Master Sword. But we can just do a roll clip and go out of bounds and then just leave to it.
Yeah.
So Minnie's going to walk over to this corner, or this ledge right here, clip into the pillar. And it's a little finicky, and then he'll do some maneuvering to get to a position where you can clip out of bounds. Like fully.
I really suck at this roll clip for some reason. But yeah, just get out of bounds and then leave into the loading zone.
And now we're unstoppable with this new weapon.
Yep. The only reason... Well, no, that's a lie. I was going to say the only reason we actually get the Master Sword here is because otherwise the game doesn't let you leave Hyrule. But we do actually just need the Master Sword in a little bit as well.
Unless we skip that.
True.
So now Minnie's gonna fight all of these monsters.
Yep. All 17 of them.
You actually know how many there are.
I think it's 17. I might be wrong. I think it's 10 Moblins, 7 Darknuts. I know it's 7 Darknuts. I only know it from, like, making the Glitchless Undo route and, like, Skull Necklace routing. Alright, Master Sword.
I feel like I've never seen someone go the right way there.
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I just pick a random one every time.
I think I always go left. But yeah, Minnie's gonna fight all of these guys with words, not violence. So yeah, this is called Hyrule Escape. Just clip on that ledge with the ledge clip. and then just leave to the loading zone. This is
Yeah.
why it's important that you make sure you have full magic leaving, because if you run out of magic in there, it's really annoying.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's this giant barrier in my way.
In color.
I don't know what to do about this. Yeah, rare colored barrier sighting.
See, I mean, he's gonna do barrier skip. So basically, he's got damage cancel where you pull the Wind Waker on the frame your invulnerability ends, and then now you can stand in the damage barrier. But there's still invisible walls, so he's got to get in a specific position, get a specific angle, and then drop the bomb on a specific frame with the bomb animation. And then all that combined will push him through. Because when you drop a bomb, it displaces you a lot of units in a single frame, and it's just enough to push you through that seam.
Yeah, there's just a tiny, tiny, tiny gap in the middle of that barrier, and the bomb just is barely enough to push me through. And that is really precise, but compared to the one we'll see later, it is completely free in terms of like how precise the positioning is.
So yeah, now we're in Ganon's tower. We're not, we haven't beaten all the dungeons yet, so we're obviously not going to Ganondorf. So what are we doing here? That's a great question. I don't know why we're here.
Yeah, what the hell am I doing here? There is an item here that I want to get, but also it's going to kind of act as a shortcut to get back here later.
Very fortunate that even exists.
That did not knock him off. Alright. Oh,
no.
okay.
You should use the lava to bounce back up into the loading zone.
True. Oh, oops. Wrong one. So this is trial skip. I did a roll clip and then leaf out of bounds, and I can just leaf to the loading zone.
Oh, he's coming. Wait, he's doing it with you. That was crazy.
Okay.
That was really close. That was funny. He grabbed the ledge like the frame you grabbed the ledge.
Yeah. Alright, and then one last trick in this Hyrule Gauntlet of tricks is this trick called Boomerang Skip. So I want to activate this Dark Portal, and you have to hit these 4 switches in a specific order. Normally you'd use the Boomerang, but I don't have that.
Yeah, so now he's like a pause buffer and shoot these crystals in a certain order. It's precise, but there's a pretty good frame window leniency with this trick, so it's not too crazy. You'll see HG do it with gyro. We don't have gyro, and physically, realistically, it's just not possible to do without buffering.
Yeah, but you can move just fast enough to be able to do it, and with pause buffering, it's not too bad. Especially when you're a runner who does MSS and you're very used to pause buffering anyway.
And also, bow is pretty easy to shoot out of pausing, just by coincidence, so it's pretty free. There's something weird about it.
Yeah, most items you have to press the button frame perfectly out of the unpause to get it on the first frame, but with the bow you can just press it at any point during the unpause, and as long as you're holding it when the unpause finishes, then it'll just work. So you have kind of a window to press it instead of a single frame.
So normally you just go straight to Phantom Ganon in this maze, but in all dungeons you come to this secret room for rupees. And some other various drops.
Yeah, it's a very handy room to know about. It's kind of refill on everything. I forgot to pull a bomb. Oops. Right, and you need the Master Sword to defeat Phantom Ganon.
Even this one?
Yeah.
Oh. I was not aware.
And then here is the Light Arrows, which also gives me Fire and Ice Arrows, very conveniently.
Dude, this category would suck if you didn't get Fire and Ice arrows from that.
It would suck, yeah. Alright, and that's everything I want to do in Hyrule. Got my Light Arrows. Oh, oops. Did I skip the text in Tower of the Gods? I guess I must have.
I don't remember.
By
I
accident.
guess so, yeah.
So yeah, got the Light Arrows, got the Master Sword, activated the Dark Portal so I can come back later. Now I'm in Forsaken Fortress.
And this is Forsaken Fortress 2, which does exist on the overworld.
Yeah, and this, very conveniently, is the next dungeon we have to beat. So, going to Hyrule after Tower of the Gods is convenient in that it also just takes us to the next dungeon anyway. Okay, that does work. Alright, I got good RNG for a 2-cycle. He can spawn on the ground or in the air, and if you get 2 ground spawns, you can 2-cycle this guy.
Yeah, so coming up is one of the major changes of the route because of earlier temple. But first, Minnie's going to get chest storage here to get to Home Rock quickly.
Yeah.
This one's really annoying because it's really laggy here. But Minnie got it first try, easy peasy.
Oops.
And now he's going to maneuver his way to the loading zone with assistance of the mini-map and just familiarity.
I keep messing this up. Okay, that's fine. I know the backup. So I'm supposed to climb up the walls, but I ended up in the water by accident, but I can just climb up here instead. So yeah, you can't see anything. I'm just using the mini-map, basically. Now I'm near the top.
And it's specific chests that when you store give this like dark world effect. It's the spiky chests and then the weird like
Oh my god.
wood and metal chests.
Keep falling down. Alright.
We've beat the game.
Yep. Alright. Very important cutscene here.
Yes. This game has something called animation sets. And there's 2 of them. So animation set 1 and 2. And basically it's kind of split up between like first half of the game, second half of the game. And cutscenes in those relative halves use animation set 1 and 2. And if you use the wrong one in the wrong cutscene, you crash. And this is the cutscene that changes animation set 1 to 2. And it was also like the cutscene that first uses animation set 2. So from now on, we have animation set 2. And every cutscene going forward that uses animation set 2, we needed this to not crash. So you cannot beat the game unless you watch this cutscene. It's just not possible.
Yeah. Well, you can unload the cutscene and that still works.
Yeah.
So you can technically skip watching it, but you do have to come here. Alright, so this is FF2, the next dungeon. And normally, when you beat this dungeon, there's a loading zone at the end of this boss fight, and it forces you into a bunch of cutscenes which take you to Hyrule 2. But I don't want to go to Hyrule 2, so I'm going to be doing a trick to essentially do what we did for Greatfish and Deku-Tree, where I'm going to activate the loading zone, and then void out as it's activating, which is going to activate the loading zone, but then on the other side it's going to skip the cutscene, and then I can escape and not get forced to go to Hyrule 2. And this trick is pretty difficult, so hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, and the reason why this opened up as a possibility is because we found Early Earth Temple, and by finding Early Earth Temple, that removes the requirement of having to get Medley, and thus we don't need to, do the requirement to spawn Medley. One of those being, or the one being, going to Hyrule 2. So now that we don't need Medley anymore, there's no reason to go to Hyrule 2. Because this trick here has been known about for a lot longer than Early Earth Temple, but it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, this trick is useless if you have to go to Hyrule 2, and before Early Earth Temple, we had that dependency. So once that was found, we got to skip Hyrule 2. Alright, so I'm actually going to make a safety save here, because this trick uses a lot of magic, and if I run out of magic, or use too much, then I'm screwed, basically.
So yeah, like most categories, we skip Helm Rock here. But again, as Minnie mentioned, we're doing a little bit of a different thing at the loading zone, so we're going to go at it with a little bit of a different approach. That's different than you'd see in like a normal category where you just clip past the spikes and then just walk through the loading zone. It's a little more involved than that. So first things first, Minnie's going to walk back and forth with the pot here. And when you walk back and forth here, Helm Rock goes back and forth between going to attack you, like in the flying position next to you, and then the standing position at the top. And if you just chain this back and forth, he'll go higher and higher.
Nice.
And use a pot to insta-turn around instead of like sliding back and forth, which is just quicker. In that case, you want to grab that ledge before Helm Rock lands, and that bonk made it not possible. Exactly, the pot is our friend here.
Alright, got that.
Nice. So that makes it damage down a little bit. It's not necessary to damage down for this trick to work, but we want to die immediately after, so if we die into it, that's really convenient. So that means he's going to jump out of bounds on the railing, walk around, and stay on these railings so that he can get out of bounds and do some parkour to get to the spot that he wants to be at. And he's going to get storage here too, because you need storage to do these cutscene skips. And I'll be a little quiet when he gets towards the end, because so he can focus, but basically we're going to get to the door frame, pull a bomb, and then side hop leaf to activate the cutscene, and the bomb will explode on us and then void us out as the cutscene starts.
Nice. Alright.
Easy peasy.
So yeah, in this game, when you leaf over a loading zone, it activates it. So I got into a specific position, such that I could pull the bomb, and then side hop, and then leaf. And then leafing activated the loading zone for exactly 1 frame. And because I had storage, that meant that the load, or like the game, continued to run as the load was happening, which allowed the bomb to blow up immediately after and send me into the void. And that trick is like a 3-frame window for that leaf. So it's pretty precise.
Yeah, and then we enter that room without the cutscene, and for some reason, I think it's just the default save warp position, but save warping in that room puts you back to Windfall, which is very convenient because it lets us escape, and also it's very close to where we need to go to anyways.
Yeah.
So I did mention that we skip Medley. Unfortunately, at the current moment, it is not possible to skip Makar, so we still have to go get the song here.
So yeah, pretty fast-paced part of the run right there. So we did that whole trick to both skip Helm Rock and Hyrule 2 at the same time. And then just basically, it puts us exactly where we want to go. Yeah, just going to be picking up a few items we need, this song, and then the power bracelets, and then heading straight to Earth Temple. As well, we do need this song to go get Makar later. We do not need Medley. Someday, I believe in Makar skip, though.
We had a pretty we had a pretty close run-in with Makar skip, like maybe like a little under a year ago, but it did not work out.
Yeah, we found a way to skip Makar if you do it on emulator with like a certain setting turned on that prevents crashes, but on console it crashes.
When SD comes out on Virtual Console on the Switch or whatever the heck that thing's called, it'll be possible. Trust.
Yeah.
Because surely they'd re-release SD.
I didn't need that magic. Oh well. Alright, so yeah, just going to Fire Mountain now, where it is convenient that I got the ice arrows from getting light arrows as well, because I will need those in a second.
You drowned, it's over.
Yep. Rip.
Oh, that arrow went perfectly towards those 3 stars. Do you see that?
I didn't see it.
Azer has presented a challenge to you.
Oh man, I think I can. Hello? He pushed me off.
There goes the 17-second time.
Yeah, bad RNG.
Because you got pushed off.
Alright. In here, you can use leaf and light arrows to save some time. But I kind of want as much magic as I can get right now, because I'll need it for Earth Temple. So I'm not going to waste any in here.
And now that we got the power bracelets, we have everything we need to go to our temple. Slowly making our way there. We'll be seeing Barrier Skip 2.
This guy's gonna hit me. He missed, okay.
So for the longest time, this bomb push clip wasn't known to be possible, because again, it's so much more precise than Barrier Skip. And also, not until fairly recently have we really even had the tools to easily search for bomb push clips.
Yeah. So this clip that I'm going to be doing is the positioning is floating point precise in both the X and Z coordinate. So it's pretty precise. As precise as possible.
And also, it's a newer setup, this one. The old one that used to be done was at a different corner. and it was doable, but it was a lot harder because it used a lot more magic, and you had to like fly for a lot longer or float to the loading zone because you did it pretty much from the entrance of the room. But this one is now like right next to the stone, pretty much, so it's really easy. And save some magic, because before also when we did it, we would run out of all of our magic from full, and we'd have to use either green ting or go down to some magic drops that were out of the way. But now we don't have to do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing the setup from entering the room, pretty much.
That initial thing was just for angle, and then the rest of this is for position. Another nice thing about this setup is that you can throw the bombs in such a way that you don't get hit by them if you fail. The old setup, you couldn't do that. You would be forced to retry after like 3 bomb pulls.
Yeah. And there you go. Just click in that corner and a tiny bit of leafing takes me straight into the dungeon.
And here is another really cool trick that also, without this trick, earlier Temple also, I mean, we could get in, but then we couldn't go any further. And so normally here we need Medley to have Medley and Link stand on both switches at the same time. However, instead, we can use a frozen Moblin.
Yep. Plus a Tingle Balloon to get him over here.
So luckily, yeah, Moblins have enough health to freeze twice, thank god. If that wasn't possible, it'd be over.
And it lasts just barely long enough to hit the other switch.
Yeah, as Azer said, we run a script to look for bomb push clips. In this specific one, we had like 3 people run the script with multiple instances of Dolphin open, some of them. And it took like an entire day or 2 to find like one solution.
Ooh, lots of magic drops. I will take it.
The TLDR is you use a script to test displacement clips, and then once we find one, we test it for an actual bomb push clip, and it takes a long time to run all that, especially for all animation frames. And here Minnie's going to do a thing called door storage. Door storage is very complicated and differs on what it does depending on the door. So in this specific case, it loads the next room and puts it in the middle of this room, so it gives us a leaf to the end here.
Yeah, so I stored one door and then opened the other, and the game like doesn't know what to load, so it loads both rooms and then puts Link in the middle, out of bounds.
The weird thing is, all doors don't do that. Different doors do different things in dungeons, and it makes no sense as to why they do one over the other.
Now I'm gonna get storage here. And this part's gonna look a bit weird. So I'm gonna store this songstone text. That's gonna make Link go invisible. And then I leave over here. And basically, I just want to get chest storage. And this is actually the only chest which is available to me right now, which is this Tingle chest. So I activate that, and then I can open it and close the text at the same time, which gives me chest storage and avoids the like dark world, so I can actually see what I'm doing. Fill up on magic and bombs in here. Now I need to not mess up anything, basically. Leaf around here with a roll clip. And then I can maneuver through this room to get past the songstone. So I don't have any way to reflect light. But with a... I do not have much magic. This should be fine, but we'll see. Tingle balloon. can roll around here.
Yeah, with chest storage, you can grab some ledges in certain angles, and then you'll just clip through on the climb up.
And make my way over here. Clip in this corner. So if you basically just grab a ledge while you're like next to a wall, you can clip through. Oops. So do that again over here. Whoa. Okay. Targeted the Poe. Stop. Jesus, okay. That Poe came really close and made me keep targeting it. I'm gonna grapple this guy for some magic. And then make my way to this coffin. Another clip. These keys.
Oh lord.
God. They can hit you while you're climbing and it will knock you out of bounds. I don't think I actually needed that magic, but I wasn't sure.
No, you were good.
I didn't need those either, that's fine. And then chest storage, I can just backflip through this boss door. Alright, that was not bad. So yeah, pretty cool dungeon. There's a lot going on, a lot of clips and tingle balloons and other things. And makes for a pretty cool dungeon. No medley, no mirror shield. Just chest storage. And some door storage. That is the grapple.
So yeah, Mini has light arrows early, and for whatever reason, light arrows materialize Jala Hollow, which is really convenient because we don't have near shield. It also does faster.
Yeah. Yeah, because we don't have any way to reflect light, so that is very convenient. Light arrows just work for this. I'm also just dropping some bombs in the hope that they will hit some of the guys.
So yeah, this fight RTA, the fastest can be done is in 3 cycles. When you kill a certain amount of pose, it forces it to the next cycle. And you can do it within 3. It is possible to do it in 2 and theoretically in 1, but it's outside the capabilities of a human.
Yeah. Yeah, to get a 2 cycle, you have to kill 6 pose on a single frame. To get a 1 cycle, you'd have to kill 11 on a single frame. Which, you know, is in theory possible with, like, bombs and spin attacks, but it's not really gonna happen. But yeah, that was a pretty good dungeon. 1 more to go. And before I leave here, I'm gonna take some damage for another zombie hover coming up.
Yeah, so here I'm doing something called, I guess it's called invulnerability reset or something. You just pull an item at a certain point in the damage animation and it quickly resets your invulnerability.
Alright, so this is going to give me the half-charged Master Sword, which is going to let me get my car. So fortunately, beating Hyrule 2 is not a requirement to get my car, just beating Earth Temple.
And now our sword looks slightly cooler, but it does no additional damage. So now I'm going to need to take a quick pit stop to one, not only get my car, but also get the iron boots. Unfortunately, there is one check, or like one thing we need to use the iron boots for, and there's really no way around it.
Oh my god. Impossible storage. Yeah, Iron Boots, there's literally just one switch in Wind Temple that requires Iron Boots, and we have no way past it.
I remember I tried getting morphs on me to make myself heavy, and then I warped myself up to the switch, and it still didn't work, and I was like, what the heck?
Alright, Ice Ring. I'm gonna use a Tingle Balloon here to make my way into the cave a bit faster, because the wind is not great right now, and I have enough rupees, so just use this to make my way over. Oops. And then in here, instead of making my way around normally, you can just roll through this wind. And then, instead of using the Iron Boots to make my way back, you can just roll through the wind.
And now we're just going to swim to the car. We're right next to the island, so it's pretty close, pretty short super swim.
Yeah.
Also grab some magic here, so that we're all stocked up.
Whoa.
That was a lot of magic.
Yeah, a little bit of magic there. Alright, got my car, and then after this, just pretty much go into Wind Temple, beating it, and then go in to beat the game. Alright, going from Forest Haven to Wind Temple is a pretty long swim, so I'm going to be doing another Tingle Balloon swim to get another air refill. So there isn't really any convenient air refill nearby.
And another thing about these balloon swims that we didn't really talk about with the first one is that Tingle is sometimes a little particular in like letting you use items. And when you're charging, you could like go to an area where he doesn't let you, and it could cancel the item. So both at Dragon Roost and here, we go to a specific spot to make it less likely to happen, if at all.
Yeah, if you're like a certain distance from the island or something, there's just like spots where Tingle is like, nah, you can't use a balloon. Not allowed. And also if you try to do it like on the border between two quadrants in the ocean, it also doesn't let you.
So here Manny went off of Bomb Island there, and then is just going to make his way towards Gale. And in a lot of cases, if you enter a cutscene with camera lock, and it would crash. And for whatever reason, this one is A-OK.
Yeah, we could skip this if we got double storage, but Beetle storage is really annoying on Forest Haven, and that cutscene is like not long at all, so it's not really worth. Alright, Wind Temple. It is possible to do the same clips to enter Wind Temple early as well, but it's pointless when we don't have Makar. We need him anyway.
So right off the bat, Minnie's going to do a trick called Makar Damage Cancel or Damage Interrupt. He's going to place a bomb and grab Makar the frame that he gets damaged, and then it does some really weird things to him, and basically it like charges up some weird like speed throw thing, and the longer you wait, the farther you'll throw him. So Minnie's going to wait like 2 or 3 damage cycles, and then just yeet him across the room.
Yeah, so that skips using the command melody in here. And you can just like build up basically infinite speed.
Yeah,
just let him keep taking damage.
It doesn't take that long to the point where you can throw him so fast that he goes out of bounds, and then you void out. And these trees are the reason, these in the next room too, are the reason why Makar is needed.
Yeah, doors which are like locked with bars are kind of our enemy. We don't have any way to open them other than whatever the intended puzzle is, so we have to just do this. Which means we need Makar. And then you notice me damage down because I'm about to do the final zombie hover.
And this is the last time we'll see Makar.
Yep.
Except for later, but for now, yeah, he's dead.
Alright, shortest zombie hover ever.
Yeah, just hovering up to this door frame, just gonna do a roll clip out of bounds and then go to the mini boss. the photos are very sensitive.
Yeah. Alright, and I have light arrows, which is gonna just destroy this mini-boss. Oh, I couldn't find him. Nice, I will take that magic. Did not mean to jump attack up there. Dude. And then this is the hookshot chest, and you're supposed to do like a little puzzle, hit a switch to escape here, but I can just clip through the door with chest storage, and that does still give me the hookshot as well, so just a faster way to leave there.
And now pretty much Min's just gonna go get chest storage and then just make his way to the end of the dungeon. Nothing else is needed.
What am I doing? Dude, come on. I need to break all these floors to spawn the chest that I want.
Yes, all of them except for this one need to be done that way. This one needs to be done in a special way because this was the last one that triggers this cutscene. And if you did it the other way, you would just fall down. And then we'll just bomb boost up over the spikes.
Yeah. So this chest has a key, which I need. And I can't just store this chest, because when you store a chest, you don't actually get the item in the chest until after you reload, or you load a new area. And I do need the key now. So open that one normally for the key, and then store this one for chest storage. And then you can just clip through the door frames in this dungeon with chest storage. And then this is the one room where we need the iron boots. Just this switch right here. Literally just put them on and then immediately take them off. That's all you need it for.
Yeah, we do use it in the room after this one, but it wouldn't be necessary, like hard required.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool if we could skip it. It would be quite interesting to get through the next room, but we need it. But yeah, in here there's some wind, which we use the iron boots to get past, but you can like clip out of bounds and then kind of leaf around the wind instead of going through it. Oops. Okay, that's not good.
It's so over.
Dude. Yeah, falling in there is not ideal, but luckily there is a way out. Oops. And then just clip through this door, skip the boss key. Okay.
Yeah, so this boss actually does have some tech called the one cycle, or I guess a quick kill, whatever you want to call it. Normally, Mulgera is like hard locked to 3 cycles, like something like Valhalla or like Goma, or in pretty much all the bosses, good for Calademos. However, if we do some weird stuff with a hook shot and a bomb and do damage with the bomb, the frame is trying to go away, it can kind of cancel Mulgera trying to escape the cycle. We can just keep him in that stun locked cycle and do all the damage we need.
Yeah, so I'm basically gonna do the final hit with a bomb at the same time as hookshotting it, and then if I hookshot it again frame perfectly, it will kind of skip a cycle.
So May does as much damage up until the last damage needed, and then hook shots the same on a specific frame that the bomb does the last cycle-ending damage. And then that lets him keep Mulgara here. And one more time, and then Minnie will be able to kill Mulgara normally.
Okay, that was not fast, but I got it all.
Easy peasy.
Alright. Hopefully no crash. Alright. So there's a weird thing that can happen when you defeat this boss. This music can like fail to play, and that will cause the game to crash when you go into the next loading zone. Or like crash in quotation marks, it's not technically a crash. But I didn't get it, so that's good. I do some stuff to kind of prevent that happening. You saw I like paused the game at the same time as I did the final hit. That is supposed to reduce the chance of that happening. Alright, that is all of the dungeons. Now I just gotta go beat the game. Because we don't count Ganon's Tower as a dungeon, because it doesn't have, like, a dungeon map or anything.
Yeah, so now Minnie needs to make his way back to a dark portal, although the overworld is not in the exact state needed to have the dark world spawn, even though we did open it, so Minnie has to do some stuff to make that happen first.
Yeah, because the Dark Portal only exists in the Forsaken Fortress 3 state, but because I never beat Hyrule 2, it's the Forsaken Fortress is still in the Forsaken Fortress 2 state, which means the Dark Portal just won't exist there. So I gotta pull something out of a hat to be able to do that.
So here Minnie's just gonna get storage and super swim to
The secret
flight control platform. Oh wait, oh yeah, secret location.
yeah, flight control platform, which is a pretty random place. It's like there's a mini game there, and that's it.
The swim is pretty tight, but we can drown into it, so it's fun. Some people opt to do a balloon swim here, but you can just make it.
Am I going through it? Okay, hold on. It's not how I do that swim normally, but I kind of missed my landing spot. That works.
Yeah, when you come up here and don't drown, you have to be careful to not hit this cutscene with the camera lock or you'll soft lock. So I mean, he's going to start the game, and then he's not going to beat it. He's going to escape, and basically what this does is this minigame is on a specific layer, and like has effects over the layers of the overworld, and it's just by circumstance that this layer forces FF to FF3 state, and the portal is open unless we reload the area. So we got to make sure to get there without reloading the area, else it'll go back to what it was.
I'm trying to get storage off this peg here, or this post.
And this is another case. Yeah, this is similar to a bomb push, except it's just at the post instead.
I like to pause buffer this one, just because it's so annoying.
And now again, we're in the minigame, so we can't touch the water at all, so luckily Coral's here. We can touch the water when you leave the quadrant, but we have to make sure we leave the quadrant first.
Yeah, and you're gonna get the epic minigame music while we sail away. But yeah, you touch the water in this quadrant, then it will end the minigame, but if I sail far enough away, that won't happen anymore. And so yeah, so right now, because of the minigame state, Forsaken Fortress is in the Forsaken Fortress 3 state, which is exactly what we need to use the Dark Portal. Then I'm going to do another balloon swim, because from here to Forsaken Fortress is pretty long.
This is definitely the hardest balloon swim of the game, or this category. Whoa.
Just hit pressing me. But this should be fine. And then here I can do a Wind Waker dive under the island. If I can get it.
And very luckily, there's a cutscene here, because to use the portal, we have to have coral. But to normally spawn coral, we'd have to reload the overworld, which would again get rid of this layer. But luckily, this cutscene here just brings in here for us, or else this wouldn't be possible.
So this cutscene you're supposed to hit at Forsaken Fortress 2, but it is still here, and it brings King of Red Lions here, which is great because otherwise we would have to sail all the way from FCP to here. So this saves a bit of time. Pretty convenient cutscene. Alright, and that is the last time I need my Tingle Tuner. I can finally turn off my Game Boy after 2 hours.
Now that we're back, we'll kill Pam Ganon now. We could have done it earlier, it doesn't really matter. And here, normally in the next room is where you do public and cutscene skip to do PG skip, but again, many did not get the pick-up box to do that, so you're just going to watch the cutscene normally.
Yeah, so in like world record attempts, you would skip this cutscene and then do propaganda skip. But propaganda skip, like the method we do in this category, is basically just an RNG 1 in 3 chance of working, and if it fails, it loses like 3 minutes. So I don't want to do that in a relay run. Alright, Papa Ganon. Also, look, Link has a shield now. This is the first time I've had a shield the entire run. So, some cutscenes in this game, if they expect Link to be holding a sword or shield, they will just give him the sword or shield, so... I didn't have the mirror shield before, but now I do. Which is pretty convenient, because you can't beat the game without a shield. Alright, Public Ganon, basically just testing my aim. I'm gonna shoot him with light arrows. 3 times per phase, 3 phases. And if I have good aim, I'll be fast. If I don't, it'll be slow. I can get an instant shot right now if I have quick aim at the start. Ooh.
Yeah, this first frame is pretty much the hardest, which is what you wouldn't think, but that is the case. Your raid. Welcome to the end of the run, but we're almost done here.
Oh wow, I didn't think that was hitting.
Yeah, that's kind of low. Could it work?
Yeah. Barely hit the bottom of it. Alright, and then here I can go for something called Crip Shot, where I can get 2 hits in a row. See if I can get it. Nice. It is possible to double Crip Shot and get all 3 hits in one cycle, but I didn't have enough magic for that. The second phase is where you want to refill magic. I cannot afford to miss anymore. No, are you kidding me? Okay, there's magic here. Oops. Well, that was silly.
And killed the boss. So now all that's left is to just go to Ganondorf and win forever.
Yep. So yeah, about Public Ganon skip, the way that works is you would come into this room after the cutscene skip, so the boss would not be here either. You would clip out of bounds, and then you would shoot a fire arrow towards the very top of the room. And that would hit a morph through the ground, set it on fire, and then the morph will bounce a random distance. And if it bounces the correct distance, it will burn the lid of the warp pot. But it's only a 1 in 5 chance that each morph will actually hit it. And there's 2 morphs, so it's around a 1 in 3 chance for both of them combined. And you also need the Picto box to zoom in to actually load the pot, because otherwise it won't be loaded. So yeah, that's the trick that you would normally do, but I did not. Dude, I failed the else life. Right, but I did a cool trick there instead called Grapple Skip, where I kind of backflipped up through those chains to clip up, just to make my way up to the top a bit faster.
The only thing standing between us and the end is this cutscene.
Yep.
And that's it.
Just a few more minutes to go.
Yeah, the fight itself is like a minute long. It's really quick.
But yeah, I'm very happy with how this run has gone, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks to be what, like a 227, 228?
Yeah, it's like almost PB if I had gone on PG skip. I don't have splits open, so I don't actually know like where I lost time or anything. But yeah, nothing went super wrong. Like the biggest time loss was just forgetting to get those 10 rupees at the start.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot take a selfie. One, because we don't have the Pictobucks, and two, because SD doesn't have the selfie thing.
Yeah, very sad.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
I'll take a selfie of the stream.
Oh, thanks.
I hope it will help.
But yeah, 6 dungeons down, however many to go, like 30 or something.
It's Ocarina of Time next, right?
Ocarina of Time is next, with Naleon running and Amaterasu doing comps, so we'll see them in a minute.
Yeah. OOT, all dungeons, pretty cool. I've run it myself, I was very bad.
It's like a little over an hour long, I think, right? I don't remember exactly.
Like 120, yeah. So you found OOT ADs too hard, so you switched to the harder game?
I would call that harder, to be honest. Like, this run has hard tricks in it, but OOT is just, it's so hard, like, all the time, like, hessing everywhere.
You heard it here first. Wind Waker is free.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Alright, cutscene almost over. Ganondorf fight is pretty standard.
Yeah, there's pretty much just 3 phases, and the whole point of the first 2 is just to do enough damage to get to the next phase. The first one being the hardest in a like high stakes situation, but Minnie has a lot of health, so it's really not that scary.
Yeah.
And something like any percent, you have like 1 heart.
Yeah. Gonna do a bit of movement here to make Zelda shoot a tiny bit faster.
I didn't know about that movement.
Yeah, I
to,
just
make her shoot faster.
like discovered it randomly one day. I was like, huh, she's shot a little earlier.
Yeah, now phase 2 Zelda's gone. Just need to do quick spin or spin attacks to progress to the next phase off of parry.
Yeah, just need to wait for Zelda to stop throwing a hissy fit, so
Yeah.
it can be useful again.
That should be enough. And now
There we go.
Is just reflect an arrow off of your shield, and then time will be when the sword is in Ganon's head.
Alright, and GG.
GG!
GG.
And with that, we're gonna bring in Nale and Amaterasu. I made a mistake. I forgot that Nala needs to restart his Discord stream, which is dumb after this.
my Discord stream.
But yeah, GG's to you, Mini. Congrats
Thanks.
on a great run.
Really
Good
good run.
GG's.
Yeah.
And with
Good luck,
that, we gonna switch over the game feed to Nale. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, Mini, and thank you, EJ. And with that, time for Arma and time for OOT. Let's go.
Alright. Let's go. Is it just go, or is the countdown already happened? And I'm stalling.
None of the game. You were supposed to start when he put
Oh,
splits.
okay. Okay, then I start now. Hello, everyone. Welcome
Go
to
ahead.
Ocarina of Time All Dungeons. Cool. It's okay. Good. So yeah,
Good
what's
luck.
up? This is Ocarina of Time. You may have heard of it. and we will be beating all the dungeons. Hopefully. Well, that's
Yeah.
the intent.
Yeah, well, of course you know the carried away because it's like the purpose of this stream. But it might be interesting to explain what is considered a dungeon in OOT.
Yeah.
Because I often see people asking on streams, are you about to do Gerudo training ground or are you about to do Ice Cavern? And most of the time it will be, where you will you do Ganon's Castle? So no, we're not going to do these dungeons. A dungeon in OT is considered a dungeon when you have like a blue wart at the end. That's pretty much it. So yeah, the rule is to get to the end of every dungeon, like enter every blue warp.
Yep.
And that's
and
it.
get the reward from them as well.
Yeah.
So like you can't. There's some things you can do in OT with RBA. We'll touch on that later when it becomes more relevant. But just put that in the back of your mind. There's some things you could do where you essentially give yourselves the medallions and stones and whatnot, and if only that was the requirements, like, oh, I beat the dungeon, I have the thing. But we have a requirement that you need to get the reward from the dungeon to actually count as like having beaten the dungeon.
Yeah. With RBA, we'll see that later, but with RBA you can just get like all the stones if you want, but that doesn't count as beating the dungeon. That's just cheating, so we don't want that.
We will be doing some cheating with RBA, but
Yeah.
not for medallions and stones and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, right off the bat, we have 3 child dungeons to beat and 5 adult dungeons to beat. We will be doing none as child and all as adult, because Child Link is slow. If you don't allow SRM, which this is the no SRM version of all dungeons. So we don't want to be Child Link. Child Link he's just short, he can't reach places, he can't use any of the cool good items except like Rang.
Yeah.
So we just want to essentially get adult as soon as possible while only really picking up a bottle on the way. So I'm gonna try to do that.
Yeah, we only see a few glitches as child, but well, they're pretty hard, especially the first one. Like the first glitch of this run is one of the hardest of the run.
Yes.
So,
Kind of similar to Wind Waker, I suppose.
Yeah, really. Oh yeah, escaping the first place seems to be like the tough deal in every Zelda game.
Yeah, you can escape without any items, called the itemless escapes, very fittingly named. But we do actually want a Deku stick in our inventory for later, so we will be collecting 10 rupees, buy this stick, and hopefully you'll only see me buy this stick once. If I fail it, I just kind of have to retry. So
I'll just let you focus.
here we go. Ah, a bit too early.
Too bad.
It's
It was a
alright.
good attempt. So yeah, the goal is to... Okay, so what Nelly tried was to do a WES. So it's called Water Extended Super Slide. About the ESS thing. I don't know if I have to explain that really. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what it is.
Yeah, it's just slightly outside the dead zone of the controller. Link gets into essentially a speed-locked state.
Yeah.
So we use that and a recoil to preserve high speed.
So I don't know if you can see.
And we use that. But yeah,
Okay,
you can actually
amazing.
see on the input display. I can actually visualize this.
GG. Second try is honestly
Second try, that's
very
better
good.
than I expected.
Yeah.
That's better than I expected.
Well, usually you want first try if you want to go for world record, but
Yeah,
you know,
if you're like PB or world record attempts, then then if you fail it, you reset.
yeah,
But,
it's just like so early in the run.
yes, but a little bit on ESS, because we will see it coming up right after this cutscene and a little chat with our feathered friend out in Hyrule Field. If you look at the input display, you can see like the left control stick. Here's like the dead zone, and then you have like the full input and all the directions and whatnot. And ESS is just the smallest input you can make that is outside of the dead zone. So ESS right would be like this. It's very tiny. It's very tiny. And then this, you need to hold this to, if you at every point like go outside of ESS, so like, oh, you get linked into a walking state or something, then you will lose the speed preservation and just start walking. And if you hit the dead zone, then same thing, but you just go to 0.
Yeah. So that's ESS, and yeah, if you played MM, there is like the same thing for Speedrun. You'll see that for the MM run too.
Yeah.
Even Wind Waker AGA has the same thing with, I don't even remember the name of the item slide. Yeah, the item slide
item
thing.
slide.
Yeah. So yeah, it's funny that it was found in OOT, but now it's used like in so many different video games. That's funny.
And don't worry too much about the name ESS. It stands for Extended Super Slide, and then it's like ESS Position technically, because that's it named in like 2007. Because we were like, oh, if we hold this, we can extend our super slide. So we'll just name it the position to extend the super slide. But just the name ESS has become the thing for it. I'm so far left, and you will be seeing it here too. Because while in this speed preservation state, there's an owl in this tree, but he can't talk to me right now. And I don't.
This is a much slower version of the West, but it's still a West. It's just that Nelly doesn't have a deco stick here, so yeah, you can get like super speed with it. Oh well, you can. Nelly missed it, but
I tried, but
yeah,
it's still faster than talking to the owl, even if you get the quote unquote normal slow ESS.
Yeah, so yeah, when you're doing ESS, you're considered buzzy, you know, like, I don't know how to explain that, but you can just not talk to NPCs. So yeah, the owl won't interact with you.
Yeah. And then here is the second and only item we'll get as child, outside of the stick, and I guess Master Sword if you count that. The bottle. The bottle is very, very, very important, and the fastest way to get that in this category in this route is just to do a little cuckoo collection. So if you've seen OT speedruns, you've seen this a million times before. You pick up chickens, you toss them so they run away at you in preferable directions, and hopefully they end up something like this, so you can just kind of toss them all in the pan at one go.
In 15 years, it pretty much almost didn't change.
Yeah, there's been tiny like optimizations on like, oh, you should hold full left instead of down left while throwing this cuckoo or something.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Might save some frames. But the only really predictable part about the cuckoos is when I throw them, you could see it there for a little second that it was kind of hopping in a little agitated state. They'll do that for a bit after landing, and then they'll get, I guess, like scared of Link, and they'll run away in a straight line away from Link. So you can manipulate how they move a fair bit, but once they are no longer afraid of Link, they'll just kind of walk around in a little circle around where they stopped being afraid.
Yeah. So many like small optimizations here and there. These were some pretty good cuckoos Nelly did here. And here we have pretty much everything we want for the check section.
Yep.
So yeah, the bottle, that's it.
The bottle is going to be very important. It's one of the most broken items in this game and will allow for a multitude of glitches. The biggest ones being Bottle Adventure and its reverse Bottle Adventure, shortened BA and RBA. And then we'll also be doing Ocarina items with it, which is if you have a filled bottle in hand, so like you catch a fish or you catch some bugs in it or something, then if you are mid-air or in a like busy state, so you could be like mid ESS shuffle, you could be like in a backflip or a side op, and if you press the filled bottle, but then before that animation stops, so like before you land from the backflip or something, and you press another item that you can like hold in Link's hand. So sword, hookshot, bombs, or something. Then the game, I don't want to say this, but the game gets confused and it puts Link in the default animation, which just so happens to be playing the ocarina. Also, here's dot skip. There's a little gap there.
Nice.
Not really a big deal.
Very well done.
That was very smooth actually.
So yeah, we just witnessed one of the probably the most popular glitch of OOT.
Yeah. There's a little gap on the left side of the door. And you can do a precise like angled backwards side up, squeeze in just barely, and then while out of bounds, retarget the side of the door so it shifts Link momentum to slowly scoot by it.
Yeah, this was found in 2008, I think. So yeah, it's old now, but it's still
With like two different people on the same day or something. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think there is like
maybe
a whole.
Three even. I don't remember the exact lore, but
I think there is a whole debate about this, but
yeah,
we'll keep that for another day.
Yeah, if you want to start an argument online, you can go to the OT Discord and ask, in general, who found dot skip first, and you'll be entertained for the rest of the evening.
There must be some other topics that are on fire. I can't think about them, but I'm sure they are.
As for the gator, I just think he's cute.
Mr. Blue Sky.
And I don't want to have splits up because then I'll be sad.
Okay, so here we have like a pretty long cutscene. I think it's a good time to, like, I wanted to explain some stuff, especially about you've mentioned SRM at the beginning of your run.
Yeah.
So yeah, right now Nelly is running all dungeons, no SRM. So it's not the fastest way to beat the game with all dungeons. So yeah, there are two other categories for that: SRM unrestricted and SRM restricted. Because SRM is such a powerful glitch, we did like two different categories apart from like the no SRM categories to.
Yeah, at first it was just no SRM and SRM because it's such a powerful glitch. It heavily like changed how the route was. Like any category that could utilize SRM was heavily changed by it. People were like, well, we still like playing without using that glitch.
If you
really wanted to play with SRM, so split was the.
If you want an idea about like how broken it is, the current world record for all dungeons is 1:11:57. The current world record for restricted SRM all dungeons is 32 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yep.
And that's even worse for unrestricted SRM, where the world record is 23 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's like a whole different game. Yeah.
But this is the no SRM version.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you'll still be seeing, if you're here because you want to see crazy glitches and broken stuff, don't worry. OOT always has you covered on that. Even our glitchless tech looks like glitches. So.
Yeah, sometimes the longer categories are actually more interesting, more entertaining to watch, I would say. And that's the case for all dungeons, I think.
I would be inclined to agree. Totally not biased because I've been running this category for 4-something years or something.
Yeah.
Totally not biased.
6 years from here. Well, I did some
break there.
Yeah, I did some huge breaks, but yeah.
This cutscene is the last part of this cutscene. It is the longest one in the run, so don't worry if you're feeling EP.
This is
almost done.
This is something I really like about this category. It's like it's almost gameplay, like only gameplay. You don't really have that much cutscenes.
Yeah, this is like the only one.
Yeah. Which is a huge difference with like GSR.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, anyways.
Or even like glitchless or stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
But as to other stuff that we will be doing in the coming future, you saw me equip Bottle on C right there and save warp because you might not have looked at it, but since we did skip the door time, it might have looked like it was not there for a split second on the camera pan band link, but it is still there. So we can't just walk out. It's still there, very much closed. But save warping as adult link puts us back at the Temple of Time warp pedestal, so we can just do a quick little save warp and end up on the correct side. And the bottle is going to be very useful. Because as we touched on earlier, RBA is going to be a big thing. And right now we will be starting the adult trade quest item to get the big Goron sword. Not because we want the big Goron sword, however cool it may be, but because due to how RBA works, essentially it writes stuff to your inventory and like quest status and like songs. As we touched on earlier, can even write like medallions and stones and whatnot, and ammo count and well, the whole bunch of very useful stuff, depending on what you have on your C write button. Also getting a bottle on B. You need to like recatch stuff on the B button bottle that we will be getting soon, utilizing another glitch. And depending on what is equipped on C write, we will write different stuff. Or write to different places in memory, I should say.
Okay, yeah. So this is RBA. If you didn't understand what Noe said, well, that means you're human. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's the only thing you really need to care about is what is on C write, and then catch drop stuff on B bottle gives me stuff. And we will say, like, every time I do an RBA, we'll say like exactly what it does.
Yeah. If you see ball on B, think about dark magic. That's pretty much what happens.
Yeah. And we're going to be getting a Hylian shield, and you might hate me for this, Alma, but I will not disable opinion.
Oof. Okay, you're doing this route.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so yeah, now he's doing a different. Well, yeah, he's doing like the newer route, I would say. Also, very RNG based.
It's not that bad. It's a 50% chance to be faster than the other one, so could be worse. But we will be getting essentially the idea is the old route gives you guaranteed bomb drops from Dante's Grave, but you would have to come back after you actually have a bomb bag and are able to pick up them to do it, so you would need like 2 trips to Graveyard.
Yeah, because right now you see bombs on C down, but now it doesn't have the bombs at all.
Yes, they just get auto-equipped as soon as you go adults, because the game assumes that, oh, these adults, it's just fixes equips for them, so they equip bombs even if you don't have them, nuts if you have them, and fairy ocarina if you have them, I believe.
Or Ocarina of Time, technically.
Ocarina of Time, yeah.
But yeah, obviously, like, the C buttons as adult and as child are different. That's like C6 different buttons. Otherwise, you would just get the boomerang equipped as adult, or if you go back in time, you could get the hammer on C buttons as child, which would be weird. So yeah, the devs just decided to put like the basic items, I would say, as adult.
Yeah, they can be used as both adult and child.
Yeah.
Here's a shot. Also a very important item to get. It is useful for going fast. And I picked up the egg earlier from Ulady or Anju. In OT she doesn't really have a name, but people like to call her Anju because it's the same model as in NM. Which is the start of the trade quest, because some items in that trade quest are very, very useful for RBA. The egg, not so much. And the chicken that hatches from the egg can be useful. If you RBA, it gives you a wallet and either like strength, like a fully strength upgrade equivalent to gold gauntlets. They're technically like not gold gauntlets, they're black gauntlets. Or even, okay, I'm not going to go too much into
that. Yeah, no.
it's a strength upgrade that is as strong as gold gauntlets, or you can get a diving scale that is as good as the gold scale,
Yeah.
depending on
So
if you drop or catch.
think about like if you want to like to have general idea about how powerful RBA is. Like the higher the value of an item is, the more likely you are to get like crazy results. So like the acoustic is the first item because it's like the first item in the inventory, and the more you go on the right through the item, like bottom right, the higher the value gets. Yeah, and this is exactly why Nale picked up the adult trade items, because they have some high values. And yeah, they are affecting, like the first item are pretty much affecting the first screen, like where you have the inventory, like the acoustics, hookshot and all. It's not that much interesting because most of the time it just puts bottle over the slots of your inventory. And then it will go on the left screen, and this will start to affect, you know, your tunics, your swords, stuff like that. And then it will go on the left screen again, so this will affect like songs,
Yeah.
medallions, stuff like that. And this is
Yeah,
what
like
we
there,
want.
I got bottle on B with the bottle on C, right? And so what that does is it prints a bottle on the bottle 3 slot, which again, you just print bottles, but more bottles are useful to have. And then I dropped with the bomb icon on C, right? I don't actually have bombs, but now I have a bottle on the bomb icon in the inventory, which is technically the only thing the game checks for if I should be able to get bomb drops. So I can get bomb drops now, but I still don't have a bomb bag, so I won't be able to like pick them up or actually use them for anything. But drops will appear now. I will not give up on this. There we go.
I hate when you do that.
But yeah, also, if you saw there on the pause screen, I have some bottles in weird places.
Yeah. Try to pay attention to Nale's inventory, and you'll see that there are many bottles, and
Yes.
especially there is a bottle in the bomb slot. So if Nale ever equips over the bomb slot, you could tell the run is pretty much over.
Yes, because I don't have real bombs. I have some fake Home Depot bombs that you just build in your garage at home.
Yeah.
So they're gonna hopefully stay on C left. I will not be pressing C left at any point while in the equipment menu. So it should be fine. But if it does happen, it's really bad. But now I have Kajiro on C right. I'm gonna catch these bugs on my B bottle. And that gives me a bomb bag that can hold 40 bombs. And also a quiver. That's less relevant for this, but still, you get it.
It's not less relevant. It's just absolutely useless in that context. But
yeah, in this context, it's absolutely useless. But yeah, since I don't have any bombs yet, we're going to be using our old friend the Poe here. Try to. Right. Never mind.
Right.
We'll walk.
Yeah. So the rock you saw in CAC was like the first possible attempt for Nale to get a bomb drop. But that's like 1 chance out of 16 to get a bomb drop, so it's not that much. If you get one there, well, that's amazing because you're saving quite some time. Otherwise, you have to go to Cookie Forest to try.
Yeah, there
Or
is
Bella.
every rock / bush has a 1 in 16 chance to give you a bomb drop. And there's a nice little circle of rocks here in Cookie Forest. Lovingly placed next to a loading zone to a house, so we can respawn them very quickly. So now we're gambling. 1 in 16 every time I drop one of these rocks to get a bomb drop. Alright. That's okay. A heart is I will also am going to be doing a cutscene skip coming up after this as soon as I get my hands on some bombs. So hearts and whatnot dropping from these rocks is not ideal, but I can damage down quickly using these enemies here, so... Oh, there's some bombs.
Nice.
I'm just gonna keep gambling a bit. by tossing these, seeing if I... Oh!
Oh,
Okay. There we go.
nice.
So 2 bomb drops there. It's pretty good. And we have exactly half a heart, which is how much damage a bomb does to Link in this game. So now we will be maneuvering over to the forest temple. Not to actually go into it, but we will be doing a cutscene skip. By dying on the first frame as we start the cutscene for Minya the Forest. We will still get the song. I think it's too far away.
Yeah, Nelly is still like a beginner on this category. That's why you'll see him. He's likely to die a lot.
Yeah, it's... I only have 3 hearts, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff does damage to you in this game. Also, why bombs are useful. If you try to grab them and shield them, you can store a ground jump. So you can do a little hop there to just get on top of this maze very quickly. So you can ignore all the moblins and whatnot. And then here you'll see me doing a little bit of a setup by walking into the behind of this lovely moblin and starting a backwalk and pulling a bomb on the same frame and die as soon as the cutscene starts. So now we have Minya the Forest. We can play whenever we want. We will be doing that shortly, but not right now. We still have some trade quest items to get, because there are other things we want in RBA.
You might have noticed many things. So the camera was kind of weird during like the cutscene. So that means he pretty much got the minuet while dying at the same time. Yeah. Because very conveniently, every time you enter a cutscene for a song, you get the song twice. Which I don't even know why the game does that. But yeah, you get it as soon as the cutscene starts. And when you actually learn the song after playing it with Sheik. So yeah, that's why Nali got the song, even though, you know, you don't have to go through the... you learn that song.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
You get it like... Well, it's not weird. It's a weird thing. It's not like entirely consistent, because some warp songs just give it to you like in the middle where you expect. Some give it to you in the middle where you don't expect. And some give it to you at the start and in the middle where you expect. So it's...
Really?
Yeah, it's... I think Sario Song is one of those really weird ones. They give it to you like 3 times, but never at the start.
Oh yeah, Sario Song is... yeah. I think you get it after saying yes to...
Yeah.
To Sorry or something.
Yeah. We're just going to be continuing the trade quest, making our way back to Kakariko to hand in this mushroom. Our being mushroom is pretty cool. It sets your heart piece counter to 1. It doesn't give you like 1, so, well, if you have 0 heart pieces, it gives you 1. If you have 3, you lose 2, etc, etc. So it's pretty cool. Not useful for us though, in the purposes of this run. So we'll just be continuing the trade quest.
Yeah, Nala wants not the next item, but the one after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to spoil too much, but it does. But yeah. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through because this is the odd potion. Also a pretty cool RBA thing. It gives you all the spiritual stones. So that's pretty cool. And it gives you Song of Time. Pretty cool, but we won't be doing that because we still have to beat the dungeons anyway. So no need to do that.
So I've seen the question: how many dungeons has this guy beaten? So that's that's a fun thing about this category and like this particular route. It's called all dungeons. We're doing them in like relative like fast way. And after 30 minutes, you're still not done with a single dungeon.
Yeah. The dungeons really only start after we get magic. And there's a couple like prerequisites to that, because to get magic you need to like, it's the Great Fairy at the top of Death Mountain. You need to play Zelda's Lullaby too. But we don't have Zelda's Lullaby. But that's about to be swiftly rectified.
Yeah. Yeah, the first 30 minutes is just setting the entire run, and then you have everything for the rest of the run, really.
Yeah, it's set up to like get warp songs, getting the bomb bag, getting the useful items that help us go fast later, the hook shot, the bombs, of course, the staple in going fast. It just allows a bunch of glitches and fast movement tech and whatnot. And you also want to get some warp songs. Like now I'm gonna go and get Bolero of Fire. But there's a door in the way. Ooh. It's okay. I got some more bomb drops.
You didn't die at least.
There's a mega flip. If you roll into an explosion and while holding shield, so you like shield the explosion while also combining it with the volt. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. It gives me more time to explain.
It is so rare. You're so unlucky. I'm so sorry for you. It's crazy. It never happens, really.
That's it. There is a loading zone behind there that I want to get to.
Yeah.
But it's okay. You get to see this mega flip again. It's cool.
Yeah, oddly enough, you can just hook shot that loading zone. It's just that one.
Yeah, the loading zone behind that statue that leads to Death Mountain Crater is just hookshotable for some reason. So you do a mega flip here, flip on this little corner there, get past the door, and we're gonna try this one more time.
I feel
if I fail it again, I'm just pulling this at you. But there we go. Then we will be getting Bolero the same way as we got Minuet, aka watching as little as possible of it by dying as soon as we enter the cutscene for it. And since I died earlier, just need to get down to low health. So the heat timer is very short, because the heat timer is based on your current health. And that will also come in relevant later. So put that in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
The heat timer is based on your current health. So one full heart is 8 seconds.
Yeah, a quart of heart is 2 seconds.
Yeah. So now we have Bolero. And now we are going to go up and get magic. But first, we have some more RBA to do, and luckily, there is a wonderful grotto up here that has a chest with 20 bombs in it. So we get a nice little refill on our bombs, and there is some bugs in this grass that we are going to get Bottle on B again with.
Yeah. So many things are going to happen here.
Ooh,
more bomb drop.
That's penance for avoiding me at the Darunia door. So yeah, here's Ocarina items. Playing any item as an Ocarina with a filled bottle in hand. It's gonna playing Zelda's Lullaby that we just got from RB and Poacher Saw, by the way. Gonna swipe this fairy over Poacher Saw because we've already RB'd it. We don't need it anymore. Drop RB bottle with fairy on C right, which RBAs our stick count to 20. And then we're gonna be equipping Hookshot on C right, Ocarina on C down, and catch this fish, which will now print a fish in a bottle on our ice slot. Another bomb.
Oh, another bomb drop! Wow.
Oh, okay. I'm a happy camper today.
Lucky boy.
But yeah, that's like 7 RBAs. 7 very massive RBAs there.
Okay, yeah. Just to sum up what Nelly did in this grotto, because it's like a lot of things in a very short amount of time. So he had acoustics on B. We didn't even explain what, because when you die with something else on the sword on B button, the item will give you like the default item, like the item number 0, which is the acoustic. And you can just easily bottle dupe over the acoustics. So this is what Nelly did at first, and he had Poacher Saw on C right. So he took bugs with Poacher Saw on C right, and it gave him Zelda's Lullaby. That's why he could play it on the Gossip Stone, Nocturne, Prelude, and Serenade. And we'll see all of these songs at some point.
Yeah.
Then he... What do you RB after that?
You shield swipe a fairy over Poacher Saw.
Yeah, okay, so then you empty your bottle with fairy on C right, which gives you 20 acoustics. Yeah, it changes your amount of acoustics to have a fairy on C right. Then you equip hookshot on C right, and you catch the fish with it, and it gives you a fish bowl over the ice arrow slot. So yeah, if you have the time, when Nali will pause, you'll see 20 Deku Sticks.
I will be pausing in a bit, so
Yeah.
Because we will be going to if you're here for all dungeons, here's the first one. Forest Temple. And it's also going to be combined with another pretty massive glitch called Equip Swap. So I put my cursor on Deku Sticks, cycle to another menu, and then hit up left and whatever button I want to equip it on the same frame. So now I have Deku Sticks equipped as adult, and you can see I have 20. And that is going to be very useful, because we still want a bottle on our B button, because we will be doing just one more RBA. Just one more RBA, I promise.
For now.
For now. I'm not addicted.
I can stop whenever I want.
I can stop RBAing whenever I want. And here's also going to be the first instance of most of the dungeons in OOT do this thing where it's like, oh, you have the boss room like relatively close to the entrance. And luckily for us, that means that we can typically clip out of bounds and enter them very quickly. Like that. So here's Phantom Ganon boss room.
Yeah, don't think too much about the clip. It's just like it's like a combination of a precise position with bad collision, really.
Yeah.
It's just
like
what it
we
is.
backflip and land inside the fence there, and then you jump to grab the underside of another fence, so you land out of bounds, and then you just jump down to the loading zone. And because Deku Stick is the only real weapon we have, it's actually like completely fine, because Deku Sticks, while they have like an ammo, so you can run out, they are the same strength and power as the Master Sword. So we will be okay. I don't want to do that yet. So it's okay. I got some more bombs, so I can afford to do that.
Wasting bombs.
What I want to do here is I want to stun Phantom Ganon right as he's shooting the weird like lightning slam attack ahead of me, like that, to bounce down. Because you guessed it, we'll be doing another cutscene skip at the end of this dungeon. Because we don't like watching cutscenes. So I took damage from the little lightning slam. Also got infinite sword glitch. I don't know if you want to explain that on.
Sorry, what?
ISG?
ISG?
Yeah, ISG.
ISG is just yeah. You can slash pretty much at 80 frames of the game by you know, you could just crouch and stab. So I think the power crouch stab is just very well known. But if you interact with something like catch a bomb or talk to Navi, this is usually what we do. This will glitch the sword, or like the weapon, in that case the Deku Stick. And yeah, this will just, you'll see like that white
like lightsaber effect almost.
Yeah, and that means you're pretty much hitting something at every frame, so it's obviously very powerful.
And here's another RPA.
Very poor explanation, sorry, but
no,
yeah.
it's fine. Infinite sword glitch, your sword swings infinitely, essentially. Yeah. So another RBA there, while also setting up for ocarina items with fish, which RBAs are nut amount, which will be coming in relevance very shortly. And here's another cutscene. You play ocarina items at the edge of the blue warp to start the whole like the blue warp trying to take you away to the Chamber of Sages thing. But we die on the same frame as the game is trying to take us to the Chamber of Sages. So hopefully we see a white flash here.
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay, nice. That was really well done.
Yeah, that was a pretty good first one.
Yep. GG. And that's yeah, that's also one of I wouldn't say one, maybe not one of the hardest, but definitely not one of the easiest catch and skip.
Yeah, and now it's just going to get faster from here, because now we have all the warp zones already. So now we're just going to get into Shadow Temple by placing 3 bombs on top of each other, so that their collision adds up to, well, 3 bombs of collision. So they push us through the little loading plane that loads in the bottom there to get into Shadow Temple. So the door is just completely unloaded, so we can just walk on through.
Yeah, OT is an old game, so you can just expect some areas to be cut in half or even more sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's the case of the graveyard.
Yeah,
So
it's essentially just to preserve like processing power. So it's like split into different like loading, not like loading zones or whatnot, but there's like loading planes which load and deload different actors and whatnot.
So yeah, Nale just before that fight got 5 nuts in a pot. It seems like not that interesting, it's just like nuts, but they are actually very, very important. And you will notice whenever he will pause that he has way more than 5 nuts. It's just because he stored the RBA he did at Phantom Ganon. When you RBA a fish, so when you have a bottle on B and a fish on C, right? Whenever you, for example, drop whatever you have in... Okay, I'll just let you do that.
Nice. Okay.
That looks amazing. Yeah, very well done. Congrats.
It's just we get hover boots from beating the Midi Boss of Shadow Temple, like Dead Hand there. Very useful items, because when combined with high speed tricks such as the Super Slide, which I got from one of the bombs I placed on there, you can keep that very high speed while in the like floating hover boot state. So the other 2 bombs I placed essentially I've just used as extra collision to help me clip out of bounds there. And then with the Super Slide speed from the bomb and hover boots, I can keep that speed combined with a jump slash to land directly in Bongo Bongo's boss room. So yeah, again, we typically skip directly to the end of a dungeon.
Yeah, another amazing use of ISG here.
Yep, get ISG by crouch stabbing with the stick and getting the Navitex from one of Bongo Bongo's hands. So I can just kind of stand there and stun lock Bongo and kill him very quickly. We're going to try a little bit of a harder method for an Ocarina of Items cut and skip here, using a bomb instead of a bottle, simply because I think it's cool. It's also a bit faster, but for the purposes of this, it's very cool. So another position setup here. You need to equip hover boots on the first landing frame, so 2 frames after this, I think. Nope, 1. Pull the bomb and hold left, and then as soon as the Link is not holding the bomb anymore, you can see like his hands are still above his head. It's this frame, so the next frame he won't be holding anything. If I press a cutscene item, like a bottle, I also get Ocarina items on the edge of the speed warp.
Yeah, it's just a weird way to do Ocarina item, but actually a really fast way too.
Yeah, and you see here, as I almost said earlier, I have 25 minutes. But I don't want 25 minutes. I actually want 17.
Yeah, so what I was explaining is when you have a fish on C, right, this will affect your decunate amount with RBA, of course, in the context of RBA. So it's pretty important because now Nale is going to do the first BA, so the first ball adventure of the run. And as I said earlier, don't think too much about the names. They are
names are a bit silly.
Old. Yeah, they are old names, so don't think too much about it. But yeah, if you are, I'm not gonna go into details too much, but if you are adult and you go as child with a bottle on B, and then you go back as adult with an item on C, right? Your item on B will change depending on what was your item on C, right, as child. So yeah, now
the cutscene, we void out, so we skip it.
Yeah. even though he already had Prelude, but
Yeah.
yeah, you just have to skip it again. So yeah, Nelly will essentially put the fish on C-Right as child. So yeah, you'll see him like he has to destroy every Deku Sticks on B so he can bottle jump over it.
Like that.
The C items,
Bottle B.
yeah, the C items as adult don't matter. Sorry, except well he has put Fairy on C-Right so he can get Deku Sticks again for the rest of the
it's
run.
a nice little combo, because we will still be using Deku Sticks as our main weapon.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little combo, putting bottle on B, which is required for BA, while also RBing more sticks for the future. But yeah, here's a fish on C-Right.
You maybe remember, yeah, Nelly equipped during the dot skip at the beginning of the run, he equipped the bottle on C-Right. That was definitely intended.
Yes. Because now, when we go back, we will have a different item on our B button. The Megaton Hammer.
Yeah.
It's the real deal. Except if we die or save warp, we lose it.
Yeah.
So this is a bit scary, because we can't safety save, and because then it'll, again, as Alma explained earlier, as sort of a fail-safe, the game will put back Deku Sticks on your B button when you have something that's not a sword there, after dying or saving and whatnot. So no safety saves allowed, and no dying allowed. And if you remember the thing about the heat timer, we will also combine that by being at the lowest health possible in the game, which is 1/16 of a heart, by stopping the burning right there. That might have been a bit early actually, but it should be fine. It's not that precise.
Yeah, you have some frames to do that.
Yeah.
So now think about Nelly has like quart of heart.
Yes, the least possible amount of health you can have. Like, literally like one health.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
anything and everything will kill me in one hit. And if you're familiar with fighting Volvadia, the boss of... Well, we can talk about that when it comes. But first we're going to be doing a hookshot jump here. Which, while hookshotting, and the hookshot makes target with any like hookshotable thing. For one frame, you get a lot of upward speed, and if we interrupt that, the hookshot like pulling us towards something with, let's say, a cutscene in this case, Durnia wanting to talk to us, it doesn't unset that speed. So we can keep that throughout, well, for as long as we have upward speed fighting gravity. So now we're way up above in Fire Temple, in an unloaded room. We can flip on this ledge by targeting on the same frame as I grab it. Hopefully.
Yeah, there are a lot of things going on in Fire Temple.
Oh, come on. There we go. We'll do a little jump slash and land behind the boss door. And here is Volvagia. We will be not fighting this boss, the normal way, because there's actually 2 hitboxes involved. One that you can like see, that is spewing fire at you and that you can hit with a hammer and whatnot. And one is this hitbox that is flying around in the cutscenes and whatnot. So there's 2 separate ones. And we will hit the second one with bombs, which is above one of these lava pits during the fight. And friendly reminder again, literally anything will kill me. So if I walk too close to the lava, I'll die. If I walk into my own explosions, I'll die. So I have to place them in very specific spots. On this little corner here. You can even hear, like, Volvagia is making, like, a little bit of, ooh, I get hit sound from the bombing. And that is enough.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh. Okay, that was close. But that's it.
Yeah, you really don't want to screw up that fight.
Yeah, because again, an extra added layer of terrifyingness in this fight is our hammer is not real. It's if we die or save work, we lose it and we have to get it back. So combined with being very little health, the littlest health even, and placing a bunch of bombs in lava holes that damage you, it's quite scary.
Yes.
So we made it through in one piece, and hopefully I even get the cutscene skip here. Again, gonna be playing the lick first, of course, and then we're gonna be relying on the blue warp, doing a little setup here to make sure that I die on the same frame as the blue warp is trying to take me away.
Yeah. So now I just conveniently threw nuts here, just for the setup of the cutscene skip, but also because he needs to get rid of some extra nuts.
Yes, because we will be doing Bottle Adventure again, specifically with item value 13. So we want 13 nuts, because that is what fish points to. Remember? This will be on the test.
Oh yeah,
Fish
yeah,
points
yeah.
to nuts, Gary points to sticks.
I don't think I even say that, but if now he got hammer on B, it's because he had 17 nuts, which is obviously very logical. But yeah, if you get the hammer, it's because in the mind of the game, the item number 17 is the hammer. And so yeah, because of BA, you get hammer on B. If you have in the context of having fish on Syrah as child and a ball on B as adult.
Yeah, just fish points to nuts.
So now he's literally doing the same thing, but this time with 13 nuts.
Yeah. Again, just reminder, like we break sticks so that we can easily swipe over it, so we get bottle on B, and that is an active RBA, so we have fairy equipped on C right, so that we immediately refill our stick amount, because we need them to fight stuff. And then we're, again, you'll see fish here equipped on C right, but this time it's going to be pointing towards item value 13.
So yeah, not having enough bombs can be a big deal, but not having enough nuts is definitely a real problem.
Yeah. And another important thing to know, we now have Force Wind on our B button, and our B button is usable wherever swords and like what's normally supposed to be on B buttons is usable. So we can use Force Wind wherever you can use a sword, so essentially everywhere. And that allows for some crazy stuff. The first here is a Hess over all of Sacred Force Meadow. Oh, also equip Salting Sticks again. It saves about 5 seconds, and it's really hard. So, in true OT fashion, high risk, reward.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
It's just OT, it's weird.
Yeah. And yeah, we can use Force Wind wherever we want. And Force Wind points to like an area that you can warp back to, and also an entrance. So we want to set it specifically at that entrance in Lost Woods. It will be irrelevant very shortly. And now we're going to start another hyper-extended super slide. Or at least try to, but there we go.
Yeah.
It looks a bit funny with hover boots on, because since they're slippery, it takes a while to accelerate to full speed, but we got that. And using this to clip in this little corner. Oh, that was interesting.
Oh yeah. Now that clip's tough.
And try it again without much issue. Start has normally that time. There we go. Clip out of bounds and hit the entrance to the Deku Tree from out of bounds, because it is closed as adult. And Deku Tree as adult with hookshot is very fast, because you can just hookshot these climbable walls to skip a bunch of like traversing the dungeon and whatnot. And again, we will be using a bomb to skip almost the entire dungeon. I just need to get a mega flip this bomb. It's decently precise, but there we go. Quick hover
Yeah,
flips.
We've seen mega flips before, but that one is harder than the others.
Yeah. There we go. And again, it's a running theme in OOT, all dungeons, where enter dungeon, go to a place where you can clip out of bounds to the boss room, clip out of bounds to the boss room, and like that's just kind of it. But a lot of the time it's very, very fast paced in that sense. I, not to toot my own horn too much, but I feel like I'm making it look easier than it is.
It's just years of practice, really.
Yeah, and that's Goma, again, using ISG and stunned with a Deku Nut. Because again, Deku Sticks are the power of Master Sword, so 3 jump slash hits is enough to kill. And now here we're going to be doing a different type of cutscene skip than you've seen before. We're going to be warping back to where we set FW right as this warp is trying to take us away. And that is going to take us to Spirit Temple.
Nice.
Pretty massive wrong warp. I'd say the second biggest in the run. Only behind the final wrong warp we do. But I guess a little shortly on how wrong warps work. It's similar to cutscene skips. It's just that you can only do them from where a blue warp is trying to take you to an overworld location. That isn't like the chamber stages and whatnot as adults. So you combine the blue warp trying to take you somewhere in the overworld with Thor's Wind also trying to take you somewhere in there. And they just get added, essentially. And the resulting location will be... You can get this S.
Oh.
The resulting location will be like... Yeah, so in that case, it is a Kiri Emerald cutscene combined with Thor's Wind set in Lost Woods coming from Kiri Forest in the internal, like... data of the game that becomes, let's just say, like, oh, it becomes area 13, entrance 27 or something, which happens to be the Silver Gauntlets cutscene outside in the Desert Colossus.
Convenient.
Very convenient.
So
Very,
yeah,
very useful.
Technically there is a warp to go to Naboru, or even a warp to go to Twinrova, but they are either like not convenient at all, or yeah, just too slow to set up. And the thing is, you need Mirror Shield anyway, so it's better to just warp into the Silver Gauntlet cutscene.
There we go. And there's a weird little kill you can do on the Armos here by by stunning them with a Deku Nut, and then getting any cutscene text thing started, so like Navi text or FW text or whatever, on the same frame as like the second hitbox of the Deku Nut hits them. It for some reason just hits all of them at once. And Spirit Temple is one of these dungeons where we actually have to do a fair amount in the dungeon, because the boss room isn't located immediately at our fingertips. So we need to traverse through these couple of rooms here. But it's also a good place to refill on some bombs, because there's this pot here. The Armos earlier there have a 50% chance of dropping a bomb, so...
And you got 2 bomb drop over 4 Armos, so...
Yeah. Here's Statue Thing. This is not the intended way to get up here, but utilizing the movement in the game. Ooh.
Oh.
It's alright.
Yeah.
We can try it again.
Static climb is tough, but yeah, the Link's physics on the shoulder of the statue and the sword is just weird.
It's weird. I mean, you're not supposed to be up there, so they didn't put like a lot of effort into it, I suppose.
I actually wonder why it does that.
Okay, I'm gonna not do it ISGLS this
Yeah.
time. Another property of the infinite sword glitch is well, it's a property of just slashing the sword. You can't fall off ledges when you do that. So if you get ISG, you can not fall off ledges essentially. So you can walk up there pretty safe. Yeah, we're just going to be doing some side hops and backflips, jump slashes to get up here. Ooh, and okay. Ah.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest trick of the game, so...
So, platforming in OOT isn't exactly its strong suit, and this is a section heavily utilizing it.
Yeah.
So, the game is not meant to do precision platforming like this. But we're trying anyway. Okay. That's not the angle. Is it?
Oh,
Maybe it is. Oh, it was. Cool.
yeah, also doing this part unbuffered is a big deal. So yeah, GG Lally.
Thank you. Yeah, we end up at a very specific position in that like little cubby hole on her shoulder, on the statue's shoulder, and then we do 2 crane perfect backflips with hover boots equipped to flip out of bounds, and then using the hover boots, we maneuver behind the boss door. To enter the boss room. And here is in the Buru, the first part of the boss of Spirit Temple. Has a cutscene associated with it at the end, and we'll be trying to skip that as well. Can be a bit hard, so I'm just going to focus here a bit.
Oh,
Dang, almost.
I don't even know why it missed.
Yeah, this cutscene skip is a bit weird, because you saw me like jump up to the top of the door frame, and Link gets into a kind of like weird fake grabbing animation. And you need that grabbing animation to happen at the same time as the bomb you placed earlier kills the bird to start this cutscene. Because then the game doesn't like correct your ledge grab on top of the door. So you'll just keep being in the ledge grab state, and mid cutscene you can drop from the ledge and void out of bounds to skip the cutscene by reloading the room after voiding. But the bomb hit Naburu a bit too late, so I barely missed the window. But it's fine. We didn't die. That is the big thing.
Yeah.
Because, again, we have Force Wind RP button, and we are pretty far away from Temple of Time and being able to get, well, first getting Force Wind on RP button again, and then coming back here to the Spirit Temple boss rooms. So this is, well, not like the technically hardest part of the run. It's definitely one of the parts with the biggest consequences of failure. Because if I were to die at any point in Spirit Temple, it's at least a 10-minute time loss, which is a lot. Here's Twin Rolla. Phase 1 is pretty chill. We just reflect opposing elements with the mirror shield. So just keep your eye on them and see where they fly and see which one wants to shoot.
This part is RNG, but there are still some RNG manipulation you can do. So yeah, well,
They'll also like spin in place if I shoot hookshot and whatnot.
Yeah.
Getting the double cozy. So yeah, she's trying to fly away. I can make her stay in that spot, so I don't have to worry about aiming too much. Like quickly shooting and unshooting the hookshot.
Yeah, that was a fast first phase.
Oh, don't. Okay.
Now the double.
Yeah, you only need to do it 4 times, but if one of them is lined up to shoot, or is trying to shoot, they can still shoot like a 5th beam, which is just a waste of time. You don't need to hit them a 5th time, so... You can just quickly shoot the hookshot, and make them spin, so they're like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to shoot. The third phase is just charge up 3 elements in your shield, reflect it back to stun, and then again with ISG, make quick work of the boss.
So yeah, this part is not RNG. Well, there is a bit of RNG, but not really what we would
the elements
expect.
he shoots without having damage to Robo will always be 3 of a kind in a row.
Yeah.
So you can always know that it's going to be 3 fire or 3 ice. So you can very consistently, like, you don't need to worry about keeping an eye on which elements he shoots.
Doing Spirit would be such a pain if this part was also RNG with like the 3 last shoots.
Yeah. But yeah, that's, I believe, our 5th dungeon. So we only have 3 left.
Oh.
And
among them...
are in the game?
It's
5
8.
adult, 3 child. Yeah, it's 8.
Yeah.
Cool.
Among them, two of them are child dungeons.
Yeah, 2 of them are child dungeons. Those are going to be our 2 last dungeons.
Yeah.
As minor spoilers, we are going to the water temple next.
Ooh.
Which, in speedrun context, is usually not that big of a deal. If you don't care about collecting stuff in the water temple, and you just want to beat the boss, because you can do it very quickly. But here also, Forest Wind cutscene skip, warp away with Forest Wind as the warp is trying to take you away, etc., etc. Seen that before.
Yeah. So this one didn't lead to anywhere special, because, as Nelly mentioned before, if you have the Chamber of Sages cutscene, which is the case for Spirit Temple, well, you can skip the cutscene, but you don't really wrong warp, you know.
I tried to do a little fast initial position setup there to clip into Water Temple. I didn't get it, but luckily there's a pretty good backup strat here.
I don't think I've ever seen that setup you were doing.
It's a Grego the Greatest special.
Ooh.
Just hold right and... Oh, that's annoying. Maybe I get to show it off again. What you're supposed to do is hold right and press Deku Stick on the same frame, and then shield the Deku Stick, like getting pulled out animation. So, like that. And then you do a shield turn down. Jump slash there, and you're in.
Nice.
It's really fast if you get it first try.
Yeah.
But it is a bit more precise than most of the other setups. And then here's the water temple. You're not going to be seeing a lot of it, so we will be starting a hiss. And with hover boots, cross all these gaps and go directly to the boss door. You also want to catch a fairy here. Will be useful for later. Also importantly, catching a fairy in a real bottle this time, because if you look at my inventory screen, I already have one, but it's not in one of the normal 4 bottle slots, so it doesn't actually act as a fairy. Oh, that's I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, this explains why Nali died multiple times, even though he had a fairy. It's just because it's in a fake bottle, and it doesn't really, count as a real bottle, so you don't get revived by this.
Oh, that's annoying.
So Nali is going to use the hover properties of ISG, where you can just, not fall from the edge, but if you just shield the damage mid-air, you can just gain height.
Oh my god. I'm gonna try to at least.
Yeah. Let you focus.
Like that. Okay.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so yeah, if you shield the damage while having ASG, will just hover. And you need a bit of height here to just drop a bomb. And then by canceling ISG, you will just quickly gain a lot of vertical height. And thanks to another bomb, you will just clip through the floor, or I mean through the wall more than the floor.
Yeah, falling from ISG hovers is just max falling speed, and then the bomb explosion pushes us back into the door. And in general OOT terms, fast downward speed and fast backward speed equals clip, typically. It's also one of those things where, like, that trick isn't that hard, but for some reason, it's just and I practice it like every day for the past 3 years. Oh, come on, get a bit closer. Okay, that's
it's just, yeah, it's like OT in a nutshell, where every trick is like somewhat easy, but being able to pull them off all in a clean way in a run, that's what is hard.
Yeah. So yeah, you saw me get ISG earlier, so I'm just going to put the little Morpher Ball in the corner, pull out stick, keep Morph in the corner, not get a chance to get back to the water, so still
Okay.
lock until defeated.
That's pretty much how you do Morpha in one cycle.
I had a bit of a unluckiness and also a bit of skill issue by not getting it with the first tentacle pop-up, but we made it through, and that's all I can ask of myself. Here's gonna be another cutscene skip on these blue warps. On the other blue warps, you have seen me like kind of just walk in and press B. That's because the blue warps take a while before they activate. However, this one doesn't, and just is active the entire like cutscene. Oh my god! Please. There we go. So I have to frame perfectly press B right as I do a little stutter step on the edge of the blue warp to actually get it to work. It's a little bit precise.
Yeah. But that was well done. Again, sorry, the white flash.
Actually, I am going to... I don't need more bombs, but I'm a bit scared of my health.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's our first magic drop of the run.
I can do the entire run without getting
Okay. Got both a health refill and a little bomb top off.
without getting extra magic.
Yeah, ideally you avoid magic pickups through the entire run to avoid the like, oh, look at you, you got magic. Like cutscene. But since I'm playing it a bit safe there and got a fairy and don't want to die with Force Wind on B.
Oh yeah, that's also why we're doing all this cutscene skip with Force Wind and not by dying, but because if you die, you just lose Force Wind.
Yeah. Now we're gonna get a super slide off this bush. I don't have strength, so when I cancel the super slide, Link will try to grab the bush, but it only checks for like his horizontal position, not his vertical one. So
Yeah.
I'll
So
get
this is-
teleported underneath it essentially. And with hover boots equipped, I get to keep all the super slide speed, so I can clip through the little ice block there, getting into Source Domain really quickly. And then get through Source Domain really quickly with a little hover boots S, combined with the super swim at the end.
That was super nice. Such a cool part of the run.
Yeah. And here we're going to be trying to get into Jabu's belt, which currently frozen over. But the loading zone is still there, so as long as we can hit, like, just the inside of this corner here with a little clip like that, we are able to enter Jabu anyway. Fun fact, that is well, okay. I stopped to farm for fairy and bombs, so it wouldn't have been my cleanest enter Jabu section ever. But if I hadn't stopped to pick up health and a bomb, that would have been my cleanest enter Jabu section ever.
Yeah, that was really good.
It's a bit of a running meme with my splits and viewers and whatnot. Because my latest boomerang goal was very early 2023, and I can save about 20 seconds on it if I just nail the Source Domain has the super slide teleport and enter Jabu quickly. But it's hard, and it's hard to do all of those three back to back, especially when you're on like PD pace and you're getting kind of nervous. But I got it here, so I'm happy to get to show it off.
Yeah.
And now we also have a bit of a chill time. We just need to get Boomerang to beat Baronade, the boss of this dungeon. There's unfortunately no way around it. And to do that, we need to carry Rudo throughout the entire dungeon.
I usually don't like this part, but I think in the context of all dungeons, it's pretty cool to have like this part where you can just chill a bit after like pre-Jabu, which is pretty hard.
Yeah,
And then
like,
the very end, which is also very hard.
Split to get Boomerang, and the first 2 minutes of it are just entering Jabu from the Water Temple cutscene, and that section is really hard, like really hard to do fast.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 minutes of carrying Rudo around, which is very chill. Oh, I need to take damage here. What am I doing? I almost forgot.
So again, he's losing health to set up his next cutscene skip.
Yeah, cutscene skip parentheses.
Yeah.
Because Jabu, the Jabu Blue Warp. Oh, hello, Rudo. The Jabu Blue Warp is unique from all the other ones. So if you remember from playing it casually or watching other speedruns, Rudo is sitting inside the Blue Warp waiting for you. To talk to you, and the Blue Warp won't take you away until you finish talking to him. And that leads to some complications when trying to perform a wrong warp from it. Because again, like any Blue Warp that takes you to an overworld location, which is essentially only it is only the 3 child dungeons. It is only the 3 child dungeons and Fire Temple as adults. So those are the only dungeons you can really wrong warp from. Rudo trying to talk to you and messing up the normal, like, how to wrong warp stuff can be a bit annoying, but there's ways around it. Yeah, you get to show off.
Yeah.
Sync roll.
Can't wait to see that.
But now we have the boom need to defeat Baronade, boss. Well, we need Boomerang and the damage source, which is our Deku Sticks. And a small little unfortunate thing about that is they're both child items. But with the use of Equip Swap, we can equip both of them, just not at the same time. So we will be swapping between them. a fair bit, but by some clever uses of ISG and damaging Baronade in a very specific way. Oh, hello. Here we go. We can minimize the amount of times we need to equip swap. There we go. That is also like double frame perfect because we need to hold up an A on the same frame to roll off that switch to get a max speed roll from standstill, and then also press A on the specific frame to open the door before it closes. Because you're supposed to either bring like a box, or you can even bring Rudo to place on the switch so you can open the door while the box and or Rudo is on that switch. With a well-timed roll and a press to open the door, you don't need it. And here's Baronade. This
the hardest
is gonna be
room,
scary.
the hardest room of the run, I think.
Yes, hardest fight, hardest room of the run, and hardest cutscene skip of the run. So, you're gonna have to focus here a bit. That's actually a good thing. Yeah, we can damage down Baronade in specific ways, so 2 damage from a slash, or from a jump slash, and then we get ISG here, and then equip round, because we still have ISG, so we can still hit, and our last damage, like, dealt was the jump slash, so it'll be a 4 damage ISG hit. So Baronade is now at 0 health, and if we talk to Navi on the same frame as the boomerang stuns Baronade, it makes Baronade like recheck its health. Essentially, it goes, "Oh, wait, I have 0 health. I'm supposed to be dead."
Yeah, it's actually similar to the Armos in Spirit Temple.
Yeah, and it's also critically important that I kill Baronade at a very specific spot while also standing in a very specific spot. So I want the blue warp to spawn right here. And I want the camera to behave in a very specific way after I initiate the talking to Rudo thing. So I just revive on the edge of the blue warp to get control of Link, while also being warped back to the blue warp like this. Pick up this pot, target this wall, shuffle to the left until I stop. There. Drop the pot. ESS to this angle, to backflip, side up, side roll, and then when I press A, I'm going to close this text box, and the cutscene warp is going to start. And then I need to side hop up in a very specific frame, so I need to really focus here. One more Rudo going right, I think. Next frame, I'm pretty sure. And then side up. And we're in King the Dawn as well.
Wow, amazing. Congrats for the cutscene skip.
Thank you.
So Nelly just did the newest way to do Jabberwoon Warp, which is called One Death Jabberwoon Warp. And you teased me for the entire thing because you picked up... Did you like equip the fake fairy?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, okay.
Just in case.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, that is very hard. The old method uses 2 deaths to gain better control of the camera after the initial revive. So like clip out of bounds with a bomb and whatnot. But that also means you need to like damage down a bunch and die and revive again. So it's pretty slow. But using a pot, we can clip out of bounds and then maneuver to the load zone outside and perform the roll while only dying once. And that was actually the final boss of the run. We're coming up, we're very close to the end. It's just one wrong warp remaining until we have beaten all the dungeons and beaten the game. You might be curious how that works, because we haven't defeated Ganon. But you don't need to beat Ganon to reach the credits. We can wrong warp into the credits, Because if you remember, I set FW earlier in Lake Hylia from a specific entrance, and that combined with the cutscene here
And
puts
it's
us
done.
in the credits. in the
GG.
Lake Hylia scene. And that's OT All Dungeons.
Oh, congrats.
Sorry, that end surprised me.
Sorry.
Wolf's good to go?
Yep, I'm getting the stream pulled up. Can you guys see it?
GG, Snelle.
Thank you.
And
GG's.
GG's, Amma.
Thank you. Congrats, Unella.
All right, we're going to quickly swap over to the layout of Morpheus and then get going.
All right. Cheers. Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
Luck with your run.
So, welcome to MM, all dungeons, except it's actually Majora's Mask any percent in MG.
Yeah.
Stands for no major glitches. So a big thing in this game is without using SRM, which like I imagine most people here know what SRM is. The only way we can actually beat the game is we need to get the Oath to Order from clearing the first dungeon, and we also need to complete the other 3 dungeons because we need all 4 giants to stop the moon from falling. And without any kind of like moon warp or credits warp, which right now can only be achieved through doing still reference manipulation, like we have to beat every dungeon in this game. So this is actually the any percent no major glitches category.
Yeah, there's technically an all dungeons category on the leaderboard, but it's a bit more restrictive in what kinds of glitches you can do that are allowed. It's about like 20 minutes slower than this run. And this run already has to do all the dungeons anyway. Yeah, all that's banned, I don't know if you mentioned it, all that's banned in this category is SRM and text overflow. So you can't access the debug menu.
Yeah, text overflow is like a weird glitch where you can like manipulate text, and the way it's done in text overflow runs is you play Song of Soaring a bunch of times, and eventually, instead of asking like if you want to soar to X place, it pretty much asks like if the debug menu is open, and then you just hit yes, and then like, you can use the debug menu. But that only has full functionality on Wii U because you have to use the D-pad to navigate it, but the D-pad's not mapped on Wii. So like all you can do with the debug menu on the Wii is like give yourself a bunch of money or something. So we're getting some movement here. We're already seeing some MM tech. So the way Morpheus is turned there is called a quick turnaround, where you target, you hold the direction you want to turn, and then you target again. And this is done because normally when you target a different direction MM, the controls don't actually update for 5 frames. So like if you wanted to do that without like doing the like double target, you'd have to like turn down, target, hold up for like 5 frames, and then hold down. But doing that like little double target turnaround pretty much completely circumvents that.
You probably noticed too by now we're also on the English version of this game. It's not used that often, but it has its benefits for this specific category. Mainly, the biggest time save is the Snowhead Hess later on in the run when you do Lullaby Skip. I think the other like huge time save you get from English is the Song of Double Time cutscene skips. for Zora Mask and Pirate cutscene skip.
Yeah, and we'll explain those as they happen and why they're English only.
Another weird quirk about English is there is no power crouch stab. So that doesn't matter for most of the boss fights in this game, but it matters a lot for Majora later on. Also sort of Adola, depending on what strats you do.
Yeah, it's mainly like Majora's the big one. Like no PCS definitely increases the difficulty of Majora a fair bit. Because usually the strategy with PCS is you bring a stick to Majora and you store a stick jump slash. Makes it a lot easier. Yeah, so most people, like anyone who watches MM, knows about the infamous first cycle. It's kind of what we're in the midst of right now, where there's a bunch of cutscenes and you're like pretty restricted on what you can. Once we get to Clock Town, is to go Night 3 as fast as possible so we can get to the Clock Tower ASAP. And then we're gonna do a couple things on Night 3 while we burn time. Yeah, so far it's just been like tech smashing and just like some little like movement tech.
It's interesting too with Deku that like you can pretty much just mash A with his spins, and unlike rolling with like Zora or Human Link, there's no like real repercussions for it.
Yeah, and here Morph is gonna go to the bottom flower. People used to go on the top flower until like 2019. But the bottom flower is just like way less movement in the air with flowers, and like you don't drop as far, so it's just a lot faster. And the thing you just saw there is called Title Tech Skip, where that like when you get near that flower, there's a text trigger, but if you just side hop into the flower and hold A and land on a point where you can just auto burrow into the flower, you'll skip it. And here we're gonna see the first and major trick. Which I'll explain after.
Nice. Yeah, so that was Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip, and all the cutscenes in this game take 2 consecutive frames to activate. So if you just pause buffer like into the cutscene trigger, it won't actually start. You just keep going 1 frame at a time, and that can save like 45 seconds or so. So especially in a category this short, it's a really big thing to not fail that at the beginning. Here we're gonna see a bit more gameplay. Yeah, so we're gonna be going through like typical means of getting to Night 3 the fastest, which is gonna start off by using 2 grandma stories to go to day 3. Because if you talk to grandma, there's 2 stories, one that's 2 hours, and then one that goes all the way to the next day, so that's really convenient. But once you're on day 3, obviously, you're not gonna have an option for a next day story. If for whatever reason they did put that in, it would just crash the moon.
That'd be a really funny oversight.
That would be funnier if just some like intentional troll they put in. Yeah, so we're already on day 3, so that's awesome. I see some side hops to get out. Side hopping is faster. Like if you ever watch a tool assisted speedrun, it's gonna be like a lot more side hopping for just like general movement. But for RTA, you have like if you're just doing side hops on the flat ground, you have to do them like quite well, usually for them to save time in most places. But if you're going like up slopes, side hops are usually like fast, even in RTA, because you can just do like the side hop density is like a lot higher, do like going up a slope. So usually in RTA you'll see like side hops up slopes and stuff like that.
And now we've reached the point in first cycle where movement isn't as punishing. Like, aside from the tech smashing here, we don't really have to worry about losing time in this part of the run, because we're just waiting for the time to hit midnight. So we're gonna go get some rupees to deposit in the bank.
Yeah, and the Scarecrow there will advance 12 hours, so even though we can't use Grandma again, Scarecrow is at least a nice substitute there. And yeah, as long as we're not late, there won't be any time loss, other than like tech smashing, because game time is paused when you're tech smashing. Yes, I believe Morpheer is going to be aiming to get 60 rupees.
Yeah, 60 is the bare minimum we need with this route. If you've ever seen the other bank lip route, you need 90. But since we're also going to be getting a silver rupee chest later in cycle 2 as well, we only need 60. But 90 is a little bit faster.
Yeah, and yeah, Morph is doing a little bit of a different route, but we'll also explain that when the time comes where we see the differences there. So kind of just some lawn mowing here. It's always fun.
My favorite activity.
Yeah. Only having to get 60 is nice. Like, you definitely don't get 90 every time.
Yeah,
it's pretty hard not to get 60.
You'd have to be super unlucky. Wow.
Yeah, we
Nice.
kind of didn't talk about this, 'cause, like, most people probably have seen it, but you can kind of just backwalk past the East Clocktown guard.
He's not very good at his job.
Clocktown. There's also some like interesting things about the first cycle state. Like time moves faster, and like Termina Field doesn't have any music. And like there are some grottos that aren't there. Like the Mountain Village ice isn't there. Like there's a lot of like small differences in like the first cycle state in Termina Field. But at the very least, all the rupee grass is still there, which is nice.
Yeah, for sure. Here's the other thing that we need to get before we get to the clock tower, which is magic. We can't get our ocarina back otherwise.
Yeah, it's something every category has to do. Gotta be able to shoot those Deku bubbles.
And he's just a little guy. It's all he's got, really.
Yeah. So from here, we're gonna see a bank trip to deposit this money that's been obtained, which we will be withdrawing pretty soon after we restart second cycle. Obviously, as you can tell, we're gonna end up being like pretty early here.
Yeah, it's hard to be late to this.
Yeah.
With this route, especially. There used to be an older route where, like, you had to go all the way to Milk Road for the map point. And that was pretty hard to make on time with good movement.
And on the other route, like the faster route here, if you have to get 90 and have to go through like a bunch of extra bushes, it can also be a bit tighter there too.
Gainers are unironically the hardest trick. What was that?
Yeah, so what you just saw there is a gainer. So basically, like what a gainer is like a backflip where your momentum doesn't go backwards, but instead just like goes towards the wall that you're targeting. And you achieve this by like when you backflip, if you untarget on the same frame you backflip, you go in the backflip state while being untargeted when normally you're targeted in the backflip, and that allows you to like target on the next frame and your momentum won't go backwards and you'll be able to grab ledges you normally couldn't grab.
Yeah, a lot of those fails with me spinning was just pressing or untargeting too early.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to like. It can be hard to do the backflip and the untarget on the same frame sometimes. So yes, like sometimes you might see people like spin on accident because of that.
Yeah, even with the way I was doing it, I had 2 frames to do it. It's a very finicky trick. If you don't have a corner to line up against, it's frame perfect.
Yeah, if you're like next to a wall, I don't remember if the untarget is an extra frame of leniency or the retarget is, but I know like like one of the inputs is more lenient if you're against a wall.
Yeah, one of them is.
Here we're gonna see our mandatory magic use in first cycle, getting the ocarina back. And now we're gonna see Zelda, the only time we'll ever see her in this game. To learn the Song of Time. So hope y'all enjoyed first cycle. And we still have this cutscene.
First cycle extends into cycle 2, really.
Yeah, as soon as like we're gonna finish first cycle, but then there's gonna be another like few minutes of cutscenes with the Happy Mouse salesman.
It's not over quite yet.
But at the very least, all the action we'll see after definitely makes up for it, I would say.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely worth the wait.
Yeah, this run, as soon as it starts, it doesn't stop. There's like a brief period when you learn Oath, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, like we can skip a lot of cutscenes past first cycle. Yeah, it's really like the Oath cutscene and the Sonata learning cutscene.
And Zora Mask, and like, that's about it, really.
Yeah. And there's also a cutscene after beating Woodfall.
Oh yeah, title apology.
Yeah, an interesting thing about that Tattle Apology cutscene is you can actually skip it by beating other dungeons first, but that just doesn't work out well with current routes for this category. It's just not worth to come back to Woodfall later.
I think it
Skip
ends
that.
up. I think it's mainly due to just having to get the bow immediately for other dungeons. Because we need the
Yeah, you
bow
want-
to like do action swap and fight Twin Mold and all the
Yeah.
other stuff.
And
Like, it just
there's
makes sense.
also like there's not like much benefit to coming back later. Like other categories, like 100%. When you go to Woodfall, you don't have the Great Fairy Mask or like fire arrows or like a better sword to help speed up the dungeon. But in this category, like all we need is to grab the bow, and then we need some explosives to do the boss key skip, which we're gonna have when we go. So there's not too much reason to just go ahead and finish Woodfall.
I think it's pretty close too, which is interesting. Like in timing, like skipping it versus watching it. That cutscene, it just ends up being better to watch it in the end.
Yeah, and a category like glitchless, it's like kind of a similar thing to here, where like in theory there's not much reason to leave Woodfall, but glitchless does benefit a fair bit more from like having fire arrows and hookshot when you come back. So yeah, we got Song of Healing, now we're getting Deku Mask. But then he's gonna get angry at us because we didn't get Majora's Mask, so we're gonna have to go on a quest for that.
What could we have really done, though? We're just a little guy.
Yeah,
We were just a little
I don't know
guy.
what he's expecting from us.
Like, Deku's biggest power-up is that he shoots bubbles, like... Not really sure what we're supposed to do with that.
Yeah, he just put this big burden just like on a child. He's expected him to pull it off first try. First try every time. Yeah, this is where the last like long cutscene before we really get into things. Like, after this cutscene is like a few more text boxes, and then we're gonna do stuff. And he's just yapping about how dangerous this mask is and like why we should have gotten it back. And we have to feel bad and be scared.
He says it all with a smiling face, too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, first thing we're gonna do right after this cutscene is mash a little more once Tattle talks to us, but we're gonna go to East Clocktown and get 100 rupees out of the chest. There's a treasure chest you can open for that. And what we're doing is first thing we're doing is buying explosives with all this money that we've collected now.
Yeah, we'll explain explosives a bit. But yeah, that's like one of the crucial parts of Majora's Mask in general, and like same with Ocarina of Time. Like explosives are just a fundamental part of these games for speedruns. Yeah, we're gonna need a fair bit of money because we're gonna buy the bomb bag. We'll buy 10 shoes. We're gonna do a trick, and then we'll buy 10 more shoes, or sorry, 20 more shoes. So Morph will need a fair bit of money here.
And since I got 90, I don't have to worry about buying the extra shoes later. If you have 60, you can buy them. You buy 2 sets of shoes for 60 if you mash the A button fast enough, but we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, there's a trick called 2 for 1, where if we're like buying the shoes, but we don't quite have 80 rupees because he said is 40. When the rupee count's going down, like your actual rupee count is like what's shown, like when it's counting down. So if you can mash fast enough and buy the second set of shoes before it counts down under 40, then you can buy a second set of shoes. I think the lowest you can really do it with shoes is like 68 rupees or something, or in that range.
Yeah, we barely make it with 69 when we get 60 before. Oh, alright, missed ISG. It's fine.
So Morpheus went for infinite sword glitch there. Probably know what it is, but basically if you just interrupt a crouch stab with like most things you can interact with, you can set Link in a state where it's infinitely slashing, and that'll allow us to do these hovers we're about to see. So we're gonna see the hidden owl statue. And so normally this is just like a prop owl statue that you can kind of just see from West Clocktown to South Clocktown, but it turns out it's like an actual like owl actor that you can hit. And we'll kind of see what that's gonna do when we get Song of Soaring. Has some interesting side effects. Yeah. 20 more chews here, and this is gonna be the last bomb shop trip of the run. You're gonna see a recoil flip. And that's basically just like using speed that the bomb gives you as like a damage source to do a nice big backflip. we're going to see our first instance of ESS, which is Extended Super Slide. It's basically a position slightly past the dead zone where it preserves whatever speed you have, and we use the speed you gain from the bomb recoil to, in conjunction with ESS, get high speed.
Nice, missed ISG. That's fine. Let's go again. Nice.
Nice.
Alright, where's the grotto? There it is.
Right. One more trick and then we'll explain stuff. Nice. Okay, so that first thing you saw where we went in the grotto and went out of bounds, it's called an alternate exit. So all of the grottos and fairy fountains are loaded on the same map, like all the collision and load zones, but the actual textures are only loaded for the one you actually enter. So if you just go out of bounds in a grotto, you can just theoretically go to any grotto and exit from it, and that's a very, very common strategy in these runs to get to Deku Palace, because we always want to get Sonata as soon as possible. And the last thing you saw with that is a mega flip, the trick that Morpheus pause buffered, where you roll on a certain few frames of the bomb explosion, and you basically combine your invincibility frames you have with rolling with the speed you get from the bomb to backflip far. Because like usually when you roll into a damage source, you can kind of like fly backwards during your invincibility frames, and we can kind of do the same thing in the air, but we don't have to worry about like ground physics and stuff like that, so we can use that to our full advantage. And then the hover in Palace to get on the platform is just like a semi-precise hover to kind of pop up onto that platform. Because with a lot of platforms or ledges in this game, if you have like a certain kind of range of distance, like height with them, you'll kind of just pop up on them. Like with that platform, if you had hovered too high, you just like won't hit it. And obviously if you're too low, you won't hit it either. But if you kind of get a nice in between, you'll kind of do like a weird pop up onto it. And we're actually gonna see the same thing. We're gonna see a pop up in a sec here. Get up to a ledge. That one's a lot more lenient though. You kind of just jump into that corner and you always pop up.
Yeah, pretty much every run for this game does that. If you have to get Song of Soaring, you're gonna do that jump, basically.
Yeah, here we're gonna see Song of Soaring, and we're gonna come back to the weird owl we hit in West Clocktown in a sec. That I was saying has some weird side effects.
Yeah, if it were not for that hidden owl, this run would be a lot slower.
Yeah, this
We
is
would
like
have to
one of
do
the most
multiple of those alternate
revolutionary-
exits.
Yeah, like this trick is still one of the most revolutionary in the run. Yeah, so prior to getting Song of Soaring, Morph did a pause, and he went onto the map screen and set the cursor onto a certain map point. In this case, the Deku Palace map point, and he sorted Mountain Village even though he doesn't have the owl. So what this hidden owl does is where you soar is based on where your cursor is, like on the map screen. Because I guess like when you hit that owl, that's like for like whatever happens with that owl, like it causes the store point to look at the spot in memory, like where that cursor is set. So we kind of just have like an idea in our head, like a layout in our heads of like this map point goes here, etc. So it's like very powerful. Like at this point, you can warp almost anywhere already. And the reason we're just going here, like all we did was get bombs. But going to Goron Village gives us the Stone Tower map point, which is obviously huge. So we don't have to climb Stone Tower with LG or hovers and mega flips.
Now we're getting Zora Mask. Sonata. So all of the dungeons in this game have a song associated with them to enter the dungeon, and we cannot skip Sonata. And we can't skip Zora Mask or New Wave Bossa Nova, so we have to get this item here.
Yeah.
The loading zone for Great Bay Temple literally does not appear until we play New Wave. So this is just like hard required in the run right now.
Yeah, along with the overall game completion being strict in terms of dungeons, like getting in the dungeons is also generally pretty strict in terms of like what you need. Alright, so here we're gonna see a benefit of English. So there you kind of just saw the Zora, like the Mikau walking cutscene skip start for a sec and then get interrupted. So when you go from day to night on English, it'll like reload the entire scene. And if you start a cutscene when you're like loading a new scene or reloading a current scene, whether it's a load zone or a song of double time there, then you're able to skip the rest of it that you interrupted. But the night transition doesn't work the same on Japanese. So this is a big advantage of English. And we're going to see the same thing later.
Yeah, so we're getting Zora Mask now. Could get him later, but he's really good for making the Woodfall Temple boss key skip a lot more pretty much possible. I don't know what else he would do if you didn't have Zora Mask for that part.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you may as well do early. Like, there's not much benefit to coming here later, and yeah, it helps with a fair few things. And we're also going to see something interesting after Zora Mask here that's going to contribute to all the stuff with the Hidden Owl statue. So we've got Zora Mask now.
Rest in peace, Mikau.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah, so from here we're gonna go to Zora Hall, and Zora Hall, the map point actually correlates to soaring to Zora Hall, so that actually like lines up with itself. And we're doing that because like we want to come back later for Great Bay Temple. Like we could always get Zora, leave immediately, and then soar back to Great Bay, but it ends up being a little faster to just enter Zora Hall, watch the cutscene, have the map point, and then go to Woodfall, and then when we come back for Great Bay Temple, we'll just soar straight to Zora Hall.
Oh, the double. I'm not used to all this lag.
It's like, the Zora Hall early is like a relatively newer time save. Like, I think people doing it for like maybe 2 years or so at this point, maybe a little less, but...
yeah, I don't think this was an older route.
Yeah. We're going to see another map point set for index warp.
Yeah, so putting the map point on Snowhead correlates to Woodfall. So we just soar right to it.
You're kind of already getting an idea of like just how much you're skipping by having the Hidden Owl statue hit.
Yeah. So I mentioned that this song is hard required, and while it technically is RTA, the load zone for this temple is under all this water, but I don't think there exists a way to get there that isn't really, really slow, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I know there were some people working on it like months ago, but it doesn't seem like there's a good way to do it RTA at the moment. But in theory, it's probably like a big discovery we're like the closest to in Majora's Mask.
Yeah, getting to skip Sonata would be huge. We would probably still do the alternate exit just for Song of Soaring, if I had to guess. But that would still save a lot.
So we're gonna see a little backflip onto that log, which is called Kazooie Flip because a really old runner named Kazooie found it back in the Stone Ages. And we're gonna see a Song of Double Time here, and there is gonna be a reason for this after Woodfall Temple. We're gonna see. Oh yeah. Paused a little late, but what Morph was going for there was a pause buffered like a lineup, so that you kind of just backwalk into a good position to mega flip to the torch. But it's not that big to miss. Yeah, nice little hover into mega flip on the torch there.
Yeah, it's a nice strat too because you already have to equip bombs and bomb shoes, so it saves a little time on just saving a pause. It doesn't save a pause, but you have to pause anyway. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bad luck on this guy.
That guy is not fun.
Normally you'll do 2 jump slashes if he's nice to you and kind of just keeps walking straight, but sometimes it doesn't happen.
Sometimes he can move to the sides and you can angle your jump slash and it'll be fine, but he jumped out of the way, which is just...
Sometimes it can be hard to react to, or like you can just go really far away.
Yeah.
Getting bows very fast, and we're gonna see the first boss key skip here. This is one of the hard ones.
Alright, that's fine.
Nice. Yeah, so a lot of that boss key skip was kind of a combination of things we've seen already. There are a few new things though. So we saw what's called a Zora ledge clip, where if you kind of get against a wall and like do a ledge grab, you can clip into the ledge on the first frame. That Zora grabs the ledge. And then we also saw a mega side hop, which is the same concept as a mega flip, but you side hop instead. And that's kind of a more like niche usage kind of thing.
Oh man, he's just getting out of these. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and there Morph was attempting a quick spin stun lock, which is very finicky.
Yeah, quick spinning in this game is not easy. I imagine that's the case for every game, really. Yeah, the thing with mega side hops, you probably noticed I was buffering every mega flip, but mega side hops have they have 2 frames to press the A button, as opposed to 1 frame for a mega flip. So it's a bit more lenient, and it doesn't kill your speed as much if you do a side hop as opposed to a backflip holding down.
Yeah, so the thing with mega flips is there's 2 frames that you can roll on, and one of them gives you 2 frames to press it, and one only gives you 1. And depending on how you do the mega flip, like, so when you do the mega flip, you have to stop holding down soon enough so that you don't kill your all your speed. And if you get a later backflip on like a later bomb explosion frame, getting off of down is frame perfect, because so like your speed starts getting killed on the 3rd explosion frame. So if you backflip on the 2nd explosion frame, you have to switch off of down on the next frame. And that's not like with a mega side op, that's not something you have to worry about.
Yeah, mega side hops are much more lenient in that regard.
Yeah, but if you do a mega flip where you backflip on the 1st explosion frame, it's not as bad. You have a 1 extra frame to be on a different direction, but it's still rough.
Yeah, typically I would unbuffer at least the ones in the grotto at the start of the run of Cycle 2. But this run is pretty punishing, and just this game in general, with explosives. There's not really a good way to back up getting bomb shoes. Bombs are relatively easy to get back if you really need them, but bomb shoes, you pretty much have to buy them at Clocktown.
Yeah, that's the only good way to get bomb shoes.
There's like a single chest, I can only think of one in Ikana Canyon that gives 5. And I think all the others
like
give
maybe
1.
1 or 2 other ones.
All the other
like,
bomb shoe chests give like 1 bomb shoe, and it's like, well, thanks, I guess.
And then the one good one that gives you 10 is on the moon.
Ah, yeah, there's that one. So, like, it's better to, like, until you're really confident or going for a really good time, it's usually better to just buffer them. Things that involve a lot of explosives.
It's something we didn't really touch on because there's a lot to explain in the early part of Cycle 2, but really the biggest difference with the route that you're seeing here is Morpheus bought 10 extra or like 20 extra shoes than you'd normally buy, because you can technically do this run with 10 bomb shoes, but it requires doing a harder strat to hit the hidden L statue where you clip through the bang, but it uses way less explosives. And overall throughout the run, there's a lot of strats you can do to save bomb shoes, which like in the moment are slower than using more bomb shoes, but it's still worth it over having to do the extra bomb shop trip and then the trip to the East Clocktown chest. But that route is a lot harder than this one.
Okay, does this work? Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna see a cool Hess through the woods, through the swamp, and then we'll see another one in the woods. And so soon we're gonna see why there was a Song of Double Time done to day 2 in Woodfall Temple.
There we go. Nice save.
So here, Morpheus is gonna turn around. And so the reason we want to be on day 2 here is because by the time it's day 2, Kotake is gonna at this point be in the woods looking for Kume. So normally on day 1, she'll be in the shop. So after you talk to Kume, you have to go all the way back to the shop and talk to Kotake. But if you're on day 2 or 3, Kotake will be in the woods. So it ends up being a fair bit faster. And the reason we had like Morph turned around there is because if you just like hest into there normally without like looking at the shop enough, then she won't actually be in the woods, because you have to like load her in for her to actually show up. Because normally there's a cutscene that plays where you see her flying into the woods, but if you just load her a little bit, you don't actually have to watch the cutscene.
Yeah, we're doing all this for this red potion bottle. We don't really care about the potion inside, but the bottle is what's important.
Yeah, we're not actually gonna save Kume. That's slow. And we don't need the pictograph box.
Yeah, now we're going here for the 50 rupee chest in here. And Deku Nuts, and a stick. I guess there's a lot that we're getting in here, actually. Let's take
We're
refill.
We're getting money for another thing that will be explained when it happens. It's a secret, unless you already know the run.
You probably also... It was pretty fast. I got the equip swap really quickly, but I did equip swap my Ocarina over the bow. I had to do that before I got Deku Nuts, or else it wouldn't be possible.
Alright, here we're gonna see a super swim. So basically, this is another thing where we utilize bomb speed, or just like damage source speed in general. We recoil flip into the water with a bunch of speed, and we kind of keep Link in a state where he's doing something, which in this case is constantly rising and sinking. And if we do that fast enough, then we can just keep all that speed that we got from the recoil when we entered the water. So this is a nice time save. So there's a strat when you enter PF here where you can do what's called a ZES, Zora ESS, where you can like Hess out of water as Zora by holding ESS, but it saves a boat cycle, but it's a little bit finicky. And here we're gonna see some hovers into Mega Flip, get to PF, instead of having to go through the sewers.
Yeah, this is decently new for any percent. Having to come all the way out here and get hookshot. This was not in the route for a good while.
Yeah, hookshot was skipped for a long time. I think hookshot was like not in. I think they took out hookshot in like 2017, maybe 18, and hookshot was just put back into the route about like 2 years ago because of another big trick that has not shown up yet, but it'll be there soon. It's cool to get hookshot though because PF is cool tech and it's just cool to go to PF.
Agreed. Yeah, so we can skip the cutscene by just standing pretty close to the wall to the right. We don't have to watch the pirates talk about the eggs and all that if we just stand far away enough from the cutscene trigger.
Yeah, it's nice because that cutscene is like a minute or something. We're drinking the red potion here because we're gonna replace it with something, but who knows what? The world may never know.
Yeah, it's a mystery right now.
Here we got the hookshot, which, along with this secret trick, it's going to be used for. It also just makes certain parts of the run faster. Like, big one is Snowhead. Yeah, I guess there's actually two secret hookshot tricks that are going to show up. Now that I think about it, but one also has to do with the bottle.
But before any of that cool stuff happens, we do have to get New Wave Bossa Nova at some point, and it works out to just do it right now.
Yeah, so you did see Morph doing an equip swap on the way to Mystery Woods, which we didn't explain at the time, but basically if you set your cursor onto an item and then you leave that screen, just like go to a different menu, the game will still kind of think that your cursor is there in a way. And when you go, you can scroll back over to the menu where your cursor is. And so the pause menu is at 30 FPS, and if you frame perfectly, hit if you hit like, so here we're using upright to cursor onto the ocarina slot. So you hit upright, and then on the same frame, you also hit the button that you want to equip the item on. If you do both of those inputs on the same frame at 30 FPS, then you'll equip the item that your cursor was on before you moved over to the other screen. And you also see, obviously, that Morph doesn't have an ocarina, so that's something we'll have to handle at some point.
Ocarina in my pause menu specifically.
Yeah.
6.
Yes, yeah, because Morph equip swapped the ocarina earlier, so that, like, in this case, since the ocarina slot got overwritten, he still had it equip swapped onto a C button, so he can still use it on the C button, but if he equips over it, it's just going to be gone.
It also has the added consequence of having to equip swap the bow every time I want to use it until I get an ocarina back. Because we do need the ocarina back in our pause menu at some point. Otherwise, we can't go to the moon. So we will remedy that soon.
Yeah, so for those familiar with ocarina items, you can't, like, if you try to ocarina items and play Oath to get to the moon, it just doesn't work. Yeah, so yeah, those were some nice equip swaps.
I think there was like one extra attempt. That was really good.
But wait, what are we going the Milk Road for?
First off, we're gonna delete our Decanuts.
Yeah.
Just to have another bottle slot.
The reason we can't equip Bow normally is because Bow is equip swapped over Ocarina, I'm pretty sure. So if we equip Bow, it's gonna equip the Ocarina pretty much.
Which we really do not want.
Yeah. Here we're gonna buy milk. I guess Morph just really wants milk right now. And that's why we got the money. But this doesn't answer all of our questions yet.
Alright, I am going to be attempting the Hess, but if it doesn't go that well, I will show off the other method of how to do this trick.
This is, yeah, this Hess Morph is going to try as one of the hardest tricks in the game, so...
Ooh, I'm stuck. Let's see if I can dodge this guy. No, okay. I'll give it another go. It's very easy to get stuck here or overturn and get stuck for various reasons. Especially when you waste too much time.
If you waste too much time on like the first narrow part there, then yeah, you can get hit by that snowball.
Sometimes you can go to the right side and maybe dodge it, but I was not in a good spot for that. I'll give it another honest effort. Yeah, I've only recently started implementing this into runs, so it's a bit finicky. More bombs, at least.
More bombs is always good.
Alright, I have to wait this one cycle out. Okay. I'll just do the other method, so it's this. I don't want to waste too much time here.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like, doing that Hess all the way is, like, one of the most difficult tricks, so it can be hard. Okay, so here so Morph is gonna drink milk for some reason.
for some
So-
reason.
Yeah, for some reason. So the trick we're doing is called remote hookshot, and we started by pulling hookshot and drinking milk. And we're trying to do a frame perfect pause here to equip empty bottle. Because if we drink the milk and then have an empty bottle out, we can do some really weird things with hookshot that we'll see soon.
Where is it? Here, yeah.
So
Oh,
we're
that
just
didn't
gonna
work. That did not work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, alright, let's do it again. I wasn't close enough to the post. So, I need to be close enough to the post if I want to get this remote hookshot state active. Otherwise, you have to time the hookshot, or unequipping the hookshot, which could be a little finicky, because it's not very good at telling you where the hookshot actually is. Thankfully, we got that pause there. That pause is very annoying because there's not a very good visual cue in this specific instance.
Yeah, you need to have an empty bottle out, like equipped, for this to work. But if you want to do it on that pause, like the pause is frame perfect. If you pause late, you'll just put away your bottle, even if you equip the empty bottle. Like you have to have the
There we
bottle out. So I don't even know how to begin the. Like I was hyping this all up, but I don't know how to explain this trick. I'm just gonna be real. But when you
fact
set
that it
up the
involves-
original remote hook shot, like when you pull the hook shot, it like has a hook line like to the original spot where you hook shotted, and that like allows you to do some really weird stuff where you can do some like crazy like slides and jumps with the hook shot. And here we can kind of just use it to slash to the air Zora.
Yeah, this is definitely slower, but sometimes with this trick, even if you do the Hess properly, you can just get stuck on the edges, and that can really throw off things, especially if you're not used to like knowing where all the snowballs are at a given time, or having to deal with the Wolfos on the floor. That can mess up your target on your Hess. The Hess is probably the hardest trick in this run.
Yeah, and that's yeah, we're talking about how the Hess is a big time save for English. The reason for that is like English slashing against ledges like works way differently than Japanese. Because of some of the differences, if you were to try the Hess on Japanese, you would pretty much always get stuck and have to start a new Hess. But on English, you don't get stuck super often, but there's like a few spots where you can be pretty prone to being stuck.
It's
So
interesting
doing-
too, because on English, if you try to slash your sword on the ledge, you won't get stuck. But on Japanese, you do. Okay, first things first, I need to die. I don't have tattle text anymore, which is very important. So, fastest way to die. First, I need to melt this ice.
So here we're seeing action swap. This is also another technically weird trick to explain, but basically we're like pulling out a first person item and interrupting it with text and like pulling stick at the same time, which for whatever reason like swaps the action of the stick. So now instead of like the stick slashing, it's shot a lit arrow.
Yeah, so I needed to die there. We're gonna be doing something with tattle text in a moment, and I took way too long for Lullaby Skip for her to stay with me without dying, so I needed to die there, and Wolfos do 1 heart of damage. So definitely the fastest way to die there.
So we're gonna see another remote hook shot here. This is a method of it that's known as a hook jump.
Early pause. Yeah, all of these pauses are frame perfect because we need to equip the empty bottle. And you can't buffer it, so there's no mashing.
Unless you Wii home menu buffer, Kappa.
You could, but should you?
Definitely not. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't know how to explain this trick technically, but Morph just did a big jump with remote hook shot. It looked cool, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. I really don't know why that works. Milk is a very weird item.
I'm pretty
To try
sure, I
and
think like
drive.
Fig or someone has a good video on it. I should definitely educate myself on more technical stuff.
Yeah, same.
And I don't know how to explain. I never know how to explain this trick.
That's how I feel with action swap.
And yeah, there's also a nice little recoil flip to just clip into the boss door. Yeah, we're gonna see another action swap, and that's why Morph was talking about the title text. That's also the reason we didn't want Ocarina, is because that title text is the text where he's telling you to like go visit the Great Fairy or whatever, which only shows up in the first cycle. Which the first cycle state is checked based on if you have Ocarina or not. And with this action swap, we can skip fire arrows entirely.
Ooh.
We're gonna see a strategy with Goat here. It's been around for, I don't know how long this has been a strategy, but basically we're shooting Goat and periodically side hopping, because when he's just like sitting there, he's kind of on a timer, and if you wait a certain amount of time, he'll start running at you. So if you time it to where you side hop a little bit to reset his timer, and then you do the last cycle of arrows, when you're like, by the time you shoot the last arrow, you want him to start moving towards you, so that when he dies, he ends up over here. So the warp is in a good spot.
Nice.
So this is another big trick with hookshot. It's called Remains Escape. And basically what we did there is we placed a bomb in the warp, and we tried to pick up the bomb, but if we do it right, it'll try to pick up the blue warp instead. And we did a death warp off of it, and it basically just let us instantly collect the remains and not have to watch the cutscene. That's like the other big thing we get hookshot for now.
Yeah, more things I don't know how to explain aside from it, like, involving hookshot being some kind of holdable actor. I don't know why it doesn't work with bow, but that is a thing.
For some reason, like if you try to enter a blue warp with hookshot, you don't pick up the remains instantly, which is like why hookshot allows this to work. But that's not the case with like bow.
Nice.
Nice. That was turtle cutscene skip. So a lot of like cutscenes in this game that are like gonna be ready to play, like after you play a song or something, most of them have one frame, like one frame where you can pause. So that first pause Morph did was a frame perfect input, and like we said with the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip, if we just keep buffering one frame at a time, we won't ever start the cutscene because it needs 2 frames. Yeah, we're gonna see another Song of Double Time cutscene skip. So Morph just walked into the load for the cutscene to go to Great Bay Temple, where you like the pirate cutscene. It's like kind of long, so
Yeah, where they all get like blown away by the temple entrance.
yeah, and that's the reason Morpheus did a Song of Double Time in Zora Hall, is because it was night 2, and the pirate cutscene skip wasn't gonna work at night, like I explained with the Mikau cutscene skip. Like if you want to do these, you have to do them from day to night, because day to night actually like fully reloads the area, but night to day doesn't do it the same way. Nice little recoil flip off the elevator.
And now we're in Great Bay Temple, which is usually in most other runs you... Did I? Okay, I did not lose ISG from that. In most other runs that aren't Hundo, you kind of just skip it. There's a boss key skip you can do right at the very entrance of the room, of the dungeon.
Yeah.
But this is a little more involved now in this category.
Yeah, something we didn't mention with the boss loads is that when you're in a dungeon, the loads done for the boss rooms are always there, like no matter where you are in the dungeon. Just like the load and the collision for them is just like always there. So a lot of dungeons have like really like different ways you can do the boss key skips from like different places, kind of depending on the use case or the category.
Yeah.
We're gonna see another remote hookshot setup, but this time it's gonna be used for something a bit different than jumping or Zora slashing in the air. And so with this, we're gonna get Link in a state where he's trying to open the chest, but he's like too busy, and we're gonna get in the water to get out of that state. And we just did a trick called get item manipulation, which like, so when you pick up an item or open a chest, there's normally like a get item ID associated with it. But if we do that trick we just did there, we can change it. And I don't know if it's like the way the game gets the ID or what or how it works, but the only things you can get from get item manipulation are light arrows and ocarina, but those are both things that we can save time by skipping, or in Ocarina's case, duping over it to skip fire arrows. So it's still pretty beneficial in this run. Yeah, that's basically what we saw. We saw one of the gims for light arrows, and then one to get Ocarina back. And gimming light arrows allows us to skip the uninverted section of Stone Tower Temple. Nice boss key skip.
Thank you. Okay. Don't fall down there. Let's try that again. Okay. I think that's him right there. Okay, we got him.
Nice. Okay, so there's a few new things that just happened. So we did see another ledge clip like we saw in Woodfall Temple, but then Morpheus had to do some pretty precise out-of-bounds swimming, because there's like a lot of like planes there that'll just like avoid you, so you have to swim in kind of a specific way to not hit one of those and be able to get in the boss room. And then we saw what's called a weird shot, which is basically where like using a first-person item and a bomb, you can like get Link, you can get the like Link's animation to do really weird stuff, and if you do the inputs correctly, you can just keep the camera in those like weird animations, and you can aim in like weird spots like under the ground. And here we're gonna see another Remains escape, just like in Snowhead Temple.
Nice.
Yeah, these are men's escapes. Even though we have to go all the way for hookshot, these are still like very worth it. Like we skip pretty big cutscenes.
Get the refill here, and we're off.
Yeah. One interesting thing about Remains Escape, not relevant for this category really, but for like 100%, when you do Remains Escape, it doesn't set the dungeon or like the area the dungeon's associated with to its cleared state. And 100% needs all the cleared states except Icona. So 100% can actually only do one, but if you don't need any cleared states, you technically only have to watch one Giants cutscene because you still have to watch the first one where you get Oath to Order. Like, that's just always mandatory.
Alright, I could not get the magic drop, so I have to get at Stone Tower. But I did... what do we call this trick? It's like item crap or something. It's not a very good name, to be honest.
Yes, so we're gonna do what's called bomb crap. And so earlier, we didn't really explain it, there's just a lot going on, but Morph duped over his nuts, which, if you do the extended super slide on the range on the controller, like we explained at the beginning, where you hold a bit out of your dead zone, Link will do like a shuffle because he has no speed. And if you hit to like bottle and then an item that with no ammo, it'll put a bottle over that item slot. And so one application of this is if we have like bombs or bomb chews, we can we can equip swap a bomb onto one C slot, and we don't want to run out of bombs, but we need some way for the bombs to like not have ammo, or like if you press the C button, it'll make like the error sound or whatever. So the way you can do that is place 3 bombs. You can have more than 3 placed, and that'll allow you to do a bottle dupe. And so we'll have bottle over the bomb slot, but we still have the equip swapped bombs like on the C buttons. And this actually means that we can preserve our bomb count through Song of Time, which is very useful. But since there's a bottle on the bomb slot, it won't want to like reset the bomb count.
Okay, let's try that again. Nice.
So before Morph did the boss key skip there, you saw what's called an ocarina dive, which will be utilized soon. But basically, you can pretty much fall down while playing a song, and it'll kind of like store the song. Like Morph played Song of Time, but it didn't finish. But next time we pull up text, we're gonna see something interesting.
Oh my god. Okay. This is a pattern.
It definitely is.
Oh my god. I'll just wait for blue to spawn. Oh, that was blue. I thought that was red. Yeah, final hours.
This is one of like just overall a really hard fight in like any category. It's like it's one of those things where it is some RNG, but there's like such a high ceiling for it in terms of skill that like a lot of the RNG you can just like get good at reacting to over just like hundreds of hours of practice, but like the ceiling for Twin Mold is just like insanely high.
Alright. I don't want to look at that timer anymore. So we need to bring up this text box before killing Twin Mold. Otherwise we won't be able to actively save the game.
Yeah, so this is where that Ocarina dive comes in with that Sword Song of Time I was talking about. Yeah, so if we pulled this up after killing Twin Mold, it would say, you know, like your notes echoed far but nothing happened. So we have to do it before. Really the main thing is you have to make sure you don't accidentally press A when you have the song storage up here.
I'm getting some
so here
very
we're not going to be
patterns.
doing Remains Escape, but we are going to see a different way to skip a Giant's cutscene with Song of Time, which was like more standard before Remains Escape.
Yeah, this is what was used before Remains Escape was found.
Okay.
Alright, that was not the greatest twin molds. Ran
There's
into me.
some weird patterns at the start.
Yeah, them like conjoining together was not very cool. But I
Yeah.
didn't run out of arrows, which is the important part, because it's really hard to back that up
Yeah.
if that happens.
So here, Morph is gonna grab the remains, and kind of like you probably observed with the remains escape, like once you grab the warp or like get the remains, like you already have them, so you can skip the cutscene. So there we grabbed the remains, and as soon as we grabbed them, we activated the song storage to save. So we saved after we got the remains and just reset the console, and now we have Twin Mold's remains. Yeah, so this is the bomb crap I was talking about, where we have a bottle over our bomb slot, so that our bomb count didn't actually reset.
I missed it. Alright, I'll just get the dog. That's fine.
Yeah, Morph was going for a staircase over there.
Yeah, that hover is really tight because you have to immediately plant the bomb and get another one going. Not too much leniency on that. This is the strat that was used for a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about this, but so when you're in a hover, you're in like a targeted state. But so what you kind of saw most of the run is using bomb chews to do what's called an untarget.
I don't know how high this. Oh, this is fine.
And if you, it's like when you pull the chew, there'll be like a tattle indicator, and if you target like for the tattle indicator, you'll unlock your camera, and you're able to like change your angle freely with that, which is very helpful. And basically just did the same thing with the dog for an easier strat to turn around.
Yeah, I would have attempted the staircase hover again, but I really do want to save some bombs for Majora here.
Yeah, bombs will prove to be nice for Majora.
Especially for Incarnation.
Oh, wait, we didn't mention this cutscene. We were talking about like long cutscenes after starting cycle 2.
Oh, this is one of them, yeah.
This is like probably the longest one.
It's such a break after compared to everything else you just did beforehand.
Yeah, it is kind of nice having this bit of downtime like prior to this Majora fight though, because it's rough. Yeah, this is just like a 5-minute cutscene of like the giant stopping the moon and a bunch of like, dialogue between Tattletale, Skull Kid.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in that stone tower. There's so much going on in that dungeon that feels hard to cover it all, but you did pretty good.
Yeah. Also at the very beginning, we did see a long jump, which I think that's the only one in that run.
I think so.
Kind
Yeah.
of another one of those like speed preservation things where you pretty much place a bomb, you stand near a ledge, and you'll just launch off the ledge with high speed. And we do it in a certain way where we can kind of maneuver in a way where we can grab that ledge where the Death Armos is, and that saves a fair bit of time.
Yeah, the alternative strat is to go to the right side, which is a little bit slower. It's a bit easier than what I was doing with the Mega Flips, though. Doesn't require nearly as much explosives, which is nice. But yeah, Light Arrow is also one of those items that like we could technically skip, but we probably never will, since you could use Spring Water to flip the temple, but that's really slow.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurdles with skipping Light Arrows.
Because especially because the boss room for Twin Mold is not there in regular Stone Tower.
Yeah,
which is the big problem.
Yeah, that is like the one exception to the rule I was talking about, like the boss loads. Like you're never supposed to access Twin Mold in like the uninverted Stone Tower, so like the load zone isn't there. Like it's just an inverted Stone Tower temple. It is neat seeing the boss key skips because like you can kind of tell there's definitely like a lot of opportunity for like doing them from just like different rooms or different ways to approach them, since like the boss load's like always there. So it's one of the cool things about boss key skips in this game.
It's really cool watching them with like the collision viewer on too. You just see how many rooms you're really skipping.
And also, like, as you can probably tell, like, one of the interesting things about this run is just having to like manage your explosives and like kind of adjust on the fly based on how many explosives you waste. Because yeah, like Morph said early on, other than bombs, like there's not really like a good way to get bomb shoes except for going back to Clocktown. So it's like pretty crucial that you understand like what you need to do based on your explosive counts throughout the run.
Yeah, thankfully, even there at the end of Twin Mold, I still had like 2 bomb shoes, I think. And I used an extra one in Woodfall Temple for the boss key skip to climb the pillar. So, like, if you're good enough at managing your chews, you can end up with extras to use throughout the run. That was probably the only bomb shoe I wasted. I think the rest of them were all used well. But yeah, we're about to go enter Majora. And this fight is a little chaotic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different strats you can do, but ultimately it comes down to just trying to stun lock all 3 phases without the remains also destroying you.
Yeah. We also only have 3 hearts right now, so that's definitely another factor. Like, it's definitely not unrealistic to die in this fight.
Oh, I talked to him first try.
Nice. Hardest trick in the run.
Ooh, actually.
So something we did, I don't think we've seen, or no, you did a super slide in Mountain Village, but I just like couldn't, I never explained it, but
Yeah.
Basically that's just like another speed trick there with bomb speed. Basically with the super slide, you get in a state where you're like trying to pick up the bomb like forever, and you just like have that speed in a straight line. But then when you actually like let go of shield, you can finally finish being in that state where you're trying to pick up the bomb. Basically what a super slide is. This is why they like roll into the bomb.
I guess I'll say this now. Time will be on the last hit of Majora on the Wrath phase. We'll count it out, but that'll be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so on the Wrath phase, we're gonna go for jump slashes, and there'll be 20 of them.
Yeah, so in another like 2 minutes or so, give or take, depending if I get destroyed or not.
So here we're using bombs to hit Majora here instead of having to turn Zora.
Yeah, I will turn Zora here.
Yeah,
just to see if I get lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get lucky here if you hold Zora barrier when Incarnation starts and just hope that Incarnation like runs right into you, gets knocked down by your barrier.
It's slower than using human slashes, but it's more likely that it'll happen, to be honest. The sword is very small on Human Link.
Nice. Yeah, here we're just gonna see a way to stun lock Incarnation. And it's basically just about timing your last hit before, like right before Incarnation gets up. Or like, sorry, like before Incarnation starts like run away. Like you want to time your last hit before that happens in a certain way, so that she just falls down. Yeah, so this is the last phase, and time will be after we do 20 jump slashes.
Oh, come on. That was kind of cheap. You're gonna spin again? It's my last bomb.
Okay, so we're throwing a bomb to try to get Majora to jump in like a corner so the Marines will be in the way. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Alright, that's
G.
time.
Oh yeah, the last one actually wasn't a jump slash, I didn't mention that, but...
GG.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Great run.
Thank you, thank you.
125.20.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a very nice marathon time.
All right, we're gonna pull in the other three. Thank you so much, Morpheus and Jess. That was great. And we're gonna switch over to Skyward Sword. And with that, we say hi to Pippi, to Jim, and to our runner, Your Average Link. So let's switch over to the other layout again, because we are now back in 16:9. And good luck, Yal.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, good luck, you guys.
All right. So this is Skyward Sword. A few things you'll notice right away is I'm playing on Japanese because the Japanese version saves a ton of time on
One
text.
second, something is not right here.
Oh.
I know what it is. You don't worry about it. I'll be okay. I just need to quickly reload the layout, guys.
Okay.
Very nice save, Yale.
I don't know if they can hear us on stream, but
They can.
Oh, wonderful.
so first thing I'm going to be doing is saving at this bird statue. And dying here with what's called the killing post. So named because it either kills Link or the run.
What? You're
Yes.
dying? You're not good at the video game and don't die?
I know. I am just
Oh my
awful.
god.
I am just awful at this game.
Man, only 2 minutes in, we already have a game over. How could this possibly be?
Might as well reset.
Yeah. It's right at the beginning of the run, right?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Alright, so now that we've gotten the obligatory
Yes.
joke out of the way,
Yeah.
this is back in time. Get used to it, you're gonna see it 28 times in this run.
Oh, is it? Have
Uh,
you counted?
Yeah. In
Heck
this route,
yeah.
this is... In the old route, it used to be 30, but now it's 28.
Can't believe we've reduced the number of title screen that is present in Skyward Sword all dungeons.
Yeah, so... Essentially, if you die and then... continue your game and reset within like a solid second window, like it's pretty easy. You will enter the title screen, but we'll have control of Link, which allows you to do a lot of crazy things in this game. So to start off, I'm going to save my file because you'll notice I'm on a slightly unusual state of Skyloft where everything has like this weird bloom effect and the goddess statue is open. If I save my file back in time, it means when I reload it, I will also be on this state, which will be useful because I want to come back in here to grab the goddess sword.
Yeah, of note, while Yal is grabbing the goddess sword now, doing things in back in time that are not interacting with a save statue do not usually get transferred over to your file, so we have this one on loan. It's yours until you hit start on a file.
Yeah. Also worth noting is that I'm playing on hero mode, which has numerous benefits, the main one being that I can skip cutscenes. So at the start of the game, there's like a handful of intro cutscenes, but I was able to skip through them. You also notice that in order to reset my game, I had to go into the home menu, so a funny story about that. So there is a Wii U Virtual Console version of this game that saves time in most categories because there's like generally faster loads. But in all dungeons specifically, it loses time because you lose time for every instance of back in time because there's no reset button. And all dungeons just has so much back in time density that it loses out. So I normally play on Wii, but 2 days ago my Wii, bless its heart, decided to brick itself. It got like the Wi-Fi brick because I can load into the preloader, but I can't do anything else. So I wasn't able to fix that in time, but thankfully I have a Wii U and I'm playing on Virtual Console instead. Anyway, sorry, kind of talked over that first back in time. Basically what I did was I placed the Emerald tablet in back in time, and I started my file just before the flag got set, which meant it actually got set on my file for real. So when this pedestal raises up here, you'll notice that the Emerald tablet is situated right there, which is good.
In addition
Thankfully,
to... I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it's pretty easy to confirm that RBM specifically worked.
Yeah.
We'll also see the green pillar for the Farron region out in the sky here while running around on Skyloft.
So now I basically just need to make my way to where my Loftwing is. So the nice thing about getting the Goddess Sword earlier is it means we don't have to pick up the Practice Sword. Normally you're expected to go meet Zelda up there, go meet Groose, and then get a Practice Sword from the Sparring Hall.
Unlike any percent, all dungeons will get more than just the Goddess Sword, which is nice to not have quite so much of a toothpick for the entire run. But still does get to skip Practice Sword, and nobody needs that small of a toothpick.
In fact, we won't be entirely upgrading the toothpick because we'll only get to the regular Master Sword. Just the way that the routing works out makes it impossible to grab the true Master Sword at the end of the game. I'll explain why more once we get closer.
Nice roll into the cutscene.
Yeah. So, a few notes about movement in this game. When I'm managing my stamina, I want to generally use up my stamina almost all the way, but only recharge it to about a quarter of the way, because the last quarter of the stamina wheel drains at half the speed, but it still recharges at the same rate.
As you might have noticed, we'll be doing a lot of dying in this run. Something about having numerous benefits and making the run go way faster. So to get casual damage down at the first easily available possible spot to take damage. Dungeons!
Dungeons!
Yeah, so
It's like, yes,
this
Zelda,
game,
thank you.
This
Know what
game
our
does
goal
not
is.
have instant text, so I do technically lose a little bit of time from this longer file name, but it's whatever. In fact, I'll do something fun with it later on. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
another thing to mention in chat. So I have set my console to display in 4:3. Now, this game is only ever in 16:9. However, if you set your console to 4:3, it does letterbox the game for you. And for whatever reason, when you're playing on 4:3, it drastically lowers the lag while back in time. So it does save a bit of time over playing in 16:9.
Saves a little bit of time and a lot of frustration.
For sure. So here's the Loftwing.
Surely we will not have to save it again after we have saved it this time.
Oh, definitely not.
Surely not.
Our Loftwing is smart. It knows how to stay out of the prison.
It won't reoffend.
So this is the Loftwing tutorial. Essentially, Zelda's like, hey, how's your Loftwing controlling? So the 4x3 discovery was actually pretty recent. I think it was like a year and a half ago.
Approximately,
like
yeah. Maybe a year ago? About like that?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are even like a few non-back in time situations that it applies to, like
Yeah.
some time shift stones that you activate in Lanayru, for instance, have slightly less lag.
Also, I know during the gauntlet at the end, it reduces lag during the G3 fight in 90%, at
okay.
least.
So
Unfortunate.
unfortunately, so basically, there is the saved prompt there, and there is, for whatever reason, a small 2-frame window during the save prompt where you're able to side hop out of that text trigger. Unfortunately, I missed it there. So the backup will be to reload file 3 and play a little game of Donkey Kong.
What Yal is trying to do here is set up for essentially the beginning of the file setup that we're going to want for the entire rest of the run to make the route work. And step 1 is to save at that prompt that you saw him save at and then die. And unfortunately, it spits you directly into a cutscene where you cannot die because we want to enter back in time. If he had side hopped out of the cutscene, he would be able to die. Since he did not side hop out of the cutscene, we find alternative and creative methods for death. Have you considered barrels?
Now you might think, well, there were enemies in the waterfall cave. Why don't I just die there? For whatever reason, you can't perform back in time in the waterfall cave, so that is not an option.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the there's like a different type of respawn that the game forces in the waterfall cave that prevents back in time from working.
So
Anyway,
who wants
so
to
now-
explain the file dupe?
Yeah, so Yal is doing a pretty complicated back in time sequence here as far as like what is happening internally. Yal, I believe, selected file 1, went back out to the splash screen, and then saved at the statue without selecting another file, but with opening up the splash screen. So if my memory serves me right, I believe we now have the yeah, that's right. We have the information of file 3 on file 1, sort of, but the game is still going to treat it as a new file, and Yal is also changing the file name here so that we have all and then dungeons, which is very smart.
This is very cute. This was a very good bit.
Bit of a time loss to go for that, but I thought it would be nice to put in.
But yeah, so the sort of goal here is that we want to somehow get a file that has not saved our Loftwing into the sky on our Loftwing. Because we specifically want to get this Phi trigger, which gives us the ability to dive off of our Loftwing before we actually get our Loftwing. So to do that, we essentially loaded our Loftwing into back in time, and then we started that, quote, new file into the sky, which was basically just file 3, which did not save the Loftwing because file 3 was the file that we copied at this statue here before saving our Loftwing. I'm sure this is very easy to follow. So, unfortunately, our bird got stuck in prison again, so now we have to save it, except this time we can dive.
Bird. Come on. Can't believe he got caught again.
Yeah, so now that... Oh yeah, you can go ahead, Yal.
We've done all of the necessary setup, and now just need to get into Farron. So because I have saved the Loftwing, but also have the ability to dive off my Loftwing, which is not supposed to happen, I'm able to dive during this tutorial sequence to end up in the Farron Pillar, because there are bounds preventing your Loftwing from exiting a certain area, but that does not apply to Link. First, I will also be taking some damage on this boulder, because surprise, surprise, there will be more back in time once I get to it.
Yeah, this is not actually, to my knowledge, the fastest way to get off of Skyloft. We've actually gone out of our way quite a bit. But what we have accomplished in creating is a file that can be used to get into the Loftwing flight tutorial in Back in Time, which is really important because the Loftwing flight tutorial in Back in Time doesn't crash, whereas other layers of the sky will, and that is highly abusable. And we can use it to be on the title screen and be in places like Farron or Lumpy Pumpkin, which we're going to be doing throughout the run, and also some other quirky newer shenanigans that will be put on that file later. But file creation achieved. We are now in Farron. Okay, what's next? Oh, death.
Death.
Oh.
Yeah, so...
What a surprise.
As Pippi mentioned, this file setup allows us to leave Skyloft in Back in Time, which will be immediately useful because currently we do not have the tunic, and for whatever reason, the game doesn't have any of the necessary story flags set to allow us to progress through the segment where you go into the Sealed Temple and talk to Impa. So we need some other way of getting into Farron Woods proper. So by deleting file 2 and saving it here, I create what's called a corrupt file, which has essentially zeros in all of its values. Which will be useful later on, but it also serves the purpose of saving my game, which whenever you save your game in Back in Time, it loads in your story flags. And one of the story flags is being able to fly on the Loftwing, which you need to enter the sky in Back in Time.
But yeah, so even in Back in Time, those same barriers from the Loftwing flight tutorial still apply. So if we want to get into the Farron Pillar, we still have to dive off of our Loftwing and then dive forward to get to the pillar. Which can be a bit tricky because it's very hard to tell if you're going straight forward when you're diving with just the clouds below you. So it can be a little sketchy sometimes.
You'll also notice Yala's changing files on the file select screen before entering loading zones. And that's because when you are entering a loading zone or passing certain triggers, it tries to check what to do next based on what file you most recently have looked at. And a lot of this is partially because we don't want the game to crash, because Skyward Sword and Back in Time is actually very stable as long as you don't do X things. And X things include loading the map in any respect, like the mini-map. And certain loading zones will instantly try to load in the map for you. You can also load in the map by pressing the plus button, which is just an instant crash button if you press the plus button for 2 frames at any time. Exciting! We're in Farron, by the way.
And we're gonna have a semi-long stretch of no Back in Time here, where we have to go and save the Kikwis to obtain the slingshot. And we don't specifically need the slingshot, but picking up the slingshot is also what lets you get any other item on the B wheel without soft blocking your game.
For
So
some reason.
It's a necessary prerequisite for this category because the items will be very useful. In fact, there was a theoretical route created for doing all dungeons with no B-wheel items, but it barely doesn't work, with the only obstacle being that we have no way of exiting Lanayru mining facility, because there's like a switch you need to hit from afar.
Really? Is that the only thing we haven't cracked?
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Not sure how that one's going to be solved without either the bow or a beetle, but...
Stay tuned. But in the meantime, we get to play with Kikwis, and Kikwis are rather cute. But chat, please debate your favorite Kikwi. I will live and die by Ulo, the one with a mohawk.
My favorite is Urla, because he has by far the shortest text.
Very valid reason to have a favorite Kiwi for Skyward Sword. I think I gotta go with Buka, because he has my vocal range.
See, by that standard, I think my favorite Kikwi has to be all of them except for Buka.
Well, I didn't say I didn't like the other ones, just that Buka's my favorite.
This might be a good time to mention, since we're going through a lot of text, that this is being run on Japanese. The text just scrolls faster in Japanese, so it is by far the faster version to run on. But that does mean you do have to remember what all of the fast text options are.
Usually they're pretty easy to remember. Like, in this part of the game, they're all left, and then after that, they're all right. Except if, like, the left option is saying no, like during the Silent Realms.
Yeah, Skyward Sword is a kind of, at least among Zelda games, unique in that regard, because for a lot of Zelda games, it's fastest to just, mash the buttons as fast as possible to get through the text. But because holding the A button scrolls the text faster in Skyward Sword, it's actually fastest to hold the A button for the entirety of the text box and then let go of and repress it to advance to the next one. Which means that it kind of becomes like a bit of a game of like memorizing how long each text box is so that you know when to press the A button properly. If you want to like get rid of it as fast as possible. Which, because like you just kind of go through the text every time, it does just sort of get into your muscle memory naturally after you do enough runs. But if you ever want a game where you have to think about how long the text is, Skyward Sword is the game for you.
I've heard people... Yeah?
On the bright side, that means no mashing. There's like
true.
Actually like no mashing in this game.
Unless you want to mash for Wing Ceremony cutscene skip, which I don't recommend, despite the fact that I do it. You can kind of... I've heard both people love and hate the Fi text being slightly different, because you can kind of tell when Fi's gonna stop talking, because her text kind of appears twice. And some people are like, good, this is like a nice little indicator, and some people are like, good, I let go of the button too early.
I am firmly in the second camp.
I'm in the first!
Yeah, I'm in the first.
Phytex is also weird for if you're doing an instance of reverse bit magic with them. There is exactly one instance where I will be RBMing a Phytext, and you can't start your file early on those, because I believe the flag gets set when Phi goes back into your sword.
Yeah.
But we'll have our whole spiel about RBM whenever the time comes. I think the Earth Temple door is the first scene flag RBM. I prepared a whole analogy for this showcase. Right.
And are we talking about mail? My favorite analogy is talking about mail in apartment buildings.
It's something like that. It's like a warehouse thing. I'll get to it.
Also, shoutouts to pushing down the log.
We've gotten to the part of the route that says in big red letters, push log before Ulu.
Yeah, this is one of Chekhov's many guns throughout this route. It'll be important later on, trust me.
Yeah, I guess another thing that we've seen throughout this Kikwi adventure is that we already have a very powerful Skyward Strike thanks to Hero Mode. It can easily dispatch of like groups of enemies all at once, or at least groups of bokoblins whenever we come across them. And we also used it to cut the grass so that Ulu did not begin walking away or trying to protect himself somewhere else in the grass because we cut it away fast enough.
SMH, that's Urla.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's Urla. Ulu's the last one.
Yeah, the one with the little mohawk that you give a big hug to.
Sorry, the only one I can remember is Lopsa because of Lopsa Roll.
Yeah, so back in the section with the bokoblins, you may have noticed I tried to roll into the tree. There's basically a one-frame window where you can roll into the tree right when when the Lopsa's like text sequence starts, and if you do that, it kind of plays in reverse order and it's a little bit faster. But
it's also funnier.
It is funnier.
Hooray! We get to pick up the B wheel.
We do. It's really a 2-for-1 deal when you think about it.
Yeah, since we're saddled with it, we will make use of the slingshot where possible. But yeah, if we had the opportunity to skip it quickly, we would.
Yeah, because Kikwi's is a long quest.
In any percentage example, we skip this entire fair in one sequence by warping straight into Skyview. But any percent is also able to get away with getting no B-wheel items, which, as mentioned, isn't really possible for this category.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm a little sad because it does mean that I don't think we'll ever get like a possible all dungeons route that just like immediately goes to Ancient Cistern first.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Theoretically, you could. Like, there's nothing blocking you.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't be able to. Like I'm talking about, like, you know, going immediately here before doing anything in Farron or getting the slingshot. But like, if we wanted to do that, we would have to get the slingshot first. But
someday
we do need the
be
whip.
theory crafting that route. So, I'm assuming Yell is gonna go for a fun little trick that's very funny if it works out, called Extending Blow.
Yeah, so essentially what I'm trying to do is knock a bokoblin exactly on the edge over a void, so that when I go to do a fatal blow on it, the knockback was not quite in my favor there.
Yeah.
So, if you've watched Skyward Sword speedruns in the past, you might be kind of confused by the setup I use. It's actually one that I figured out like the tail end of last year, where normally you have about a 25% chance of success, but with the setup that I just did, you theoretically have about a 50% chance of it working.
Unfortunately, it is somewhat RNG, so it's not like Yell did anything incorrectly, it's just, sometimes the Boko gets knocked back the wrong amount. And oopie doopie. Gotta do cube warp to teleport up here instead. Oh no, the second most optimal random teleport.
Yeah, the RNG component is just the amount of vertical velocity the bokoblin has. I think it's between like 40 and 50 units. And with that setup, I think values between like 43 and 48 work. And so in that case, my value was too low. If it's too high, the bokoblin just falls off the edge.
Also, the weird movement that Yal did before entering into Skyview Temple was to skip a Phi text trigger. To save like 15 seconds or something.
So now that we're inside the dungeon, it's time to go complete the dungeon, right? Hi, Keys.
Yeah, I don't think the slingshot works against these webs.
Ah, man.
Oh,
I really should have listened to you guys. Like, I brought in this commentary talent and I don't even listen. And this is what I get.
Link died like halfway through the web. It was kind of cool. I liked it.
So yeah. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there will be at least one instance of back in time for every dungeon in this run. Sometimes for like skipping spatially through the dungeon, sometimes for skipping boss keys. It's very useful. So I bonked that tree there to perform what's called bit magic, which is when you load in a flag from a file onto back in time. So since file 3 was saved on Skyloft, and Skyloft had the gates open, it just opened up the gates for me. And now, by starting my file and saving at the statue, I will apply the statue's coordinates to wherever I am saved, which is in Skyview Temple, which places me quite far into the dungeon.
Yeah, so doing this skips like 2/3 of Skyview Temple. When Yell spawned in, the room also was not properly loaded, which in one part is nice because it means that there's a gate that's not loaded that we can pass through. But then we have to go back into this room and then defeat the Stalgia and exit again so that the room properly loads, and we can go to the end, since one of the objects that did not spawn in at the start when Yell did the bit warping here was a rope. Also time for spider jump.
Yay,
Nice job.
spider jumped. That is not a difficult trick. It's a very scary trick, especially in any percent. And
Yeah.
in this category, you would just have to redo the bit warp because...
Peaceful.
Oh? Craig being rude?
Yeah, I think he just needs to walk a little bit farther along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this category, you would just have to redo the bit warp. But unfortunately, because your respawn location and the place where you actually spawned when you started your file do not really match, it's not gonna just place you back, I don't know, in the sky several meters above that portion of Skyview. You have to go and redo the warp. If you take damage from anything, and the spider is really the only thing that's in active danger. So, spider has been jumped. Rest of the dungeon's easy, right?
Yeah, so I did a safety save there because if I were to die to gear him, which I don't anticipate happening, but now that I said it is going to happen, but if I did die, I would have to redo the bit warp because I'd respawn back at the beginning of the dungeon. But now, I would just respawn at that statue, which is fine.
GG's on beautiful vines, by the way. Those vines suck.
Yeah, they're deceptively hard to swing quickly on.
Oh, and H.
Yeah, so the boss keys in this game, like, you have to twist them into the shape of the door, and this one looks like the letter H. Wait till you see what the next one looks like.
Suspense. For all of the boss keys, it's the position that it starts us in is consistent. It's not randomized, so you just kind of memorize where to move your wrist to, and it's very, very quick. That being said, we're not even gonna do all of them.
Yeah, so Girahim 1, the main strategy here is that when we're attacking him in phase 2, we want to start our attack with a regular slash and then follow it with a quick spin. And that's because the third hit on all of these combos that Yao is doing actually gets a multiplier applied to it. And so we want the multiplier to apply to the quick spin part of the attack, which does more damage than the regular slash. And then we can get one less cycles throughout the whole second phase.
Let's hear for decent enough Girahim 1 RNG.
Yeah, Girahim is one of the bigger RNG sections of this game, alongside Extending Blow. Because he can choose to either, like, sit there and do nothing, which is good, do a dash attack, which you can interrupt, or the worst possibility, spawn darts, which you need to swat away before he will become vulnerable. And I actually will be picking up this heart container because, surprisingly enough, I do not want to die soon. At least not on this file.
Crying and not door splitting.
Hey, door splitting is a travesty. There's like a rift in this community. There's a rift in this community on when you split for a dungeon. I, like people who are correct, will split when the crest at the end reacts to the Skyward Strike. So I would be splitting right about now. That was a little early, but whatever. Some
Well,
people split
unfortunately,
when they touch
yeah,
the
unfortunately
door.
for you, you've invited in 2 people who split at the door, so you are outnumbered here.
This is true.
It's a good thing I'm the one running.
I think that makes the vote an even 2-2 because you get 2 votes as you are the runner. So thus, we cannot settle any community-wide debates today.
We should put this to a community vote.
Get out the Google Forms.
I will say, Pippi and Firework are at least somewhat better in that regard because they split, like, relating to a loading zone. Whereas, Jim, you split on pressing A at the door, which, like, I don't know how you do that well. But, okay, so we kind of talked over there, but I loaded my corrupt file and just kind of instantly died because one of the values that gets set to 0 is Link's health. So, corrupt files are useful for activating back in time because you can die with them.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be the only time we get to see the corrupt file, which is very sad because corrupt files are very funny to just watch you load in and die. But we will be using all 3 of our files for the rest of the run. Because file 2 is going to become our quirky file.
Yeah, once we complete Earth Temple, file 2 will become pretty important.
So Yal's now gonna do some fun newer movement that was added to the route, where by juggling files, you can be on a version of like your flags that lets you just be on the Loftwing on Skyloft. A lot of the loading zones for the sky just don't exist yet. So as long as you are looking at that file, you can continue to use the Loftwing to fly around Skyloft, which is very, very fast. If a little bit janky to control, and we'll see a couple of times throughout the run. But got us from the area with the save statue up to the goddess statue very quickly. And because Yal bit saved during that last interaction, it placed him back at that save statue we were interacting with. So very convenient to go back to the sky and, oh wait, there's a pillar that exists.
Yeah, so because my file has not yet received the tunic, I am still on the Loftwing tutorial layer. But thankfully, it is actually possible to reach the Elder Pillar in this state. To do it more quickly, I'm going to dive off here and then remount my Loftwing into this zipper, which gives you a speed boost.
It seems there was a poll in chat, and the options were, where do you split between door and crystal? I'm assuming by crystal we meant crest.
Just crest, yeah.
But Yell the door won.
Well, it's too bad that I didn't get a chance to vote in that poll, and if I would be the runner, and I'd have 2 votes, means that the crest would have won. So anyway, now we're in Elden Volcano, and surprise, surprise, saving again.
Yeah, now it's time to do Dig Spot RBM.
Yeah.
If only.
Oh no, you took a bunch of damage. Oh no, you took a bunch of damage!
So, the purpose of this instance of Back in Time is to try and get into the magma turf where essentially normally there's like a few cutscenes and like some gameplay you need to go through to get in there, but there are specific coordinates we can access on Skyloft that will kind of spawn me in where a goddess cube is, and that'll push me underground into the loading zone. If my position was good there.
Yeah, the positioning on this one is a little bit precise.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when you save at a statue, it does actively save Link's position. It does not have a set of coordinates associated with that statue. So it does matter where in relation to the statue Link is standing when you press save, not just that you saved at that statue.
In some places it doesn't matter because everywhere in the radius is fine, but for that one specifically you need to be like a little bit back and a little bit to the right. Hopefully that's all of them. Okay, good.
Yeah, once again, the hero mode Skyward Strike doing work.
Yeah, of note with the sword, it is the Skyward Strike that has all of the overpowered damage, not the sword itself, which is why you'll see Yal trying to get distance from the enemies before attacking them. Because if you hit them with the blade, it's not going to do the projectile damage, it's just going to do the regular damage for the goddess sword, which is toothpicky. But if you hit them with the actual projectile itself, they kind of just get wrecked.
Alright, so now approaching the next instance of Back in Time. Well, first we need to see if I'll get circles here.
Circles are reset. I forgot there was a cutscene here.
Yeah, this cutscene does not exist in the randomizer. So
This is scene flag 9x04. You can tell that it's important because we know exactly which one it is.
yeah. It'll come up later.
No circles.
Okay, so for this next instance of Back in Time, so for this analogy, let's imagine that you are in a warehouse and that every single area in this game has its own identical room with like shelves. There's like 8 rows and 16 columns. And so in this instance, I want to go to the Elden area and say, open up the Earth Temple. But to do that normally, I'd have to go dig up some key pieces, and it would be very slow. Also, I don't know if you can hear my cat. He just came into my room. So instead, let's imagine that I am instead blindfolded and taken into the Skyloft room. So I know that the Earth Temple area is in like row 4, column 5 of this storage area. If I instead go into the Skyloft room and look at row 4, column 5, that is pushing the gravestone that leads to Betrot's house. So when I'm performing reverse bit magic with a scene flag like this, I'm essentially grabbing that data from Skyloft, but performing the corresponding like action on my save file wherever I'm saved, in this case in Elden. So if I start my file and then push this gravestone, it will set the flag corresponding to row 4, column 5, which will open up the Earth Temple for me. I don't think that worked. I'll have to retry that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you were like just a hair too far left. So
it's not quite grabbing the
push
gravestone.
the gravestone.
Well, we did have somebody ask earlier if we could do 29 instances of Back in Time just for fun. So
That's true.
They got their wish. We will do an extra instance of Back in Time. But yeah, essentially, RBMs are a big way that we like manipulate the state of the area to our own ends in Skyward Sword speedrunning. and like a decent amount, not all of them, but a decent amount of important flags line up with other flags, and if the flag that it lines up with on Skyloft happens to be decently easy to, like, get on your file, then we can just do that instead of doing what the game wants us to do, which is usually faster.
Usually. There's one specific instance that, as a consequence of this reroute, is not possible. That will come up later, but the reroute itself ends up being so fast that it's well worth the sacrifice. So anyway, now that I've done that correctly this time, let's climb up the rest of the volcano.
Yeah, and we'll see the consequences of that RBM in just a moment. We have to go find them.
I don't know if we ever mentioned it, but if you do have excess stamina that you can use, it is very slightly faster to roll if you have the stamina for it versus just straight up sprinting. Because generally, on average, doing a roll will save a single frame over sprinting the same distance, assuming that you are already at top speed. To start off like movement, usually it is much faster to do a roll versus to go from like standing still to sprinting without one. So
these Magmas are going to talk about how there's a door blocking the entrance to the Earth Temple that you need a key of 5 parts to enter.
You're listening to everything that they say, right? And
Totally.
taking notes.
Japanese.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe the one on the left called the one on the right a dingus.
I know that both of them said ... And
Which
I
is
think
unfortunate because in the English version they say what, just saying, respectively. So I feel like they kind of changed up the I mean, well, I guess the Japanese dialogue probably came first, but
yeah.
Let's get a little bit closer to the loading zone there. There we go. All right.
so.
Welcome to the temple. Problem 1: there is a rope that I have to cut, but I don't have the beetle.
Oh yeah, we skipped the
was
beetle earlier,
item
by the way.
from
Yeah.
Spidey that is quite slow to get to with the bait warp.
So instead,
Solution here will involve this keys here.
yeah, so normally you can't, also very nice,
Ooh, clean.
excellent key seat. So normally you can't, like, aim your skyward strikes upwards at all. Like, if you just skyward strike normally, it always goes horizontally forward, but using an enemy target, we can actually get the skyward strike to aim upwards, which allows us to aim it up and essentially just use the skyward strike as a projectile to hit the rope that's up there, and then also use another one here to hit this bomb so that we can free the boulder here.
Since there are no other required uses of the beetle in this route, it saves about a minute and a half to skip the beetle entirely and just do key seat here.
Yell also wanted to be one hit from death, so we can jump into this conveniently placed lava. By hitting the bomb to release the boulder and then immediately jumping into the lava, you can take free damage while the boulder cutscene is playing when you wouldn't have had control of Link anyway. Just a free damage down. Costs like no time.
Would you like to view the Wii Motion Plus tutorial?
Oh my god!
Same brain cell.
Incredible.
Yeah, so I brought up that prompt because for this instance of Back in Time, I do not want to leave the splash screen because essentially, when you enter Back in Time, you start off with a file that has no flags. And I want to enter the Night Academy with such a file, both to not crash and so that I can talk to Pippet in a certain state. Because the next thing that I will be RBMing is Pippet's text box here. Let's say he's like row 5, column 8. That was weird, I miscounted in my head. But anyway.
I always just wait for the blue text that shows that Pippet said his own name, like a Pokemon.
Yeah, so let's imagine that row 5, column 8 in Earth Temple is having the bridge to the second part of the dungeon raised. Because normally you have to like go through this section in the northeast part of the dungeon using the bomb bag. But that part's a little bit slow, and also requires the beetle.
Also, for the majority of changes that are made. Oh, hello, bomb.
Dubious.
Nope.
Yeah.
I was trying to push.
Unfortunate.
I was trying to push that bomb forward to the boulder. And blow it up and skip the cutscene that would ensue. But
for the majority of changes that are made that like change something physical on the map, we do need to reload the map for it to take effect, which meant that we did want to be at low health because we did want to at some point die during this interaction, because dying triggers a map reload. These bombs are not cooperating.
There we go.
Yeah.
I still got what? Blow it. Man, bomb is not cooperating today.
Bomb.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
So the reason that Yal didn't just simply roll the bomb through was because if you can push the bomb close enough in the crawl space, you can skip the cutscene that's normally associated with that bomb blowing up. And also here, this slingshot is used to skip another cutscene of these outposts, intimidatingly walking forward to Link and like flexing their muscles. That's a smart place to damage.
Yeah, that's cute.
I wouldn't have done that if I didn't get damaged earlier, because I kind of want to be on 6 hearts for the Scaldera fight.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we got the bomb bag!
Nope.
Camera.
Unexpectedly different camera.
Sometimes that happens.
Skyward Sword is usually pretty good about like keeping whatever camera angle you had before a cutscene afterwards. Sometimes it doesn't quite work though.
Oh hey, we got the bomb bag! That's never happened before.
Yeah, so the first time, like basically, this bomb bag is originally Lead's. This Magma's here. I almost called him a Bokoblin. But he's decided to graciously gift it to us for real and give us 5 bombs. So now, because I died twice on accident, I was able to reload the area so that the effects of the RBM I did earlier will actually manifest. So now this bridge is down. Or up, I guess.
Yeah, if you've ever played Earth Temple casually, that skips the entire, like, ball rolling section through the tunnel with the beetle things and the... I don't know. I never do it. Yell's also skipping some of these slopes intended gameplay by just spamming A a little bit. It gives you more stamina. And Link screams sometimes.
Yeah, you can go further without getting like dragged down in the slide animation if you sort of go in between like walking and sprinting constantly. And it's particularly useful on that second slope because it means you don't have to blow up the rocks for the like rest space in the middle of the slope.
Yes, when you have problems, try screaming at them. I can't guarantee effectiveness, but I can say it works in Skyward Sword Earth Temples, so.
So after obtaining the boss key, I got chased by this boulder, which happens to be the boss of the dungeon. And now, remember earlier when I talked about waiting patiently for this boss key? This one says D. So really, the Skyward Sword developers predicted Skyward Sword HD way back when this game first came out.
We'll have to see how the other boss keys play into this theory as we go through the game.
Is it significant which ones we skip?
We'll skip the Cistern and Sandship ones, so we skip @ and skull emoji, I guess.
But does that mean that the significant ones are the ones we actually use, right? We're piecing together a conspiracy theory.
I suppose. So it's significant to have HD, Cactus, and Q. This all makes sense when once we get to them, I promise.
Yes.
Alright, so thanks to the Skyward Sword, or thanks to the Hero Mode Skyward Strike potential, it is actually possible to complete the Scaldera fight in just 3 cycles, which is the fastest way to do it. See if I can pull it off here. But first, Gearhim is going to talk to him, or talk to us about his
We're
frustration.
meddling in his plans. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's another text box.
Now that's a mood.
I'm sorry, I was looking at chat. And holding 2.
Yeah, so here Yal's going to be doing damage in a very specific way, basically in an attempt to get Scaldera beaten in 3 cycles, and hopefully without having to have Scaldera go into his rage phase, where he essentially just runs up the entire arena and then rolls back down, because that's kind of slow. So we'll see if he gets the last few hits here. Very nice. Alright.
Woohoo!
Ready for a tricycle. If you
Insert
are
tricycle
playing...
gift here.
If you are playing Rando and have at least the Goddess Longsword, or if you are playing the Boss Rush and thus have the True Master Sword, you can actually do a bicycle, completing Scaldera in just 2 cycles, but Goddess Sword is not quite strong enough for that. So, this time I will be skipping the heart container because I want to still be on low health, and I also don't really need all of the heart containers.
Door splitters rise up.
Exactly.
And sit back down.
Hey,
Yeah,
I don't
you already
mind sitting
finished
back
splitting.
down. Yeah, I'm comfy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have, for some reason, striking this crest as part of your Enter Ancient Cistern split, because that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the next thing that happens in the sequence.
I mean, it's actually not for me because I have a split in between there. My split in between there is called Betro Kidnaps Machi. That's how I remember
no.
what to do.
Well, speaking of that, we are going to see Betro kidnapping Machi soon enough.
Heck yeah.
So this next instance of Back in Time is pretty much the crux of the most recent reroute for this category. So about a year ago, it was discovered that if you can trigger the Thunderhead cutscene in Back in Time, it will load in your story flags. The important one being the Loftwing, which lets you get into the sky and Back in Time very quickly. The problem is that normally if you trigger that cutscene, you kind of soft lock in Back in Time because you can't move. But if we have some way of triggering that cutscene in the air, where it doesn't actually trigger the cutscene, but it does still cause the effects, we can take advantage of that, those story flag properties. So I'm gonna save my file here, which also happens to load the Loftwing, so I can run back over to this platform.
I hope everyone is ready for the most impressive Back in Time movement, in my opinion. Is being able to see this platform and also juggle files while on the Loftwing. It is really hard. Yell made it look easy. By the way, there's a big scary monster.
Don't worry, I put up the motion plus prompt to make sure you don't have to see him.
Oh, good.
Unfortunately, we do
Glad our,
have to be at least a little bit confrontational to get him to talk to us. So if you just pull out any item there, he'll get scared and then start talking to you.
That does include the bug net if you have it.
Be wary. I have a bug net. However, we don't.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is not faster in all dungeons to grab the bug net.
There was actually a reroute at one point, like a theoretical reroute, that did grab the bug net because it needed to upgrade a guardian potion, which you can only do if you have the bug net. But that route did not end up being faster.
This is why I call this split Betro kidnaps Machi, because where did Machi come from?
Yeah, so if you remember back at the end of Skyview, I copied file 1 to file 2 here. And so this Back in Time serves several purposes. The immediate effect, the RBM, was having the ability to pick up gratitude crystals, which will be important because gratitude crystals set flags so we can do RBMs with them. The second thing was it made file 2 manually saved here in Deep Woods, which allows us to do the fast Loftwing load that I talked about earlier. And the third thing is I'm now saved here and can go fly to the goddess statue. I do have to be careful to not dive up from too high because I will die of fall damage. I skipped the sailcloth earlier, so I can't break my fall.
Yeah, that is a funny thing that you might have noticed when traversing Eldin and going up the little vents. We don't have the sailcloth, and it actually does check to make sure you have the sailcloth before showing the animation of Link using the sailcloth when he goes up the vents. However, it doesn't actually require you to have the sailcloth to use the vents. So Link just kind of throws his hands in the air and pretends he has it. However, the actual functionality of the sailcloth slowing your fall and preventing you from taking damage, that one we cannot manually trigger. So if you fall from too high up, you will just take damage.
Unless we fly down to a statue, then the game will just pull out the sailcloth for us.
Yeah, no, that one it doesn't check on.
So now,
finally,
an hour in, I'm going to be checking Fledge's gift. I really should have routed this in earlier.
Watch this be claw shots.
Oh, it's a pouch.
Ow,
for some reason, these settings
pouch.
don't. For some reason, these sets don't start with one. So I mean, I guess it's good to have one for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
These have been rando jokes.
So, generally in this game, when you're exiting double doors, the left door is faster. It's also way more important for this door specifically, which will come into play soon enough. so my sensor bar is kind of falling off my monitor.
Yeah, now we're gonna do one of the more complicated bit sequences that is kind of unique to all dungeons. I don't know, do you do it in Hundo at all?
I don't know if you do this specific one, because I think you get the Song of the Hero normally, but you do a Lumpy Dive. At least one in Hundo.
Oh, I was talking about after the Lumpy Dive. We're doing a cutscene wrong warp.
I don't think that's in Hundo.
Yeah, I don't think that's in Hundo. It's in the task route a bunch, I think.
So, essentially, when I entered back in time there, I made sure to select file 2 as soon as possible, which loaded in the Loftwing for me. And so now I'm in the sky, much faster than I would otherwise by having to save my game.
As mentioned, this is the Lumpy Dive.
Yeah,
so the flag of interest here is at the Lumpy Pumpkin, which can be dove to, or dived to, I guess. But I will need a lot of height to make it there.
Yeah, and there is actually a timer on the title screen for if you have the splash screen up long enough, the game will then try to transition to either a trailer or like some background story for the game. So Yal has to periodically make sure that he goes to the WeMotion Plus tutorial prompt to reset that timer so that we don't accidentally exit back in time. Also, thankfully, damage or fall damage is capped at 4 hearts.
Yep.
In hero mode, so it is not possible to die here.
So, by starting my file and then talking to this customer here, I will set a flag that we won't actually see the effects of for over an hour. I'll also
the routing for this run is incredible.
Because, well, I actually don't think that it's really come up until now, but whenever you do an RBM with a scene flag, you usually have to cause some other change in the area to actually commit the effect to make sure that it stays there. So picking up that shield both, well, gives me a shield and also sets a flag to make sure that the game remembers what I did. Alright, so now coming up is the first instance of a cutscene skip wrong warp. If you are familiar with Back in Time equipped in Twilight Princess, I think it's somewhat similar to that. I will be using the entrance that I got from leaving the Knight Academy to wrong warp somewhere that I can access in Back in Time.
Yeah, so for this eventual trick that's going to happen, it's not just the entrance that matters for being able to achieve the desired effect, it's also the room number that we're saved in. So the entirety of like the outside of Skyloft is considered to be room 0. So we saved in room 0 with our last entrance being entrance 4.
I suppose it's also worth mentioning that the point of all of this interaction is we are trying to enter Ancient Cistern, which is not the third dungeon of the game. It does not expect us to go to Ancient Cistern directly after Earth Temple. It expects us to go to Lanayru. Ancient Cistern usually requires the Water Dragon scale, which allows you to swim, but I don't know how to swim, so why should Link know how to swim? We're not going swimming.
Yeah, so
we're just never gonna get it.
All those people that tell you how linear this game is, they're actually wrong. They've never seen an All Dungeons run of this game.
True.
Also, that log just appeared below Link. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It happens.
Yeah, there's a tendency for many things in this game to call it just X interaction trick, and so that is called log trick.
Yeah. Despite the fact that this here that Yal's going to do is the exact same thing, this is not log trick. The one back there in that other map was Log Trick.
I think that might just be an inconsistency when writing the route, but yeah.
Anyway, so here's where the hard part is. So basically, Yal's gonna die here back in time. And he's gonna attempt to do a very precise thing where he presses continue on the game over screen, and then within a 2-frame window a little bit afterwards, press start here.
Looks
All
a little late.
Right there.
It is okay to be late. We just have to try the death again. It is much worse to be early because it'll start your file and you'll have to do the entirety of getting here in back in time again. So being late is totally fine.
Yeah.
There we
Alright, very
go.
nice.
There we go.
Much
So-
better.
Basically, by starting the file within that 2-frame window, because we had our file saved in Room 0 Entrance 4, starting our file within that precise 2-frame window actually triggered the entrance in Room 0 Entrance 4 in Lake Floria, which actually happens to be the cutscene for entering Ancient Cistern. And so as the file was starting, Yal started that cutscene for entering Ancient Cistern, but then skipped it, because this is hero mode, so it's skippable, and that triggered the loading sequence for entering Ancient Cistern, which is where our file then ended up.
So now
We're in Ancient Cistern.
Without the Water Dragon scale, which means we don't have to do Fair and Trial. Which, although that Silent Realm itself isn't actually that slow, it's a pain to set up because you need to like get Ferore's Courage or do early boss rush. So just take my word for it that this route only has 2 instances of cutscene skip wrong warping, but they have really big impacts.
Yeah, now you might be wondering, well, I mean, that's cool, but don't you still need the Water Dragon scale in Ancient Cistern?
Nope.
And the answer is no, we have the title screen.
Yes.
So, as I alluded to earlier, when you have the ability to collect gratitude crystals, you unlock quite a few more possible RBMs, and it happens that in Ancient Cistern, one of those, the one that I just did, corresponds to opening the first locked small key door, and the other one corresponds to opening the boss key door. So I will do one more instance of Back in Time, and then all I need to do is grab the whip and then defeat Coloctus.
I'm sad that we don't get to open the locked door immediately after committing it because that looks funny, but unfortunately we can't sequence that in. But basically, if we were to... like, the lock on the door is still visually there, but we can actually just open it right now and Link just phases through the lock. Looks very
It is
silly.
very silly, yeah.
It's also unfortunate that the fastest commit that I have access to there was going all the way over to that lever and pulling it down.
Yeah, none of the enemies are able to commit there, which is a little unfortunate, but at least there is a commit.
So here I will once again make use of the Loftwing.
Yeah, by having file 2 be selected is the file that does not have loading zones for the Loftwing to enter the sky, so we can do things like that, where Gal just flew across Skyloft on the Loftwing real fast. However, file 2 is also the file that has the Thunderhead cutscene saved on it. So if you touch the ground at any point while on file 2, you're going to start a cutscene. So while jumping off the bird, you'll see Yala's switching files so that once you touch the ground, you are already on a different file, and it doesn't soft lock you.
Alright, so now that that has been completed, as I mentioned, this door is now not locked anymore, and I can just walk right into the statue. We'll get a little cutscene showing the boss door. Now, because I haven't actually done anything to commit what I just did, the boss door isn't yet opened. But the next time that the camera shows that area after performing a command, it will open up. And this is the Stallmaster, named Janin. There's a story behind it, don't worry about it. If I get my pins out.
Yeah, Janin unfortunately has a very inconsistent amount of damage that she does. So while taking one hit is usually fine, because it'll only deal half a heart, some of the other attacks can deal like 2 hearts or 4 hearts all at once. So,
Yeah. So, a fun fact about it is that Janin's counterattack that it does whenever you attack a sword that it's blocking with actually has OOT power crouch stab properties, where if Janin hasn't attacked you normally yet, it'll only deal half a heart on hero mode, but if it does a 4 heart attack, now the next time it counterattacks you will also deal 4 hearts, so you have to be very careful. So as I mentioned, now I've done something to commit the change that I did, and now the boss door is open. Well, this dungeon's equivalent, at least.
You've opened the statue cranium.
So that completely skips all of the puzzle solving that would be involved to get to the boss key. Which is a little bit unfortunate because it is quite interesting, and this dungeon's pretty cool, but gotta do what we gotta do to go fast. There were actually older routes of all dungeons, and even any percent when it had to do Ancient Cistern, that essentially started you off at the basement where the boss key is, because you did a back in time reverse bit work to get in there, and then you got the whip afterwards, and it was pretty cool, but not feasible for this route because we needed to do the cutscene wrong warp to get inside in the first place. Alright, now, because I took damage to the Stallmaster earlier, I need to be careful here, but there is a 1 cycle I can do for the first phase. Provided the Coloctus cooperates. There we go. Oh, that was close.
That was scary? Oh my god!
Still worked, though.
Yep. So essentially, with those 2 bombs together, it dealt so much damage that Coloctus advanced to the second phase without ever, like, forcing me to do another cycle of attacking.
Yeah, normally, if you don't take extra damage to Janin, you can damage down during that, and you don't have to worry about using the slingshot. You can just place 2 bombs and attack it with your sword and blow up your face at the same time, and that's totally fine. But it's way scarier to do it with the slingshot. And also, by the way, Skyward Strike damage just absolutely myrtleates Plogdo's second phase.
Yeah, basically,
Totally
the developers made it so that most sources of damage you have access to at this point do only 1 damage, so that they incentivize you to use Coloctus' swords, because those do 4 damage and the phase is 28 health. They did not, however, nerf the damage of Skyward Strikes, even on hero mode, which means I get the full power 16 damage Skyward Strike to work with, so just 2 of those is enough to 1 cycle the second phase.
Alright, so we're learning to count via dungeons, right? So we did Dungeon 1. After Dungeon 1 comes Dungeon 2, obviously. And after Dungeon 2 comes Dungeon 4. What comes after 4?
8.
Well, 5, of course.
Oh, okay. So we're going to Dungeon 8 and or 5?
Yes.
Secret Dungeon 8. Does the Temple of Hylia count as a dungeon?
The question for the philosophers.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Well, actually, if you think about it, 8 is congruent to 1 mod 7, so that means we're actually doing Skyview again.
Oh.
It's
So
Skyview
we're-
2!
Oh. Wait, I thought we skipped Water Dragon Scale.
Also, because I missed extending blow earlier, there's now a text box for this goddess cube that I hit earlier. That's more time saved for if you get extending blow because you never hit the goddess cube. But did not happen this time. So now, finally, after taking care of Sister, we will head to Lanayru.
Man, I can't believe we're flying in the sky not in back in time.
Yeah, and in fact, this, like, sky flying segment, with the exception of the goddess cube text, is practically identical to one that you do in any percent, like just after Earth Temple. Will not be the last flying segment, but...
Unfortunate.
So now we need to take care of a few things first before heading into the next dungeon. Which, as I said, after 4 comes 5, so we're eyeing Sandship next.
That makes sense. That sounds like correct counting to me.
Yeah, LMF doesn't exist.
All dungeons is all dungeons except for LF, right?
And then the itemless route would actually be possible.
Pretty much anytime you enter a new area in Skyward Sword runs, the first thing you do is save your game and enter back in time. So, big surprise, we entered Lanayru, we're saving the game and entering back in time. And we're going to set a couple of flags, partially because there's some very easy commits here that we have access to.
So, first thing to take care of is, normally after you complete Ancient Cistern, you would go to the Isle of Songs with your new goddess Longsword, and then go learn Nehru's Wisdom and play that to open up the Lanayru Silent Realm and get the claw shots. We have neither harp nor access to the Thunderhead, so we need some other way of getting in there to get claw shots. But as usual, Back in Time has our back.
Yup.
No pun intended.
In time.
That's quick. Hey, there's a rupee I bet you didn't know existed.
I didn't realize we had hidden item shuffle on.
Clearly not, because it was a vanilla blue rupee. Unless it was just...
Oh, darn it.
vanilla.
Did I make a mistake in the logic code again?
No, I think we just turned on the wrong settings.
Oh, that would make sense.
Alright, and next on the chopping block, normally at this point you're supposed to go through this area called the Lanayru Mine. There are a fair few cutscenes and you have to run through. It's quite a long area, but there is an alternative we can do with Back in Time. So, in the Lanayru region, every single bird statue, I think, that you can fly to has an associated scene flag, which means that if we can RBM that scene flag, we will be able to fly to that bird statue without ever having gone to it before. So, this means that if we can set, for example, the Stone Cache statue, which is the statue outside of Fire Node, I can simply fly out of Lanayru and fly back in to skip this entire mine section. Also, we're never going to find out what's in that chest. There's another rupee you didn't know existed.
So we have an interesting discussion topic from chat of every game should let you skip one dungeon in all dungeons for free. Which dungeon do y'all skip from Skyward Sword?
I feel like, especially for this route, you probably want to skip Fire Sanctuary because you'd skip the entire Elden. Actually, wait, no.
No, because then
you need the entrance for a Gate of Time skip.
Yeah.
Maybe skip Skykeep then? You'd be able to skip Skyloft Trial, which would be about as
Yes. Yeah, Skykeep would probably be the best option. At least the easiest option to just remove from the route.
Yeah. I mean, come on, it doesn't even have a heart container. It doesn't count as a dungeon.
Yeah, it has 3. They're called Triforce pieces.
Does that mean it counts as 3 dungeons?
Oh, so we can only skip one Triforce piece.
This talk about numbers of dungeons reminded me. I ran the numbers earlier, under the assumption that Breath of the Wild only has 4 dungeons, i.e. you don't count Hyrule Castle, because it doesn't have a heart container like in Tears of the Kingdom. There are a total of 44 dungeons in this run. Divide that by 7, and you find that the average game has roughly Tau dungeons in it. 6.2857, roughly 2 pi, or Tau. So, once again proving that Tau is the superior circle constant.
Did y'all know that the comms team for this run are nerds?
Yell out here giving out the controversial math opinions.
Well, anyway, I'm now in the Lanayru's Silent Realm, which cannot really be sped up by any back in time. There's nowhere to save, and even if there was, I don't think there are any relevant flags here.
Yeah, nothing in here requires items to get.
Yeah, so just gonna be picking up the tiers. There's a prescribed route.
What if you could RBM every single tier and then cry?
I think the game keeps track of the total number of tiers that you have collected. And I also don't think the tiers are scene flags either.
Despite the fact that there's no real way to speed this up, in my opinion, the trial movement is some of the coolest movement in this game. It's just very neat, and, like, really fun. So, why would I want to speed this up? I want more trial movement in my life.
Sorry about that. Had someone calling to my attention. Anyway, making my way on through. This is one of the couple required bonks in this game. I wonder if you could complete an 80% run without bonking, because you do have to bonk some trees sometime in Back in Time.
There was also a pacifist run that was a fun thought experiment that people were routing for a while. So I feel like the logical next progression to pacifist is bonkless.
Yeah, I mean, you can always... there's always the box that you can push on Skyloft and Back in Time that can actually act as infinite commits, because you can both set it and unset it as many times as you want.
I do need to go back and, like, improve my pacifist PB. I did, like, one run and I lost, like, 10 minutes at the end. Nope, not mean to jump quite that far.
Oh yeah, for
taking no damage, Link does still make the slow animation when he takes a big fall. I must confess, I have no idea what the optimal movement here in this situation is, because that watcher is in a terrible spot.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters if you, like, go around or just wait for the watcher to turn around first. Basically the same, I believe. Wow, vanilla claw shots.
Whoa!
To answer a question in chat, you cannot kill any boss in Pacifist. You can do enough stuff with Back in Time that you kill precisely 0 enemies. Or bosses.
It's very impressive.
Alright, so here, I'm gonna save here, both so I have the North Desert statue to return to, and because I need to do an instance of Back in Time. So, here, if we imagine the warehouse example, there is a flag here in Lanayru to open up Lanayru Mining Facility, but it's, like, locked behind, like, 17 different padlocks in that warehouse. It's really annoying. So we have to find some other way using Back in Time. Mainly because I did not pick up the beetle, which means I also cannot pick up the hook beetle, which was normally required to activate the fire node. Unfortunately, it also turns out that the Farron version of this flag, which we'll be going to, has a solid like 3 or 4 padlocks over it. So still not the fastest thing out there, but it's our best alternative in this route.
Yeah, this is probably the jankiest RBM in this route. It's really neat to get correctly, though. And there are some RBMs that you just kind of have to trust that you knew what you were doing and did it correctly. This one does give you instant confirmation that you did it correctly, which does feel quite nice.
Alright, so basically the crux of the problem here is we want to RBM the flag of watching the Skyview intro cutscene, which only exists on a specific state of the Deep Woods, a state that none of our current files have access to. Files 1 and 2 have already beaten Skyview, and File 3 has not even seen the Sealed Grounds intro cutscene. So what I'm doing is I'm watching that cutscene on File 3, in Back in Time, and then not ever selecting any more files until I get to Deep Woods. That way the game will remember that I have watched this cutscene and will thus set the appropriate flags in Deep Woods. This means I have to cross all of Farron Woods without leaving the splash screen.
Essentially, what we're doing is dragging something across several screens, and for whatever reason, when you clear the splash screen, so if it stops saying The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for any reason, it'll try to load in the data from file 3, and then it will forget the thing we wanted it to remember because it's going to revert to what is actually on file 3 instead of what we tried to put on file 3 earlier, because that information was not actually saved to any file. So thus we are stamina managing via being asked if we would like to watch the Wii Motion Plus tutorial. Accidentally saying yes, I would like to watch the Wii Motion Plus tutorial is the funniest way to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, because that will kick you out of Back in Time. Alright, now that I'm in Deep Woods, I can finally get off of the splash screen. And now I want this book open to kill me. Basically, in order for me to execute this correctly, I need to die and reload the area. So there, by juggling my files, I called up File 2's flags, which have hit this crystal, but also File 3's, which will unset some other flags that File 2 has, which to make sure that these cutscenes play properly. All of that just to watch this cutscene and start File 1 to apply its flag. Thankfully, the flag for that cutscene sets every frame, so my timing doesn't really matter.
The only important thing is that you don't press 2.
Yeah, if you press 2, you will instead reverse bit warp into Skyview and be very sad. So now LMF is raised. But we're not going to do LMF yet because we currently have the same problem that an itemless route would have, where we can't hit the time shift stone at the end of the dungeon to exit properly. But conveniently, Sandship has an item that can help us. It has the bow, which normally you're not supposed to have before Linear Mining Facility, but it works just fine for hitting the switch instead.
See, I thought that we were going Sandship because 4 comes after 3. Or, I mean, 5 comes after 4. I know how numbers work.
Well, I mean,
I
this
can't
will be
count.
the 4th dungeon that we do.
See, that's
It's
why.
true.
That's why 5 comes after 4. No, it's the fundamental theorem of Skyward Sword arithmetic.
I'm a speedrunner, I can't count. Whenever I have to do flappies, I panic.
Oh no, I have to count to 12.
Yeah. Whenever I'm doing a dive into Lumpy Pumpkin and Back in Time, which we will actually see again pretty soon, I count up to 18 in my head. And so that Goron gave us Cave's Key to enter into Linear Sand Sea. Now, normally you're expected to go on this big adventure to find out where the sand ship is. You gotta go to Skipper's Retreat, get the sea chart, go to Shipyard, find out that it's not there, go to Pirate Stronghold, and find a section of the mast that allows you to dowse for where the sand ship is. But that sounds really slow, and I don't even think I can dowse, so
Oopsies.
let's find another way.
It sure would be convenient if there was a scene flag that just made the sand ship exist in the sand sea.
Oh, well, lucky you, there are not 1 but 2 options.
Oh
And it
my
turns out
goodness.
that the fast Fahrenbit reroute makes the second option faster again. Whenever this like general cutscene skip wrong warp reroute was made, it was found that the Skyloft version was faster because we had no way of getting directly into the behind the temple area. But now fast Fahrenbit is just so fast that it's worth it again.
Yeah, what is the alternative option? Being as, hi, I only have run on the most current route for all dungeons. I'm a noob.
If you head all the way over to the Waterfall Cave, like post-Waterfall Cave area during the night, there is a Gratitude Crystal like in the Loftwing Prison that you can pick up, and that is the alternative.
Yeah. It unfortunately, though, requires, going into a house, making it night, and then running through the entire waterfall cave to get there.
Now, there is actually an alternative that we can do with the fast Fahrenbit file called Reverse Entrance Animation Transfer, which actually saves a few seconds over running there normally, but even that is slower than this.
Hey, nice racetracks.
Yeah,
Nice
so
Deku Baba's
these are
throwing in
the-
the racetracks.
These are the treks to the Grusinator, which spawn in after you complete the Ancient Cistern. Which you would use to defeat the Imprisoned, but thankfully, this run will not see the Imprisoned at all. Unless you
Thankfully,
count
the
Demise.
Imprisoned is not a dungeon. If it was, I
Honestly-
would cry.
Honestly, this run is like peak Skyward Sword. You get to do the really good dungeons, and you skip the part that people hate, which is the Imprisoned. Honestly, this run is pretty similar to how me described Wind Waker, where you don't really do a lot between dungeons. You do what you have to, but nothing else. It'll become more apparent after finishing Sandship, where we basically do, like, LMF, Skykeep, and arguably FS, boom, 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 right after each other. I say arguably because there is still a fair amount of things to do before FS. Also, this is like the worst area of text boxes in the game. I never know where any of the boxes end, and there's like 3 different dialogue options.
The slow draw on the ... is fun.
I think it's generally it's generally every other text box has the slow dots. At least that's how I remember thinking about it.
Also, oh no, the RBM didn't work. There's no sand ship there. Oh.
It's okay. Much like how it naturally is before you go to shoot it down, this sand ship just happens to be invisible. Yeah, so I can just go to where it's docked normally and then enter.
Yeah, welcome to Sandship, where we will be doing the logical progression, yes?
Of course. But first I want to take a break and go to the Lumpy Pumpkin again. You know, I'd really like some soup.
Sometimes you get hungry.
There's a super shiny heart piece on top that really looks appealing.
It's the middle of the day, you know, it's time for a lunch break. Nope.
That was a bonk bird.
Didn't like that corner.
I think that bonk slightly helps me because it puts me like closer to where I need to be for this dive. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but earlier when I was doing the Cistern Bosky skip, I did actually want to bonk my Loftwing, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Or I guess fortunately for the Loftwing, but... Once again, diving over to the Lumpy Pumpkin. Being mindful that I don't stay on the splash screen for too long. I generally use those ringers, or I guess swirls as they're officially called. I use those swirls appearing as a confirmation, or at least a cue for when I should get off of splash.
Yeah, I suppose of note, you don't actually have to stay on the splash screen like we did earlier for the don't press ARBMs for that one, but it is helpful because, as we mentioned previously, telling what direction you are diving can be kind of finicky, and when you have the file select screen open, you get these, like, you know, all of this stuff at the top and the bottom of the screen to worry about. And when you go to the splash screen, you don't have that. So you don't really have as much to worry about and can kind of also line up. I usually use Link's feet, but any part of Link's model with the crest on the splash screen, and it'll tell you whether or not you are moving forwards. Nice to have, makes diving a lot easier.
Yeah, so the bartender of the Lumpy Pumpkin, was chewing me out for knocking over the chandelier, but luckily I was able to teleport away before he yelled at me for not having a bottle. Essentially, the flag that gets set after that dialogue option will correspond to something we will see in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, a little bit more. Hey, look, the boss door is open. It's kind of hard to see because it's behind the barbed wire, but it is. So that was the second and final boss key skip that we're capable of doing. Which will skip all of the long puzzle solving that I'd have to do otherwise.
Ooh, nice watermelon.
Yep. And so that combo lock is thankfully the same every time. Just have to remember down, up, down, right. You know, there's Deluluru, the cow goes moo for the Ganon maze and Wind Waker, and so as an extension of that, we have Dutter Milk the Udder for this combo lock.
Ew.
Yeah, if you want some milk,
No, thank you.
now you know what to do.
I'm sorry, I just muscle memoried it.
Yeah, it would be a bit unfortunate if those combo locks were like random each time, but
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, especially since we don't have the Gust Bellows at this point, we would have to like trial and error it.
How many possible combinations would that be?
256, I think.
That's
yeah,
a lot.
just four
To the floor.
4 to the 4th.
Alright, this is the second mini-boss that facilitates using the shield in a row.
Shoutouts
Very
to...
good first cycle.
Yeah.
Nice RNG.
Shoutouts to Skirbo, the Scurvy Servo, my favorite character name in, honestly, all of Zelda. What a good name. Very nice.
So now he has been vanquished, and after some deceptively long cutscenes and a surprised Phi text, I'll finally be able to grab this dungeon item, which is the bow. Which I feel like is relatively late for a bow to show up in a Zelda game, but it's at like a little bit past the halfway point of this run. It's nice to get to use it, specifically in LMF.
It is a very powerful item.
Yes. Unfortunately, unlike some Zelda games, we only have 20 arrows, and we will be probably running pretty low after a while.
If one of the rooms in Skykeep goes awry, I could run out, but there's thankfully a refill in that room.
So now is when the game wants you to climb the mast and be able to unlock the time shift stone and fight a bunch of bokos and all sorts of nonsense. But we're gonna say no to that. What if we fixed things via dying?
Yeah, this will be an instance of a trick in this game that involves dying that is not back in time.
Yeah, that's true. Do not accidentally do bit.
Yeah, if I were to
when
do
you're
that, I
doing
would
a
go all the way
demo.
back to the start of this dungeon and have to re-get the small key and the bow. And redo the RBM for that matter. Oh, please climb the ladder. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is, if you were to die throughout most of the Sandships area, the game would respawn you in like a sort of stealth autosave that it does. Probably to prevent shenanigans like this, but if you die outside of that radius, you will just respawn normally wherever you last saved.
Yeah, they didn't quite account for you jumping off of the sand ship and then dying in midair, so they didn't quite extend the range, the trigger for that to account for it.
Unfortunately, since I have already opened up the boss door, I can simply run straight to the door. If you were running, for example, HD 80%, you would have to leave the dungeon and come back, because while it is currently the past in the sand ship, the time shift stone is still blocked off. But that does get fixed if you leave and re-enter.
And reminder that the past looks futuristic-y, and the present looks ancient.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. So unlike the previous All Dungeons route, we don't actually get to skip Tantalus in this route anymore. It requires file setup that we don't have. So we actually get to fight the Wiggly Lad.
So there is an RBM you can do to skip the Tantalus fight. The problem is it requires having setup from at least one other file. In the old route, we just did a copy while in Paladin 1, and that was fine. But now we have a file taking up the file 2 slot, which is for Fast Fair and we don't have any spare files that would allow us to get a setup in time. We sadly need file 3 for just long enough for it to work like that. Because we needed file 3 to wrong warp into Cistern and to raise LMF, but as of now, we kind of don't need file 3 anymore. So if we had some way to like copy a file and save it somewhere that had the setup, it could be worth it, but there's no way to do that in time. Believe me, I've tried. I've tried several reasons in this category, and a couple of like these small time save, like mainly involving using the Loftwing back in time, have worked. And I guess I kind of came up with the Fast Fair and Bit reroute idea, but other than that, none of the other reroutes have really worked.
Oh, hey, look, you got some arrows.
Yep.
The hot take, Tantalus might be the weirdest looking and least intimidating looking boss in Skyward Sword, but it's actually kind of fun to fight.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, whenever you're escaping the dungeon to get out here, it's like, oh, there's these big, scary tentacles, the ship is gonna capsize, I wonder what's gonna be there. And then it's just this.
Disney Pixar's early 2000s classic Monsters, Inc.
This fight also is mostly an auto-scroller, there's a lot of waiting involved.
But yeah, also, by standing in this corner, it's impossible for one of the tentacles to, like, damage us while we're in this spot, so it's just a safe place to be while we shoot the rest of them.
It gives us a nice... It means we don't have to look behind us or anything. All of the possible targets are right in front of us.
Good job on not getting owned by a barrel.
Yeah, that was pretty close. It was like...
Barrel Dwarf will not win today.
That's why I only damaged down to 4 hearts during the escape instead of 2.
Yeah, by getting some quick snipes on the eye, you can skip the whole section of like his hair doing the little snappy snappies. Oh, there it goes. I thought I'd missed it for a second. Keeping me on my toes.
Yeah, so if you specifically do an uncharged shot, you can sneak one in before the snake hair has a chance to attack you.
If you miss it, you get to do the arm workout of shame.
Yeah, you have to swing the Wii remote a lot to get rid of the Medusa hair.
This is also one of the longer cutscenes in the game. Like, the one drawback of this game being letting you skip a lot of cutscenes is that there's not really that much downtime. There's a small bit of downtime for every time you start back in time, but there are very few long cutscenes. So, appreciate breaks when I get them.
What we're saying is this is the water break? Please
Yeah,
hydrate?
Everybody,
Yeah, I did
Everybody-
grab water during that cutscene, and I'll grab some again after Moldorak. Okay, so now that Sandship is down, and we have the bow, and we're still in the Nehru, may as well knock out the other linear dungeon while we're here.
The only other bad thing about Sandship is that there is no door for which to split upon.
I think that's an excellent thing, honestly.
Where am I supposed to split?
Here's an idea: you split when you hit the crest and it reacts to it.
That's literally impossible. I can't do it. I guess I'm just not splitting for Sandship. We'll never know how my Sandship times stack up.
If you want to, you could watch the cutscene after striking the crest and split when Link puts the sword up.
Yeah, I guess one thing that you kind of miss when you skip these cutscenes is you'll notice now my sword is different. I got the white sword, which, besides the goddess sword, might be the sword that I have for the longest in this run. Because only once I complete Fire Sanctuary will it change again. Alright, new dungeon, you know the drill. Save. And die for back in time. Oh yeah,
Yes.
an important distinction. The definition for all dungeons specifically states that for LMF you have to exit the door after defeating Moldorak, because otherwise you could cheese it very easily by RBMing the statue that exists after the final loading zone and then going backwards.
Yeah, unfortunately, the definition for a dungeon in Skyward Sword is not quite consistent, because almost every dungeon has a crest to strike at the end. So, dungeon completion is on striking the crest. We need to strike all the crests, except for LMF, which doesn't have a crest at the end.
Except for Skykeep, which doesn't
Skykeep
have a crest at all.
doesn't have a crest and just has 3 pieces of the Triforce, so it kind of has to be context sensitive what finishing a dungeon means. Also, shoutouts to one of my favorite RBMs. We call this being stupid in LMF because you can do it in rando. It's fun.
Really?
Oh!
Nope.
I don't know why that didn't work.
The whip was like, hello, there is quicksand. I like the quicksand.
Once
so-
again, this is a trick to skip ever having to have the beetle.
Please.
So what Yal is trying to do, which can be a little quirky sometimes, is stand on top of the quicksand and do the whip movement while sinking to hit that lever instead of having to use the hook beetle to carry a bomb, to knock down a statue, to run over to the statue, to stand on the statue, to pull down the lever manually. Have you considered whip?
Yeah, so that's the nice thing about doing Cistern and Sandship before LMF, is we get their handy items to use.
I've
And
never
skipping
considered
the beetle.
killing those with the whip before. Wait, how would you get the LMF boss key item list? I'm really curious about this proposed item list route now.
A lot of RBMs.
Yeah.
You have a question about the route, that's probably the answer.
Also, a nice tech skip there on the
Very
picking
nice.
up of the bombs.
Yeah, so ideally I'll only ever pick up 2 bomb refills, so I've decided that it would be worth it for me to try to skip the text box on both of them.
Yeah, every time you pick up an item for the first time, so you saw it earlier with the arrows, the first time we picked up a bundle of arrows, it gives a text box saying, wow, look at what this thing is that you can see with your eyeballs. Neat! You got one.
Thankfully, unlike Twilight Princess, that does persist between loading
Yes.
saves. Well, unless it's a treasure. Hopefully I won't be picking up any.
Yeah, those crash bit. But you do not get that text box if you pick up an item for the first time while in midair. It doesn't play it, you just pick up the item normally. However, the next time you would pick up that item, it does want to play the text box again. Meaning, if you are going to skip the text box, you are going to have to do it every single time you pick up that item. So if you're only doing 2 bomb pickups, yeah, it's probably worth it to skip the text boxes.
But I will not bother with, like, arrows, because I'll be picking up several refills. And for seeds, it doesn't matter because I won't be picking up any seed refills, hopefully. I do want to make sure that I have at least 1 seed for... I want to have at least 1 seed on my final file for the last trick in the run, because I'll need to load in my inventory during back in time.
So that first RBM that Yal did, where we entered into the goddess statue, by the way, you can walk through that sand, where you entered into the goddess statue and RBM'd some Phi text, moved that box that would have been blocking the way to go into this area backwards, which is helpful because it lets us get the bellows without going through, getting the small key and doing some backtracking and going through an entire other room. And then we're just bit warping out of this room because we don't want to have to walk back. And then we're going to make use of the second RBM that Yell did there, which is going to open up the gate that is directly in front of us. So we now have effectively skipped the entire west half of the dungeon. Unfortunately, we aren't skipping the boss room, so we do, or the boss key room, so we do have to do the entire boss key room, and I cry.
In fact, you're doing this in more of an intended way than, like, a no-bit category would. Because in no-bit, you do the western part, and then you can, like, do a trick where you jump on top of a minecart over there to ride and enter the boss key chest room from behind. Whereas I am going to be entering the door from the intended, or the room from the intended door.
Just gotta wait for the minecart here.
The thing that makes LMF the worst dungeon casually is it's a lot of just waiting for minecarts to move. In my opinion, at least.
So I heard you like Tower of the Gods.
Yeah.
I will be able to save a small bit of time here by using the claw shots, because I can grab the, like, withered vines on the wall.
The other thing that we already did once and we will be doing again is essentially a safe ground warp, where you jump in the void but haven't touched safe ground other than where you got on the platform. And so what Yal did was step on the platform that has the entrance to the boss key room, and then not touch on the safe ground on the other side. So then jumping into the void warps you directly back to that platform, and we're going to do that again in just a minute.
You probably see something similar in Tears of the Kingdom, if I remember correctly.
Do you? I don't remember.
Something with the wings to Temple of Time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't even
Yeah,
think of that.
when you're standing on an actor in Tears of the Kingdom, that doesn't update your respawn position. Neither does standing on these propeller platform actors.
Sadly, it is not possible to, at least not possible with the claw shots. I don't know if you can do it with the slingshot, but it's not possible to hit the crystal before the statue finishes falling. That would be a nice time save if it was.
I believe it is possible with the bow, but want to conserve arrows,
The bow
of
is
course.
like, yeah, want to conserve arrows, and it's kind of awkward to unequip the bow compared to other items for some reason.
Yeah.
And now, probably give myself a bit of a sharper angle for this side hop. Yeah.
Whee! There is also a trick to skip knocking down those statues. That's possible if you have Hook Beetle. That gets used in stuff like HD speedruns. We don't have a beetle, so we can't do that. So we do have
Fun
to.
fact, if you did try to get the Hook Beetle without having the beetle, you'll see it in your inventory, but you can't equip it because you never got the beetle.
Yeah, the game, like, you'll see the graphic of the Hook Beetle there, but because you never, like, unlocked the slot, you can't actually, like, select it or anything. It's kind of silly.
I never knew that.
Not a soft lock, though. Just kind of useless. Actually, I don't know why I just thought of this. I wonder what happens if you get the Hook Beetle without ever getting the beetle, and then, like, go to Bokoblin base, lose all your items, and get them back? I don't think that would give it back to you, but I don't know if anyone's ever tried that before.
It would be neat if it did. Probably wouldn't be faster in any way, but...
Yeah.
Look, this is a boss door. But you've never seen one of those before.
We're gonna need to go get a key for that. Where are we gonna get Fallen Over Cactus? Oh hey, Fallen Over Cactus, by the way.
Yeah, there's more disagreement on what typographical element this boss key closely resembles. I'm of the camp that is an arrow pointing to the right. Pippi thinks it's a 3. We decided to compromise on a sideways cactus.
Well, shoutouts to some chatter in the hotfix, the GDQ hotfix chat, who came up with, oh, it's a Fallen Over Cactus. I was like, you know what? Yeah, no, it is a Fallen Over Cactus. You are just correct.
Oh, good reaction timing there with the shield dash.
For whatever reason, Claw Shot didn't work.
Yeah, so for this fight, Yal is going to be attempting to push Moldarak up against the wall by the end of the first phase here, so that during the second phase, you can just very quickly get the 4 stabs in that are necessary, so that we don't have to deal with trying to dig up Moldarak from the sand.
Very nice.
So down goes Moldarak. Hero actually will pick up the heart container because there will be a minecart ride just after this, and that gives me plenty of time to damage back down. So, it is.
Yeah, this is a very long, unskippable cutscene for some reason. We need to watch the sand magically disappear into the floor. I guess there were vents down there?
Yeah, I don't know what's it draining the sand?
It drains to the same place that the sand in the Arbiter's grounds drains to.
Ah, I see.
After you beat the first phase of Stallard.
What if I've just drained the sand into the Arbiter's arena?
We're draining the sand into the arena for Beast to drain later.
Well, if Beast were to fight Stallard, bring the sand back over to LMF. I don't know if he's.
Oh, it's like an hourglass.
Also,
oh, high five!
Because I have the claw shots, I can high five Beast. This is absolutely necessary if you run this category.
I'm sorry, I like to make the minecart go fast.
At least we can all agree that that is the correct place to split on completing LMF.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is no...
This is when you get the harp.
Oh, very
Also,
nice.
Cutscene skip.
Yeah, so that uses the same principle that I tried to do with the wing ceremony back at the beginning of the run. There's a save prompt and a 2-frame window to backflip out. That one I just smashed for because it's only like 15 seconds lost if you miss it. And now, if you remember way back over an hour ago, after getting the tunic, I said I was doing an RBM whose effects would not be seen for a while. Well, get ready for this. Let's land here in the plaza. Just want to see how everybody's doing.
We're gonna go say hi to Pero.
Hey, look, a trial gate.
Oh, neat. How'd that get there?
Yeah, so that one customer in the Lumpy Pumpkin, probably the MVP of this category because that single RBM allows us to skip the entire Song of the Hero quest, which would take a while. Basically, normally you have to get the Song of the Hero, which is like the whole third arc of the game, from the various regions in the area, like after you raise the Gate of Time, and then play that song here on Skyloft to open up this trial gate. But
Yeah,
by using that
would...
RBM, you can get in early.
I think it would add probably somewhere around like a half hour to the run
Oh my god.
if you had to do it. Because then,
Well, it would also make the routing way worse because we could no longer do Skykeep before Fire Sanctuary.
yeah. Well, no, because we'd be able to do like we'd probably go back to the boss rush route that can then go to Boko Base to get items.
I suppose that's true. Well, we definitely have to do Farron Trial again, so we'd probably do that route because we need scale for Flooded Farron.
Once again, trial movement is just really neat. I am aware that a lot of people say that casually. This part of the game is terrifying and haunts their nightmares because you're being chased by stuff, and if you get caught, the music's really scary.
I mean,
And it's kind of like ethereal and surreal the whole time.
really?
No, but like the speedrun route, just like eventually you learn to be completely desensitized to like getting chased and getting caught, and you learn exactly how much sort of leeway you have with like avoiding things.
I mean, it's reasonable. Like, whenever I played this game casually as a kid, I would always get my older brother to do these segments for me, and then turn the TV volume all the way down.
Yeah, here we just intentionally run on the Waking Water because, fun fact, with the Waking Water, you can walk on water.
It's not actually water. It's just a fancy pressure plate, I guess.
That's a big pressure plate. It's a lot of pressure. Whoop!
Yeah, that can sometimes happen if your angle isn't like quite the optimal angle, but still good enough to clip through.
Never seen that before. That's supposed to be a clip through the edge of the fence, but that works too.
That's the glitchless strategy. Despite the fact that this game does not have a glitchless category on the leaderboard.
Yeah,
we have no bit. It's close enough.
Although you could argue that with Gear Him 3 Escape being a thing, glitchless would be pretty meaningfully different now.
Yeah.
So there probably is, like, a decent reason to have it be a thing. And
Okay,
that
we all
is
agree
the-
on where to split at the end of the trials, at least, right?
Yeah, it's like when the item appears.
Yeah.
I do that for like every split that is centered around an item. So that is the Skyloft Silent Realm complete. And now Fi is going to talk about how that Stone of Trials is one in a pair, and we have to find where to place the stone to match another one for us to find the Triforce.
I believe the other stone
Triforce.
was actually in the trial itself. I think you should try placing it there.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is something that I believe you can actually recreate in your game if you go to the Thunder Dragon's Silent Realm minigame. If you were to place the Stone of Trials in the Skyloft Silent Realm, which is a thing you can do, you will crash the game.
I did not know this. That is very funny. Or you gotta skip the lore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
skip
they
the lore
they
and
did
skip-
actually patch that in HD though.
Aww. Nice lore skip.
Yeah.
That's my
second to last-
favorite cutscene of the game, by the way, is the one where even if you're holding 2, it plays half a note. Beautiful.
Yeah, so this is the dungeon map. We don't actually need it, but I do still need to open this chest to actually progress through the dungeon. Sophia is going to talk about how this place works. Basically, it is a slide puzzle as a dungeon, and there are 3 rooms that contain the Triforce. Well, each part of the Triforce, rather.
Personally, I think this is, like, conceptually probably the neatest dungeon.
This
Like-
this is one of my favorites.
People casually, like, have issues with it being tedious and stuff like that.
But
But
also, like, in a
so
game that's
cool.
like criticized for being so linear, it's like the most non-linear final dungeon you could ask for.
This is true.
But there is a route through this dungeon, like where you move the slide blocks, that is the fastest, and I just kind of have it in my muscle memory by this point.
Shouts to this plant being awful.
Yeah, you can shoot it
Yeah.
down with the bow, but it's very finicky. You can also skip the cutscene that plays there, but if you do so, the rope will be in a really bad spot. So,
Not killing the Phoenix gives me agita.
yeah, I think as long as I'm not, like, sprinting into this rope, I should be fine. Yeah.
Oh, I meant the bird, not the
Oh yeah,
pyro.
the Phoenix, not the Pyro.
I also don't kill the upper pyro-ups. Because I also apparently have a death wish.
One thing that we didn't really mention explicitly, but you might have seen, is that whenever I have the opportunity, I generally want to die into a void because it skips the cutscene of Link, like, dramatically falling over on the ground. And just, like, progresses straight into the game over screen.
Yeah, dying into a void or in lava or in water is faster than just dying on solid ground. Because they all have much shorter animations before the game over screen.
So, once again, we had our lunch break earlier, but who says you can't have snack breaks? I like snacks. Y'all like snacks?
Snacks sound good. Anyone in the mood for pumpkins?
Snacks seems like a cool individual in the Wind Waker randomizer community. I'm actually not quite sure if I'm in exactly the right direction, but hopefully I should see some confirmation soon enough.
Yeah, we'll find out.
There's
Yep.
the swirl.
Yeah, only
There's
one.
There's only one, which usually means you're quite far away from... Ah, here we are. Okay.
I didn't know that the number of ringers meant
Well,
anything.
I haven't like explicitly tested this or anything, but I usually feel whenever I have a better dive, I get 3. So for this one, it is very important that I bonk this chandelier with file 2. If I were to do it with file 1, because of some of the flags that are set in Skykeep, it would just kind of be stuck here, facing the chandelier with the camera.
Yeah, it's important enough that in the route document, there are 10 exclamation points around the file 2 listing for this step.
What? Excuse me? Oh, I'm supposed to talk to you with file 1. Okay. Okay. So the purpose of that segment will become apparent once I progress through this room into the next one.
Yeah, one of the things that's cool about routing in Skyward Sword is that a lot of it is just like placing a sort of bit interactions that are to prep things for later in optimal locations, even if like it's gonna be a couple rooms or maybe an hour or so before we see the payoff for those interactions. So it's just easier to do the bit interaction there than other save statues, so why not?
That was interesting.
It worked!
All shots. Alright, so you can actually shoot these switches both through and underneath the barbed wire.
Yeah, the barbed wire is just a suggestion.
One of the few suggestions in this game. Just not really, doesn't really get the Windbreaker treatment. Unless you count the things RBM'd away, but...
Yeah, you do have to shoot them a little precisely, though.
Really?
You kind of want to be like standing in specific spots and shooting them at specific angles. Alright, you got 3 arrow shots left, Yell.
Ah, well, now I need to get the refill.
Yeah, thankfully there is a refill.
More because I've had this issue in both of my D-Rust runs and this run. I blame my Wii for breaking because I was like, I had to like re-extract my disk out of the disk drive at one point because I couldn't practice with gecko codes without it.
Shh, no cheating has ever happened. Nuh-uh.
My lips are sealed.
So yeah, that RBM got rid of these bars that are blocking you, normally meant to be there so that you don't get here early, so it's only like a shortcut for when you've already done this part. So because of that, we get 2 fight texts for the price of 1.
Yeah, have you seen the floor? Have you seen the floor?
Yeah, so the first one, it's like pointing out that it exists, and the second one will play just on whatever mark you reach first. And so we have now ironically obtained the Triforce of Courage by cowardly skipping all of the combat that precedes it. But the combat is slow, especially since I only have the white sword.
Yeah.
Normally you're meant to have the true Master Sword by this point, and so...
So now it's time for everybody's favorite part of Skykeep, the part you don't do.
Yeah, continuing with the theme of not doing the intended room solutions. This is I think one of the oldest tricks in this game.
Yeah, this was discovered the day after the game came out.
Essentially, this room is pretty much a big, slow auto-scroller, but fortunately there are vines on this wall. I have claw shots, which means I can do that.
There also just happens to be a giant floor beneath this room.
Cool.
And another set of vines that I can use to get back in bounds with. It's really convenient.
That's also like the baby easiest vines clip in the game. Like we use a couple of other like variants of vine clip for a couple of rando tricks, and all of them are far more finicky than that one to shove you out of bounds. That one's just like very forgiving.
This clip also doesn't work in the HD version, but there is an alternative. It's just much harder because it involves a bomb boost, which is a 3-frame window on a 60 FPS game. So like a frame perfect OOT or MM trick. Now all I have to do really is get the wisdom room right next to where I am. So even if you don't have the route memorized, you could figure it out pretty easily.
Interestingly, in HD, they did actually remove that floor in the Fire Sanctuary room, because they didn't want you cheesing the room, I guess. But they specifically only removed the floor in that room and not in any of the other ones. They really didn't want you to do that one specifically.
So
but we still found a way anyway, so.
they didn't want you cheesing the room that gives you the cheese at the end.
That is correct.
But what if I want cheese?
I can find this switch. There we go. You can...
Shoutouts to that shot that does not look like you can make it, but Link can kind of just like stand on his tippy toes and be like, there we go.
Yeah, if you position yourself in the right spot, you can shoot it from the ground. The game kind of intends for you to go back to where you originally found the orb and shoot it from across the room, but...
I don't think we've talked about the brake slides yet, have we?
Oh yeah, so quicksand normally makes you move much slower, but if you hold the extended super slide position talked about in OOT and MM, while having positive speed, it converts to negative... It converts to negative speed, which is not impeded by quicksand.
You're essentially getting negative speed forwards, which definitely makes sense.
See, the speed is negative, but Link is moving backwards. So because he's moving backwards negatively, he's actually moving forwards?
This is exactly why I could never get into item sliding in Wind Waker HD.
Item sliding looks so fun. You could just go whee!
Okay, but then
item sliding is very fun. It's also very easy to crash.
That's what makes it more fun.
So now, with all of the Triforce pieces in hand, that's the last dungeon, right? We're just gonna beat the game now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Just one problem, though. Well, after these cutscenes get skipped. There is no gate of time here. Normally by this point, you're expected to have opened the gate of time and then, like, during those cutscenes, Girahim abducts Zelda and you're meant to chase him into the past and beat the game. But A, we have not raised the gate of time yet, and B, we still have one more dungeon to do. But we'll get on both of those shortly.
To remind
First,
us
I'm
all
gonna
of
pick
the importance of hydration, we do have to pick up some bottles.
Well, you see, Link doesn't actually hydrate with that potion. He just kind of pours it on his arm.
That's how I hydrate too.
Is that
the
not how
gimmick
we're
of-
supposed to hydrate? I've been doing it
gimmick-
wrong this whole time.
The gimmick of that potion is it's supposed to heal your shield as well, but he still does the same animation even if you don't have a shield out. So here I'm bit saving so that I can get out of the sealed grounds quickly. And in the same instance of Back in Time, I'm gonna sleep today here. Now, I don't know about you guys, but me playing this game casually, I definitely remember this part of the game when you find two of the same person in this house.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Basically, that's just because File 2 has both saved Botro and not placed the Ruby tablet yet. And let me just make sure that I have the crystals. Yes, I do. So yeah, there's two of them there. And the reason that I did that RBM was not for any flags or anything like that. I just need 5 crystals for another instance of reverse bit magic. Because when you talk to Botro and get his items, the game sets flags so you don't get the same dialogue options later. But you still need the crystals to trigger those dialogue options, so having 5 gratitude crystals is a prerequisite for the next Back in Time here.
Yeah, it's very convenient that it's the 5 crystal one and not the 80 crystal one.
That would be... We would definitely have to look for a fair and alternative in that case. And I actually think
Wait, you don't
one.
want you want to do the 5 crystals RBM a
There
bunch
is
of times in a row?
I guess that's an option too. But there is actually a Farron version of this RBM that you could do. It just is slower than those 2 other RBMs combined. Mainly because the first one with the crystals also gets me out of Sealed Temple and next to the second bottle. So it's quite convenient.
Combining it with a bit save makes it very nice. Since it's not a scene flag RBM, we just want the crystals themselves. It means that we can combine it with a bit save to get kind of like a 2-for-1 deal.
A lot of the bit routing in this run is kind of trying to, as often as possible, do multiple things per bit interaction. Sometimes it's not possible. Shoutouts to the first...
Say goodbye to dungeons.
Oh, bye, dungeons!
Oh, goodbye, dungeons.
We're all...
Don't worry, dungeons will avenge you. Kill File 1.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
File 1.
Goodbye!
Yeah, so deleting File 1 there, I believe we're going to copy File 2 over File 1?
File 3 over File 1 after doing the trial.
Right, File 3 over File 1. And it's just faster to copy over a file that's empty instead of one that already has contents on it, so...
We also delete File 1 specifically so that we can quickly shoot a slingshot seed with File 3 to load in the crystals here. Because, as mentioned before, opening the splash screen will open up your lowest file. And one thing we haven't really mentioned, but is a thing with Back in Time, is if you make any change to your inventory, it loads in all of your inventory for whatever file you have selected. So by shooting a slingshot seed, I now have 1 less slingshot seed, which means I also have the crystals that were on File 3, because those are items. Little known fact about gratitude crystals, they are items.
Oh!
At least
Materialism.
according to the game. Yeah.
Just like the B wheel.
Well, that's a story flag. You don't get that from changing your inventory.
This is true. Unfortunately, this is our last trial.
Yep. As mentioned, we're not doing the Farron trial, but we do have to do all of the rest of them. The old route that did early boss rush to get its items did not have to do this trial or the Lanier trial, which is nice because they're the two slowest ones. But this route ends up saving just so much time over not having to do all that setup that it's... I think with fast turn bit as well, it's like 10 minutes faster? Something like that.
Yeah, it saved a good bit of time.
Yeah. And then the fast turn bit route saves about 3 minutes over the current world record route, held by none other than my commentator, Gymnast86. And hello, cutscene that I was supposed to get.
There's actually even more dodging than casually in these trials, because you're not only trying to dodge the watchers, but you're also trying to usually dodge light fruit, because picking up a light fruit gives you a cutscene to tell you, hey, you got a light fruit. And the Elden trial, in my opinion, is by far the hardest to avoid light fruit in. Do you see how much of the path is just taken up by fruit? Look at it!
Yeah, it's like a whole minefield out here.
Yeah. Oh, the one in front of the crawl space? I have no idea how you're not supposed to not get that. A lot of the trial movement is also pretty neat, because getting the...
Rolling under the tier.
Wizardry. Avoiding the tier is wizardry, or the light fruit, whatever it is. The tier too. But picking up the tiers will give you a full stamina refill, so the stamina routing for the trials is pretty neat, in my opinion.
They definitely optimized this for the time trials minigame. Although interestingly enough, the strategies that you would do in a Silent Realm or in a boss IL are different than the ones you do in an RTA run, because they use in-game time, and so the cutscene that you get, for example, from getting caught by a watcher, does not count towards your time during the minigame, but it does still lose you time in an actual run.
Whee! Important fact, everyone. If you don't say "we" in an excited tone of voice at least once during your speedrun, it is not viable for leaderboards. This is definitely true. So remember to always go "wee!"
Wee.
Wee!
Wii U.
Oh,
'Cause
true.
That's what I'm stuck on for this one. It was like the most unfortunate timing.
Woo!
The most unfortunate timing I could ask for, like 2 days before the relay.
It's unfortunate that that feels like it's kind of always how it happens. Everything's working fine until you need it to be working, and then it's not working at all. I guess we also didn't mention that the Elden trial is for some reason not very circular, unfortunately.
Yeah, the route is pretty convoluted and involves some backtracking, which is not great for a speedrun context. I suppose that is true. I could have had my Wii break right before my legs started. Especially considering I had to look for where the USB that had my Virtual Console copy was. Because it was like somewhere in my packed bags that I haven't unloaded all the way since moving back from college. Right, this save and quit and copy is, I think, also surrounded by several exclamation marks in the route dock.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Save and quit, or else.
It is paramount that we have a file that has its last entrance from leaving the Elden Trial.
We're
the
caring
same
about
type of-
entrances. What trick does that mean we're about to do again?
Well, not about to. Still have a
Well.
whole dungeon in the way.
Relatively speaking.
Twilight Princess is right after this run, so it'll be starting in about half an hour. A little bit less, hopefully.
So to go over once again, I'm just trying to internalize the lessons I've learned. Counting goes 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 7, 6.
Yep. Now you've got it. And to be very
I'm
careful to avoid
learning.
that- to be careful to avoid that amber relic there.
I do love that, out of context, doing the fast Farron bit in this run does just kind of look like you're flickering files back and forth. It's kind of funny.
Well, that's essentially what it is, just with purpose.
Did you know that we are playing The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword?
I did once, but I don't anymore. Oh, I do again! Sometimes Skyward Sword runners have short-term
where-
memory problems.
Is this... Oh, there we are.
There it is.
Usually I would have seen it by now, but...
You just did a really optimal lumpy dive.
Well, not when I'm this far away from the door. Those dives look pretty scary, but once you know the setup, mainly that you have to like fly towards the left edge of the Loftwing bounds because it's closer to the Lumpy Pumpkin, they become a lot easier. I remember I used to do 21 flaps and still fail them sometimes, but now I'm pretty consistent with 18. Important note here, I am playing on file 3. That is the intended recipient of this RBM. It can be easy to forget since we've been playing on file 1 for the entire rest of this run.
Yeah, importantly, also, this flag is a little wonky. In that if you do this wrong, it might unset itself.
Yeah, so this is one of those one-time only RBMs where basically we have RBM'd the flag that controls the flames outside of the Fire Sanctuary entrance. Normally those go away when you dump the water basin on top of it. And in fact the game checks for the story flag of having done that. And so the next time that I load this area, the flames will come back because the game will be like, hey, these flames haven't been doused yet. They should be back up. Which means that if I were to, let's say, miss pouring the water onto this frog, knock on wood. Okay, we're good.
You had to make it scary.
If I were to miss pouring the water on this frog, I would have to redo the RBM because I have to leave this area to get more water. So not a great thing to fail.
Yeah.
All right, the final dungeon. I wonder what we're going to do at the start of it.
Surely we'll actually do it normally, right? I'm
Oh,
just
of
safety
course.
saving.
Every time you enter a new area, you should in fact save your game, just in case somehow something goes wrong and, I don't know, you die?
At least Yal died fast. It was in lava.
Mmm. I think dying fast is good because it means you lose less time to dying.
Alright, so these two RBMs to follow are probably the fastest RBMs you could possibly do. At least some of the fastest.
Yeah, aside from like the fastest possible early Thunderhead or something.
Yeah, so that right there, checking the statue, that was it. That was the first one. Here's another
Yeah.
hidden rupee.
Once again, this game sets flags for some odd things. Checking every statue for the first time sets a flag. Our personal favorites from any percent, exiting a woman's door sets a flag that is useful. Thanks, Rhina.
You name it, statistically there's a flag. There are very few things that don't have a flag. One of them being the fairy in the sealed temple. I don't know, that's just the first example that comes to mind.
I did not know that didn't have a flag associated. I'd like to give a shout out to the Yal tree as the tree that Yal bonks. It's not the tree that I bonk.
It's not the
Yeah,
tree
it's
that most people bonk.
Not the tree that I bonk.
It's just the Yal tree.
There we go.
Okay.
That is the most use you're gonna probably get out of the slingshot in most Skyward Sword speedruns or rando is shooting those statues.
Yeah, so both of those last two RBMs actually went towards the same goal of being able to skip needing the magma mitts in Fire Sanctuary here. And it's very convenient that despite the fact that we need two separate flags to achieve this singular goal, they are basically the two fastest flags you can imagine. Oops. Oh, there we go. No, that works.
It should be fine, but
That's an alternative way to do a bit warp.
didn't mean to back out of file 3 there.
Also, that room doesn't really exist.
It's fine.
Yeah, let's be careful to not fall down on the inside here.
Oof.
Slash off. Right, so now I have to take an alternate route to not die of fall damage. Runners.
Yeah. This room also sort of doesn't really exist. But the floor does, so that's all we need.
Alright, so if I were to jump directly to where I'm trying to go, I would take 4 hearts of fall damage, which would kill me now. But from here it only does 2.
Also, that railing doesn't exist either. Things not existing after you do bit warps is kind of a pattern. The game doesn't quite know all of the assets that should be loaded when you get somewhere by unintended means.
Ah, nice monster tail. Or
Ooh.
lizard tail.
Yo, lizard tail, let's go.
Ah,
Yeah,
you
really
needed that.
I did. Yeah, so if I had not accidentally jumped into the lava there, I would have jumped directly into that sleeping statue. But there is thankfully this other way. You do not have the health for it. Nice wall. Wow, this Keese is really aggressive.
Yeah! Those keys are very annoying because they are cursed keys and give you the cursed effect, which makes you not able to use your sword or items, which makes traversal annoying. So murdering them is more fun.
Same as the like.
Oh, hey,
the
look, a puzzle.
Frog in Wind Waker.
If the
or
gates
Bubbles in
open,
Majora's Mask.
if the gates open, why would you do the puzzle?
Puzzle is slow.
The game wanted you to do a puzzle. Why did the game want? Oh, look, a key. That's what the RBMs. If anybody didn't know.
Supposed to catch this in a bottle, but I forgot that the shield was the last thing I equipped.
Yeah, you generally don't want the shield equipped unless you are actively using it for something, because unfortunately, the motion input for doing a shield bash and the motion input for doing a roll are identical, and the game just tries to figure out which you want based on what the context around it is of other actions, which means
generally, like, if you're moving, it's a roll.
yeah, which means generally if you're trying to roll before sprinting, as we do, as mentioned earlier, to hit top speed immediately, you are starting from standing still, and you thus do a shield bash. Also,
Yep, that is the character, that is that boss key.
state mandated. I have to be a geekly, I'm sorry.
CL's getting some pretty good RNG here. Grim's, okay, well now he's not getting great RNG.
Yeah?
There we go.
Yeah. Ideally, Girahim will just hold his swords, like in a pattern that like you can just instantly hit him with, or he'll do nothing, where you can just instantly hit him and just do that over and over again.
Oh, we
He
got no
surprisingly
targets.
never jumped up in the air there.
Yeah, no jump.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
This is very similar to the Girahim 1 fight, except for some reason you can actually deal damage to him more often. Like, this fight rewards you very much for being super aggressive, whereas the Girahim 1 fight kind of rewards you for being a little bit more conservative with your attacks.
Also, as you saw a few times there, backflips in this game are kind of overpowered. You get intangibility for the duration of the backflip, so...
Oh, yeah.
I find it very humorous watching people who are used to Skyward Sword Randomizer play Wind Waker Randomizer and instinctively try to backflip to avoid damage, and it never works.
Yeah.
See, now I just feel embarrassed.
Oh,
So
why'd you
those
waste your
flames-
fairy like that?
Yeah, I just wanted it for decoration, specifically for that fight.
That's fair.
Yeah, but those flames coming back are quite convenient because it makes back in time very quick here. for the final, hopefully, iteration of Back in Time. Almost. Didn't select continue first.
All right, so we are almost 3 hours into the run. Run's almost over, so who's ready for the hardest trick in the whole run?
Woo!
Right at the end. So
I do not trust my ability to select file 1 fast enough without crashing.
So this is the last Back in Time sequence, and it's going to be used to do another cutscene wrong warp. But we don't just want to do another cutscene wrong warp, which has a 2-frame window. We also want to do what's called a file dupe on top of the cutscene wrong warp, which after the 2-frame window of the cutscene wrong warp, I believe has a 4-frame window at a very awkward interval of time later. So that's kind of what makes this trick specifically the hardest one in the whole run, because you first have to do the hard cutscene wrong warp trick timing, and then you have to follow it up with a very awkward time set of inputs to do the file dupe that we want to do.
Also, shoutouts to Bruce. Bruce is helping us do the final bit interactive.
Essentially, we're doing a mini version of what was done for the LMF raising RBM of stealing this flag into Seal Temple. We need specifically the layer upon which you would normally raise the Gate of Time to do this trick.
Oh, that is an interesting way of file juggling there. I was just
scary because if you say yes, you kind of have to say goodbye to file 1, and that's like run dead.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, so basically, file 1 has the entrance information that we want, which was exiting the Elden Silent Realm in room 2, which is the current room of the Sealed Temple that we're in. So Yale's gonna do the entrance trick here. I don't have audio, so I don't know if it worked.
I think it was good.
Okay. Yeah, alright, nice.
Heck yeah! Very nice.
But File 1 has not beaten Fire Sanctuary, so what we did instead is we started File 1 with the cutscene wrong warp, but then duplicated File 3's information over File 1. So now File 1 has beaten Fire Sanctuary because we essentially copied File 3 over it while we did this cutscene wrong. So now we have beaten all the dungeons, and we can successfully go to the end of the game.
Yeah, category rules state that the file that beats the game has to beat all the dungeons.
You can tell that the trick worked because File 1 did not pick up the Master Sword at the end of Fire Sanctuary, but File 3 did. But we hit start on File 1, yet we have the Master Sword. But of note, we don't have the true Master Sword, which makes Horde way easier. So, Horde is just scary.
Yeah. It's mostly just this first part. The true Master Sword will knock back enemies if they try to block you, but the regular Master Sword enemies can still just block normally. So it makes specifically those first Bokoblin captains hard to dispatch of consistently.
Yeah, that's why I tried to use a bomb for crowd control, because it does make them one hit from death, but they still gave me some trouble.
Now here Yal is going to be doing the Horde skip, which skips going around one spiral of the Horde, and also skips a very annoying fight.
This is true.
Yeah. Oh, also, fun fact.
I didn't know that graphic does that if you don't have the beetle. That's funny.
In the Horde fight, you're supposed to not be able to use the beetle, but because I don't have the beetle, the little graphic that says I can't use it is over the center of the B wheel, which is pretty funny.
That's so cute. Unfortunately, since we don't have
Narrow.
Oh, nice. Since we don't have the sailcloth once again,
Did you know that using a fairy restores your stamina?
Yep.
Huh.
That's what I tried to do, but I had the shield blast equipped.
But because we don't have the sailcloth, doing horde skip requires taking damage in this category, and like it is very hard to get through horde with taking no damage. So that's one of the reasons why it gets a little bit dicey.
Didn't quite make it all the way down.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so because I have the shield here, if I push gear him far enough back that by parrying his attack he gets right up at the edge, I get to skip the part where he tries to paralyze me with his purple hands.
Oh, we have an excellent question from chat, Yell. Are you doing claw shot demise?
Of course. What kind of run with the speed that gets claw shots and doesn't do that?
Also, shoutouts to the smoke effect that's still here because we never got rid of it at the beginning of the game.
Yup.
Personally, I like to believe that this is very nice foreshadowing for the fact that Girahim is evil.
Spoilers.
Damn, Jim.
Unfortunately,
Even Trez came out of hiding for that one.
Unfortunately, I have a bit of a case of the shaky hands here. I can't quite get my Skyrim strikes.
Yeah. This is there is a stun lock for Girahim 3 that is much easier when you're doing like randomizers or anything where you get a true master sword, because your Skyward Strikes charge pretty much instantly, and it makes the window a lot wider because you need to, during his animation, both charge a Skyward Strike and perform a Skyward Stab. When you don't have the True Master Sword, it doesn't matter what sword you have, it charges kind of slow. And if your hand is shaking at all, that thing is not charging. Wink is just gonna go, ooh, 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 and it just never works.
Y'all remember to do dot split, exclamation mark split when you're done, right?
Right, so here, Demise is going to be so awestruck by my ability to use the claw shots that he simply cannot attack me. Eventually he will try, but that also leaves him open to attack.
And just a few more hits. And GG.
GG, Yao.
Jeez.
Oh,
Congratulations.
still underestimated.
Woo!
Nobody gave me any estimates in the first place, so I don't know.
Well, so yeah, that's Skyward Sword All Dungeons. We have Breath of the Wild next.
Yeah.
No, we have
Twilight
No,
Princess.
Twilight Princess. Yeah, that's right.
We have
Hello,
TP
everybody.
next, so thank you so much to you, Yal, and also big shout out to PP and to Jim for commentary. And with that, we're gonna switch over to Waterproof Teabag and to TP. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Trez.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everybody.
Hey,
So you know
everyone.
that back in time stuff you were just seeing? Gonna do some of that.
But only once. Oh, well, twice.
3 times, actually.
3 times.
Yeah, so back in time is a lot less powerful in this game than it is in Skyward Sword, but there are basically 3 things we can do with it. And this category does all 3 of them. So
Yes.
the very first one is what I just did, went on the title screen and just made a save file. And that carries the properties of title screen link over to the normal game. And that involves such handy things as having a sword and a shield, which won't count later. But the most important thing is that it sets the flag for opponent being tamed, which means that I can get the iron boots right now, instead of having to wait until after Elden Twilight to do that. One trip Orden.
And what's really nice in this category compared to any percent is we actually get to use opponent, which we actually don't normally get to do very often.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
We get to
you
use it for goats.
That is true. Yep. Actually, I've just got to put when you have a moment, can you share the gameplay with me in Discord? Sorry, just hit the.
I should be. Oh, it was in the waiting room. Yeah.
Yeah, it turned off. Yeah, I'm sure whatever you're doing is fantastic.
Yeah, it's the best rolls you've ever seen. Well, you ever haven't seen. Okay. This might take a couple of load zones.
No, you're good. I can predict what's happening. So basically, what's happening here is that Beast is going through just like our early game component. So just making his way through Farron Woods, going off to free Tallow, who's one of the children from the village. And then the game kind of ramps up very quickly. The early game in Twilight Princess is pretty full on in terms of tricks. So we're gonna see.
No one
him
tell
go
Teabag
from...
that I'm actually jotwadding right now.
I knew it. Basically, we're gonna get through. We in this game, you kind of go from just being like an everyday village person to having the Master Sword and having a lot of progress in the first kind of 20 minutes. So there's a lot to cover. What you see here is basically as Beast is rolling through Farron Woods, rolls in this game are our main method of movement. And what's really important is basically to try and frame perfectly chain them together. And it's also a thing that if you drop a roll while going up a hill, it's actually impossible to get that momentum back, or velocity, I guess is probably a better word for it. So everything here, these are all rhythmically, well, not rhythmically, they're perfectly timed A presses.
Well, so a lot of them are, not all of them.
Not a single one dropped.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was all perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like if you've seen an 80% run, actually let me back up for a second. This category is not run very often. It is not one of the most popular categories. Probably in large part because it has a lot of components that are very similar to any percent. 90% in this game beats 5 of the 9 dungeons and enters 2 others. So we're doing a whole lot of dungeon content already. This run is different, but it only ends up being about 40-ish minutes longer than 90%. And the early game, what I'm doing right now, is exactly like 80%. The very early game, anyway. So there will be, if you're familiar with 90%, you'll basically see no differences in the first 25 minutes or so. Actually, okay, that's technically not true. 15 minutes.
And the only variant I can think of is that the way we get rupees in this compared to any percent is a bit different. So if you've ever seen 80%, we normally go and get 100 rupees, or sorry, 2 sets of 100 rupees from Snow Peak and all this. We have a different way of getting it in here, which we'll see later on.
Oh, this is gonna be really bad.
It's always the relay goats. They're always the ones that the ones that sneak up on you. Oh, you saved it.
Oh no, I didn't save it.
Oh.
So
yep. If you've ever seen a TP run before, these are our goats. Thankfully, we only do them once because once is plenty enough.
What are you doing?
Basically, as you can see from
what are these goats doing? I'm gonna be here for the rest of the reel. This is it. This is the entire. Oh my god.
They are very, very finicky. There's a lot of RNG to do with them, basically on how much they respond to. Sometimes they're super sensitive and they'll turn really easily, and other times like that, they just won't recognize you. Kind of anything around a 20 is normally what we go for there.
That was kind of like a 20. It was the right number of digits.
It was the right number of goats, yeah.
That was astounding.
And the RNG just keeps coming as we go into Bow. So Bow here basically is just, I've always referred to it as a game of rock, paper, scissors. I think it's just the easiest way to explain it. And basically the way it works is that Bow has 2 different phases. So you've got the first phase, which is a bit more forgiving in the RNG, and a second phase, which isn't as forgiving. And effectively, you choose a move, preferably a slap, and Bo will respond to it with his own move. What we need to do is to get perfect RNG, we need to be able to get a slap off from the get-go, and then mash it about 12 to 13 mashes per second, and that will one-cycle him. But it is something that can quickly get out of hand if Bo just doesn't play nice. So I'm praying nicer than goats, preferably.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Also, crazy new time save that was recently discovered. Oh my god. Is that if you stand kind of far away from Bo and don't like mess around and move the camera and stuff, then it actually saves time on camera movement and that little bit of dialogue I just went through. Shoutouts to Waterproof Teabag.
Shout out to that guy. Yeah, it's something. The game has a way that even there you'll see that when Beast finished up the fight and it turns to Bo, the camera snapped to him, and that's because if Beast is targeting, it basically just stops the camera from needing to pan the room. So there's a lot of little time save like that across the run, and he is not loving you. Oh.
Oh my god.
As I said, this is kind of where Bo can.
Get that one.
Oh, that's really good with the turn.
Yeah, that was good mashing.
Yeah. So as I said, that's kind of a time where I can get a little bit out of hand. It's like the ideal state of getting a slap off straight away is brilliant, but it's the second you don't get the slap off straight away that then you need 2 good cycles in a row to be able to get him. So it's just, yeah, it can get out of hand. But now we're like, what, 7-8 minutes into the run, and we've already got
10, 11.
9, 10.
And here's actually the first route difference between this and any percent. I'm not saving. I'm so confident in my gameplay and my electrical power. I'm not saving my game in case of emergency.
I believe your power will stay on. And now we just get kind of into the first little piece of Wolflink. Basically, it's just going to go through the sewers. It's pretty similar to Casual, apart from just very good movement. There's actually a lot of one-framers within this segment. So basically, within this game, between when there is like a midna call, or between a text prompt or a cutscene, and basically you can have a one-frame window where you can put in an input. And so if you can do the input in that frame, you can normally avoid midna talking to you, telling you something about the game. So there's a couple.
Twilight Princess was released in 2006 for the Nintendo GameCube.
That's yeah. So there's a couple in this split, and they do add up. They very much do add up if you can get them. Some of them we time, some of them we mash for. Just kind of depending on what kind of prefaces it. Nice box break.
Thank you. That's the only thing I warmed up on.
And so I guess what is nice for the context of this relay is that like in like any percent, TP is so much longer than the rest of the games, but in AD they're actually quite more evenly balanced, which is really nice. Because as Beast mentioned, we're gonna go through a lot of the same stuff as 8%, but then also add a bit onto it. So we're gonna add on Goron Mines, we're gonna add on Temple of Time,
Finishing Forest Temple and Snow Peak Ruins.
Yeah, the King Bulblin fight. Yeah,
King Bulblin is not a dungeon.
That is true. And it also removes some of, I'd say, like the most well-known things in 8%. So there's no Rupee Roll, there's no Gorge Void. We use King Bulblin to make our way Elden instead. So there is a bit of a difference from 8%, but if you know 8%, you're in the door.
Yeah.
And I guess what's important to know also in this carry is because we don't do Rupee Roll or Gorge Void, we're not going to ever get map warping. So that's actually a big change that you'll see in 8%, that normally when you get the warping ability, basically you just pull up your map, turn on portals, and you can warp to anywhere on the map. But basically in this, to warp everywhere, Beast is going to have to call Midna with Z, which is just a little bit awkward, just because it's a small bit slower, but also there's like a buffer between when you can call Midna and when you can input your warp.
I'll check.
It did work. Wow. Oh, it did. Wow. Okay. I was gonna say I'd be surprised, and that I am.
For the keen-eyed observer, you may have noticed at the bottom of this staircase, when I was coming out of the tunnel, I talked to Midna before hitting her cutscene trigger. It's a trick known as Midna text displacement, and it doesn't matter. It does save a tiny amount of time there, but it is foreshadowing a much more important use of text displacement later on in the run. That's basically the same idea, but with a different NPC.
Yep. Which is how we will get to Goron Mines later in the run. Here is an example of one of the one-framers. So basically, that one actually probably saves the most time. But effectively, when you come out of there, Midna starts talking about how you're on Hyrule Castle roof, isn't that great? And Beast was able to input a jump attack in the one frame between the cutscene finishing and Midna's text prompt.
So because I can skip the cutscene, all I had to do was press... I skipped the cutscene by pressing start twice. So I pressed start once, then pressed start, and then A on the very next frame. So that one's pretty easy to time, but the text box one, like the one I just got, I just mashed for because it's very hard to time them.
Yeah.
It's not that it's very hard to time them, it's just not worth it. Like, there are some cases where we do time one-frame inputs where they save a lot more time, like Koro text displacement or Gorge Void, but since these only save like a second or something, it just doesn't make sense to like stop and hesitate and try to get them.
Yeah, you just end up losing more time trying to time it.
Yeah. Some people do time them, but they just don't stop. I don't really know how they do it, but I've never.
I think it's like a rhythmic mashing thing. But here we go. This is probably, I'd say, one of the best known tricks in TP. So we've got Sword and Shield skip coming up. So because you can see there, the Beast already has the Sword and the Shield on his back. That was due to Back in Time, which we did earlier.
Hugo.
Hugo's not having any of it. So what that does is basically that actually locks us out of Order Night 2. So normally in Order Night 2, you go back, you see all the people who are in the village, and you collect the Sword and the Shield. But because of what we've done with Back in Time, if we go there, the people actually won't be there. Orden is just abandoned, effectively. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to get into Farron without collecting the Sword and the Shield. So that's where our friend Hugo comes in.
Which, by the way, it's his birthday today, so if everyone could say happy birthday to Hugo, it'd be very nice.
Happy birthday, Hugo. He has a lot of birthdays.
He does. He's really old.
And what we're going to see here is basically Beast is going to push Hugo to a certain point, and then when Hugo doesn't attack, if Beast backups and attacks Hugo to knock him into the air, and then jump attack towards the target while it's in the air, he'll be able to jump over the trigger that's on the floor into the trigger of the cutscene because that's in the air, and that was very nice.
Yeah, not the best RNG, but worked out.
We'll always take first try, Hugo.
Yeah.
So that's kind of probably one of the biggest roadblocks, I'd say, in TP speedrunning, like people getting in and into the game and trying to learn Sword and Shield skip. About each failed attempt costs about a minute. And it's just a bit of a finicky trick. Hugo's distance to you and to the wall and all that depends on your A press timing. Sorry, I should say your A press timing depends on his position and all that. The other way around.
Yeah, it's just a lot of tricks in this game are kind of like that, where there's RNG, or I guess I should say a lot of the RNG in this game takes that form, where we don't have, like, there are some instances of just pure RNG where you get lucky or you don't, and you lose a certain amount of time. But there are a lot of cases where there's what I think of as little RNG, where like Hugo can do a lot of different things there, and basically you just have to manage it and react to it, and that takes just a lot of time and experience.
Yeah. And we'll have people who are learning the trick and they'll do it twice and it'll look the exact same and one will work and one won't, and that's where it gets really confusing.
Yeah, it's pretty precise.
Yeah.
So here's another route difference from any percent. What's that?
I was going to say you can go. I think we were going to say the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so any percent doesn't beat Farron Twilight, but this category actually beats all three Twilights. There are... The routing around that is a little bit complicated to go into in full, but basically we have two pretty similar ways, or like similar, two ways to get to Kakariko that take similar amounts of time. One is Back in Time equipped, which I will be doing in this run, which I'll explain a little bit later because there's more to that. and one is just going to the gorge, doing Rupee Roll, and getting over it to Kakariko. And there are various pluses and minuses to both methods. For this category, it just works out that beating Farah in Twilight is... Or sorry, that doing Back in Time equipped is faster, and that involves beating Farah in Twilight.
And what we're going to see here is, as you can see, Beast left some of the bugs behind him as he goes through. Just because in SD compared to the HD version of this game, there's a bit of buffer time where the bug pops. So by killing them and then leaving them behind, you can come back and get them later. Because we're going to have to go through here anyway, so you may as well just get them now. Oh wow,
Double.
The reason we're so surprised there is because those, like, basically bugs, the way bugs work is that some of them have just like they all start in a consistent zone, and then they can kind of wander around after they've loaded in. So those bugs in particular can kind of just go where they want. Sometimes they're near the fence, sometimes they're in the tunnel. They kind of just wander around. And we're coming up to another big sequence break. So we're coming up to early Master Sword, which I'd say is the other big thing when people are getting into this game. And so what we're going to do is basically we're going to perform a super jump. And what that does is we have the Shadow Beast who will be in the next loading zone. And we're going to get him to a particular point and an angle. And basically when he goes to attack us, what we can do is we can do a midna charge attack. And we'll jump up and out of the arena and be able to walk on some terrain on the outside and jump straight over to Sacred Grove. And this is...
You mean the Secret Grove?
Secret Grove, exactly. This is a huge sequence break for us, because basically what that lets us do is let's get the Master Sword in the first kind of like 25 minutes. And not only is that great because the Master Sword does a lot of damage, also it lets us transform whenever we want because we get the Twilight Crystal, and that's kind of the big reason why it saves so much time. So this is our friend. This is Jamal. If you go over to kind of where this root is on the wall, you need him to do a certain type of attack. So he has some variance in his attack. He can do fast or slow ones, but that was pretty nice. And over we go. And just like that, 20 minutes into the run, we're in Sacred Grove. In a casual sense, this would be hours and hours in. Definitely into the second half of the game. And really important here to make a save file. And we're gonna call back to this in a bit.
Yeah. There's again, it's similar-ish to what was being done in Skyward Sword with Back in Time. This one isn't for Back in Time exactly, but just some flag manipulation. But we'll get to that a little bit later. It's, again, nothing quite to the extent of what happens in Skyward Sword.
Yeah, our Back in Time in this game is quite limited. But it does what we need it to do. It does a bit.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
It does a bit. A bit.
That was really awful.
Good one, T-Bag.
Yeah, I'm writing that one down for later. That was shocking. So right now, Beast is just basically working his way, chasing after Skull Kid. So Skull Kid, each time you hit him, it'll go to a different point. And then we get into the really complicated and long and difficult Master Sword puzzle. And then we're kind of on our way. That's kind of the main storyline building parts, I guess.
I forgot to practice the Master Sword puzzle. I'm nervous.
I'll direct you through it. That's actually why I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. And what you'll also see...
puzzle upside down in Australia.
Yeah, back to front. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a Wii runner. What you'll see is that throughout the run, Beast will be collecting some RNG rupees as well. So we have some really good ways to get some rupees later on. But RNG rupees, they're not mandatory, obviously, because you can't make sure they're there. But basically, it can just help that if you somehow get a load of RNG rupees, you may be able to skip a rupee here or there.
Check this out.
You
should see
did you get the drop?
Yeah, in the cutscene. Oh no, I didn't quite make it, but yeah, I made it to the ground while attacking Skull Kid, so that Link fell during the cutscene. Just saves a little bit of time over dropping after the cutscene.
It's a really cool thing.
What? My dash was
Skull
weird.
Kid is just normally there, and then all of a sudden Link just pops out of thin air.
Yeah. Yeah, if in TASs, well, newer TASs, you'll see people get pushed by Skull Kid there during the cutscene. Like, you can land behind him, so when he's running, he pushes you into the next area, which is really funny. But
It's
not
lovely.
really reasonable RTA. It's very precise.
And so what's happening here is basically there's a thing within this game, hit stun. So effectively, when Beast kills any of the puppets here, you'll see the game kind of lags a little bit just for a couple of frames. And so the goal is to only kill one of the puppets, because by killing one of the puppets, you're starting the timer on Skull Kid to blow the trumpet. I think it's a trumpet. I'm going to say it is.
It's something. It seems to be a series of trumpets.
It's like a horn. But basically, yeah, there's a thing called hit stun in this game. So there is a bit of lag in this game at some points. So basically, certain attacks, cameras, kind of the way your camera is facing is a big one. So you'll see in some parts that Beast will be running with the camera down, like very far out from Link. And basically, this is all just to kind of reduce the lag, which is only in the GameCube version. Wii version has no lag. All right, here we go.
The thing about hit stun, actually, obviously we do try to avoid it when possible, but on the puppets there, it can kind of be worthwhile to hit more of them. It depends on how you're thinking about it, because the Skull Kid's timer for blowing the horn and becoming vulnerable again starts when one of the puppets explodes, any of them. And the amount of time it takes between a puppet getting killed and actually exploding is RNG. Or at least it's variable. I'm not certain it's RNG, but it's unpredictable and variable. So it can maybe be a good idea to actually kill more of them, so you have a greater chance of a fast explosion. But it's, under a second difference. Not a big deal.
Yeah. But yeah, we're talking micro optimizations here.
Yeah. So we've got the Master Sword now. This is very familiar to anyone who's seen Princess Speedruns before. This is in basically every category. And getting the Master Sword early, like T-Bag says, has some really nice benefits, including warping around and being able to transform. The other big benefit is being able to get into Lake Bed early, which I don't think you mentioned earlier. Did you?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Because we're going to want the Claw Shot early for various reasons. And if you enter Lake Bed without the Master Sword and you don't have the Zora armor, you did. Well, I guess you could do it with water bombs technically, but there's no reasonable way to do that. But if you have the Master Sword, you can just save warp in the first room, and it takes you to land for some reason. That's just how it works. I guess the game assumes you've beaten the dungeon already, so it wants to not make you do the first tunnel. Don't know. So that's going to be really useful, because otherwise in this route, we wouldn't be able to do Lake Bed early. And then the biggest detriment of getting the Master Sword early is that it makes getting to Goron Mines complicated. As T-Vag mentioned, it's going to involve some text displacement, but basically what happens is the sumo event in Death Mountain is broken because you have the Master Sword. Or Goron just doesn't act properly, and that means that he can't wrestle you and then take down the big invisible wall behind the Gorons that prevents you from getting into Goron Mines. But there are a couple of ways to get in anyway, and the one I'll be using today is text displacement, if all goes well.
Are you going to safety save?
I realized that I don't really need to, because I could just use Koro as a backup, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, fair.
Because I am actually a little bit wary of the crash there. There was one time Demon, I know you know this, but Demon was running this category and went to safety save before text displacement and crashed trying to safety save. Which is just, it's just a random crash. There's no reason to think that it would happen again, but it sticks in my memory.
Just can't do anything in this game. You get random transform crashes, anything. Just play in constant fear of crashing.
It's not that crashy, but there are cases where people have crashed, say 5 hours into a run and see in the sky.
Yeah, who would do that?
So now to get back from the Master Sword, I warped back to South Farron, because that was the only portal I had, because I used the North Farron messengers to get to the Master Sword early, so I couldn't actually open the portal. And this is why I was leaving all those tiers, because I have to run back through this area anyway.
Well, what's actually a cool thing now is that we're going to get to the Purple Fog area So normally you go through this with midnight jumps, as Beast did before. But with the lantern, if we transform into Human Link, we can swing the lantern, which will clear the properties of the fog without clearing the visual cue of the fog. So you see here, it looks like he's just going to die by jumping in. But what's actually happened is that he's cleared the properties that will actually kill you or make you void out. So he's actually just able to make it through to the other side. It's pretty cool. We've recently got a tool that actually shows you the range of the lantern as you do that, which is really nice to see.
The tools for this game are amazing.
Yeah.
Shout out to the DZ devs.
Yeah, we're very lucky in this game. The tools we have that'll show you where like cutscene triggers are, where the textures on walls or whatever, and it can help you try and find tricks. And also we have we've got a new thing which is like an LJA checker. Yeah, we haven't gotten to LJAs yet, but that's kind of our one of our big broken movement mechanics. So no, we're very lucky as runners. The DZ devs do great.
Yeah, so now I'm just finishing the Twilight, and like I said, that's going to be a prerequisite for me using Back in Time Equip to get to Kakariko. Got 2 more bugs to kill.
So it is actually an interesting difference between 80% and all dungeons is because we're actually going to Elden before we finish Forest Temple, is that we're not going to have Boomerang in Elden. So for people who are familiar with Bomb House Skip, which is a trick we'll see in a little bit, for all dungeons, if you want to do Bomb House Skip, you have to do the Wolf variant, which is generally seen as the harder variant, just because we don't have Rang yet. Unfortunately, miss on the there's a 1 framer there, which saves an annoying amount of time. It's like 5 or 6 seconds.
It's less in this category because we're saving afterwards instead of calling midnight, but still.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, that's one of the ones you just mash for.
I think Anno times it actually.
That's amazing. So out of a Fade to Black.
Back in Time equipped. I'm going to do Back in Time again, which is resetting and voiding out on the same frame to spawn on the title screen. And then if I void out and load a file in close proximity, it's not like frame perfect for this one, then the game tries to load that file, like some aspects of that file, but on the title screen, or like on the Elden Field map or something. And I chose a file, or strategically made a file with the right properties that will load me into the King Bulblin fight. It's a pretty big wrong warp there. No. And this King fight is bullshit.
There's a bit of RNG in this fight. Basically, the way we do it is, so you always start from the same position, and so with King Bulblin, and basically you can get about 3 hits at him, and then he will gamble. He will either go left or right. We want him to go right, I believe, because if he goes left, he kind of just runs off a lot, and he's very hard to catch up. He's surprisingly fast.
It's like rubber banding. So
yeah,
I got bad RNG there, and probably didn't handle it the best either. But that fight is so dumb.
But this is pretty cool.
Yeah, so there's a little trick you can do there to just hit him twice in one cycle.
Yeah, King Bulblin is annoyingly fast. You have to waste literally like all of your opponent's spurs just to catch up to him.
Yeah. So the first application of bit in this run Back in Time was making the save on the title screen at the beginning so I could get Iron Boots early. The second one here was getting to Kakariko just by beating King Bulblin. And having beaten King Bulblin will also be useful for a little later in the run. Actually, a lot later in the run. And the third application of Bite we will get to in, I think, 10 minutes or so.
Give or take.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to turn around.
What might look a little bit strange there is that you saw Beast just went into a building just to immediately leave it. That was because
I changed my mind. I just couldn't decide whether I wanted to be there.
Got lost in the route. But basically what that does is it effectively, when you get to Elden through the King Bulblin fight, and it's still in Twilight, it gets into this weird state where it's not entirely sure where it is. So basically it just enters into Sanctuary and then leaves, and that just resets it. And now we're in proper Elden Twilight. So we get to go more bugs.
Yeah, the Elden Twilight in this category is a little bit different from, I think, every other category, though.
I think you're
in
right.
that there's something I need to do in the basement. Monk appeal.
Yeah. So yeah, what basically in 80% and other categories, normally we come here, we'll kill this bug, we'll let it just pop because we can collect it on the way back like we did with the Farron bugs. We'll come down here and kill the 3 basement bugs and then basically head back into the main area of Kakariko. But what's different here is that basically we've got this statue on the side of the room, which is our way to get to City in the Sky. And what we need is that in this category, because we don't have map warping, we basically... oh, there you go. What we're going to do is we're going to clip through the statue, which is actually a massive sequence break, even though it looks very straightforward.
Huge sequence break.
And now, basically, what we're going to do... There's someone still watching us, which is great. And now we're going to come back here in... How long? 2 hours? 2.5 hours?
Like that, yeah.
Yeah. And we'll come back here and we'll talk to the cannon again. We'll make it all work.
Love talking to cannons.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, as Teabag said, because we don't have map warping, we have to do this special way, which works out nicely because it requires beating Temple of Time. In any percent and most other categories that do this, you can simply warp the cannon with map warping, but this one, because we get that text prompt saying that guy is still watching us, and we don't have map warping, we can't do like a normal Midna warp because she'll just keep saying that. But getting that text now makes it so that, or like the way that room is supposed to work in a casual playthrough is you like do the whole Ilya's memory quest and the whole Skybook side quest. Then you go in and you finally move that big owl statue, and then Shad follows you in there. And so when you go to warp the cannon, Minna's like, no, Shad's there, we can't let him see us warp. But then you talk to him, and he says something, and then leaves. And if you just... Oops. If you do... Sorry, where was I? Right, if you get that text at any point, and then talk to him, he'll leave. But only if you've beaten Temple of Time. So I'm going to come back here after beating Temple of Time, and I can just talk to him, and he'll leave, and then I'll be able to warp the cannon with Midna.
Yeah, it's a huge, it's a very big sequence break over casuals. It looks, the trick itself, like the clip through the statue, is pretty easy. But it saves us having to do the entire Skybook quest, which takes a bit of time.
It does.
And what you'll see here is basically each room beast is going into each house within Elden. There's basically just like a set of movement that we do. So it's a lot of enter house, do...
Yeah, I'm actually doing the YMCA dance while I'm doing this. That's my set of movements. What's yours?
And the bugs are doing it with you. They're the village people.
Right. Mm-hmm. You were talking before how Link was a village person. Which one was it?
Yeah, I tried to catch myself that I said that when we were talking about Sword and Shield Scope, I was going to say the village people have left. But what we're going to see here just after this one is the bomb house skip. So basically we've got the bomb house, and normally what happens is we scare a Twilight bug, it runs into the bomb house, then we have to go into the bomb house and blow it up. Sorry, well, we don't have to blow it up, we unintentionally blow it up. And that will kill the bugs. And basically what we do here is that by doing some fairly precise movement, you're able to hop onto this railing and jump across to the far side and intercept the bug before it makes it to the house. And then the game says, okay, well, the bug is dead, therefore the house must have blown up. So the house just disintegrates in front of your eyes, which is great.
It's kind of miraculous that it works that way.
It's very convenient. But what's a strange thing there is that the physical properties of the house are still there. So even though the house looks like it's not there, you can still get crushed by the parts of the house if you don't do specific movements. That's why Beast did the upright jump attack.
And I had to still go through the tunnel. I couldn't just jump attack over the wall that wasn't there. Oh shit! Amazing. I got a blue B5.
This is quite an annoying bug. That just if you don't do specific movement, which I don't know if it's ever been confirmed, it manips it, or we just think it manips it.
It is deterministic. It's not pure RNG whether it screws you over or not.
Yeah, that bug could be really annoying because if you don't do kind of the specific movement Beast did there, the bug can just kind of run in circles for a bit, and just be invisible. Sorry, invincible, not invisible. You just can't kill it
Power of
until it
100
decides.
men.
Yeah. And it just runs around until it feels like stopping. Now we've only got 3 bugs left in Elden. So we've got the Death Mountain 3, and there's also a messenger fight up here, which we will need.
My rock
to...
trio, by the way, the Death Mountain 3.
I'm just making like really poor references based on wording.
Keep it up.
Thanks. But basically, we need to get the Shadow Beast fight up here, and what they'll do is give us the portal, because later on we're going to need to warp the meteor from here to melt the neighbor. I really thought about my wording there.
Excuse me, it's actually a volcanic rock, not a meteor. Actually, there's no confirmation of that. It might be a meteor that happened to fall among a bunch of volcanic rocks.
That is true. Hey, ZSR says meteor, I think.
Yeah, probably.
I think we'll change all the phrasing to hot rock.
Hot potato.
Yeah, now we're just kind of wrapping up Elden now, and what's really fun is then we actually go back to Forest Temple. What's quite not an 8%, as I said before, that we normally do Forest Temple before coming to Elden. With this, what we'll do is we'll go back to Elden now, and we'll go and learn Ending Blow. So Ending Blow is the only required hidden skill within the game, because it's actually required to kill Ganon. If you don't get Ending Blow and you get to the end of the game, you'll knock Ganon on the floor, and there's just nothing you can do.
I think this is the longest anyone has taken in this relay so far to get to a dungeon.
That might be true. Yeah.
I think it took Minnie like about this much time, but like he was entering a dungeon now. And of course the other runs are so much shorter.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know when Skyward Sword first entered a dungeon. I think it's pretty early though.
I was sleeping. I'm sorry.
SMH. Oh, time to watch for the funny thing. This is going to be hilarious. You're going to just roll on the floor laughing. Look at this. Wait for it. The wolf is attacking his back. It's his back, not his front. Oh, man. Gets me every time.
There are a couple of funny cutscenes within this game. Just we don't get to tame Epona in this, but that would be a great one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some really good ones. That one is it's a cutscene.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to learn Ending Blow here. So the 7 hidden skills, but I said this is the only one we require. And when you learn them, you actually learn them sequentially anyway. So, but this one just really works out for us because we're already in North Faron. We need to go to Forest Temple. May as well get it now.
Yeah, and this is one of the benefits of having cleared Faron Twilight, is that I didn't need to howl for this wolf. This is the one that appears automatically.
Yeah. So what you'll see us do in 8% is actually we'll get Ending Blow from the wolf outside of Castletown. But then after you complete it outside of Castletown, it'll warp you to North Faron, because that's where it assumes you've learned it from.
So we're coming up on the third application of Back in Time, the third and final one. It's actually going to be exactly the same as the last one, going into the King Bulblin fight, but instead of fighting King Bulblin and using that to get to Kakariko, I'm going to just reset in the King Bulblin fight, because I'm scared of fighting him again. I think he will take his revenge on me. But when I reset at a specific time, while skipping the cutscene, it's going to set something called the boss flag. And that controls a few different things in the game, mostly... well, that's not how you do it. Maybe, you know what, you can explain this one. Maybe I shouldn't talk while I'm doing Forest, but...
Sure. So yeah, as I said, the basic when you go into the fight, the cutscene that's at the start, it has a cutscene that basically says, "Hey, you're going to a boss fight." If we reset during that cutscene, while trying to skip it, what that'll do is it'll change some flags in the code, and basically say, "Hey, now the game thinks that you're in a boss fight." What's really good for us here is that if we use that within Forest Temple, for anyone who's done Forest Temple, there's like 9 or 10 monkeys. I can't remember because we don't need to get them.
9 or 10, yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't even know because you don't need to get them. That's the great part about
Teabag wearing his
Forest.
I've never run glitchless t-shirt.
Yep. Yep, Honda Runner, by the way. So what that does is basically when we get to the door in the north of Forest Temple, the 4 monkeys are just gonna rock up. They're just happy to be there. And then that lets us get straight over to the Ook fight. Because we've got these boss flags already set. So that's a really nice time save. I can't believe I didn't know how many monkeys there were. That's really funny.
Oh, let's see if Nancy's nice to me. Nancy's this spider. Everyone say hi to Nancy. I'm gonna go for it. I'm
yeah,
going
why
for
not?
it. I shouldn't have gone for it, but I went for it. Don't notice me? Turn the other way?
Nope.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm
It's a
committed
bit
to
of
this
a-
game.
Oh, that is that's the worst case scenario.
Alright, that was pretty bad.
So Nancy there, we normally kill with the other Deku Nut, but basically if she spins facing a certain way, we can kind of gamble on whether we can just go up it. And gamble it was. But it only saves a couple of seconds. It's more fun than anything. And what I see here, if you're keen-eyed and you watch now, that when Beast opens the door, there's a bunch of monkeys.
Yep.
There you go.
Hi, everybody.
I love that.
Though
two of them
notably,
spawn up.
the boss flag only affects the monkey count for Ook. It affects a few other things in the dungeon and actually makes it impossible to get all the other monkeys normally. But I won't actually have a monkey chain to Diababa, which I will need to beat in this run because it's all dungeons. So I'm going to have to find some other way to get to Diababa. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
However will you do it?
I don't know. If only I had some kind of technique that would allow me to cross large gaps.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Like a super swim.
Yeah, that's right. It's a shame we don't have
Don't forget
that.
to mash B.
I didn't mash
Oh,
B.
there we
Can
go.
you see what happened?
Yeah, you got it anyway. We're really getting into the details here. There's like a 50% chance that the Ook's fight animation starts faster. It's completely RNG. There's nothing you can do to manipulate it as much as I will claim you can. There we go. Congrats on doing part of a dungeon.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels good. I'd like to do 8.5 more.
Yep. This is a Some Dungeons world record.
Yeah, I don't think this is a world record in anything. This is the world record
Maybe
in get the boomerang today, maybe. Probably not even that.
So with Ook there, Ook can kind of just keep hopping. So the minimum of 2 hops can keep just hopping around. I think that was a 3, which is pretty nice. We'll take that. I know someone in the community ran a simulation of a ridiculous amount of Ook, kind of Ook seeds, and I think they got up as high as like 52 hops. I want to say.
Yeah, it's 52 or 54 or something like that.
Yeah, but I think like RTA, someone's got I think low 20s.
I personally have had a 25, which I am told ties the world record for Ook hops.
Yeah, 25. That would be very impressive.
I got it just a couple of weeks ago.
Beautiful. So what we'll see here, Beast has now the boomerang, which is what we were alluding to earlier around LJAs. So basically, the boomerang is kind of our broken mechanic. So if you throw, it's a thing that's only in the, it's not in the Wii version. But basically, if you throw the boomerang and it goes, actually, I'm gonna caveat this with, it's not entirely true, but it works for 99% of situations. That if you throw over the void, if you throw the boomerang over the void and
Oh, you there?
yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I think I disconnected or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, so, yeah, with the boomerang, basically, if you throw it over the void, or you throw it out of bounds, or to ground that's higher than Link's feet, and basically you can do like a super long jump, and that will let us jump over some components.
Can you do
of the
any
game.
backwards long jumps?
You, if you did it backwards, I'd be very impressed.
You kind of can with jump strike.
That is true. What was it? This'll, yeah, you'll do one here. You'll do a very small one here.
Yeah, he was the first LJ of the run.
Yeah, first LJ. Yeah, the only
This
reason I am...
LJ saves no time.
But it looks cool.
These LJs, however, do save time, so this is what I was alluding to. My method of getting over to Diababa without saving all the monkeys will be to simply use the long jump attack. I should mention, too, that I got the boss key on my way here, which in this dungeon is very convenient. There's only one dungeon we can do a boss key skip in, because in general, doors in this game... Not in general, all the time, doors in this game, or like load zones in this game that are behind doors are tied to the action of opening the door. So even if you can get behind a door, you don't automatically enter the load zone, you just are standing behind the door and you still have to open it. So we can't do boss key skips for the most part. There's one dungeon in which we can, that is Lake Bed. And we only can there because the boss door leads to a small antechamber before the boss load zone. And that's very convenient because Lake Bed has just the most out-of-the-way boss key. So, works out.
Yeah, we get through Lake Bed very fast in a lot of TP categories, thankfully.
And so you notice here that I've got a couple of extra bombs. I'm hoping to do some juggling and make it so I don't need to wait for Ook to come by in order to finish the fight. I'll just use these 2 bombs to knock Diababa down. Oh, that's really far right. Shit. That's okay.
That should still work.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We'll see.
Looks good to me.
Yep.
So as you can see, basically having the 2 bombs, throwing the first one at Diababa, throwing the second one to the side, performing an attack, and then effectively recycling that bomb to then do a very fast cycle with it that is called Ookless. So that saves like 40 seconds, I want to say, over waiting for Ook to swing in.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much. I think you lose 40 if you go for Ookless and you lose one of the bombs. So it probably saves more than that in total.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because Ook just doesn't rock up straight away. He kind of waits and then swings in after like 10 seconds or something. Like...
Yeah. Anyway, it saves a bunch of time, and it feels really good to get. It's one of those tricks where it looks really complicated when you don't know what you're doing, but once you like have done it a little bit, it's pretty easy. You just follow the instructions, and it works every time. Yep. And yeah, it looks really cool. Hey, I beat a dungeon. Well, actually, not yet. So this is a good time to talk about this. I haven't beaten a dungeon yet because our definition for this category for beating a dungeon is reaching the save prompt at the end of the dungeon. And the reason it's that and not entering a warp portal is that 2 of the dungeons don't have warp portals. By the way, I'm going to be getting this heart because Snow Peak Ruins is filled with hearts anywhere, and you should be weary if you could die. There are 2 dungeons, Hyrule Castle and Arbiter's Grounds, that don't have warp portals, so we can't define it as that. And then also defining it as the save prompt. I guess you can't use that for Hyrule Castle either, but it allows for Stallard skip. It allows for theoretical boss key skips. Or sorry, not boss skips.
Yep. Yeah, it's an important kind of clarification because of when Stallard skip got found. So we'll get to that later. That's a whole other sequence. But basically, when Stallard skip got found, it became a question of should it be allowed or not, because you technically don't beat the boss, but you skip the boss. So it's that's just the need for the clarification.
Yeah. This run should be like 3:40 or so, 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Person who asked in chat. Hopefully a little less than that.
And now we get our opponent sequence, which we don't get in 8%.
Right. I'm riding.
Yep. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to see some cool... Well, first off, we're going to see all gates in TP for some reason are optional. So we're gonna just clip through that by doing basically a B attack into the gate, which will make it open up, and then we're going to side hop while the gate is swinging. We're going to side hop through the gap. It's a bit finicky.
I can't do this trick lately, man. I don't know why. I keep failing.
It's, yeah. Do you mash or do you time it?
I time starting to mash.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I got some weather, too.
And what we'll see here is that Basic Beast is in a green screen, because effectively you just shouldn't be at this point of the game yet. So what happens there is that there's some Bolins who come along and they'll light the bridge on fire and you have to jump off it. And what Beast did is, by being human here, we can do what we were alluding to earlier, which is pillar clip. So this is how we get into lake bed really early. So Beast's going to swim off into Lake Hylia, and there's a pillar, there's a couple of them, but there's one in particular that we're going to sink down to. And basically, if you can calling midden is not really the clip. If you can basically put on iron boots at a certain point in the pillar with the way the geometry of the shape is, I think geometry is the right word, you're able to clip through into the wall. And what we do is we use a midden call here to make it a bit more forgiving. We used to not do that way back when. We used to just try and time the iron boots press, which was a lot harder. So now midden makes it a bit more forgiving.
And I'm going to save warp. Right. And like I said earlier, because I have the Master Sword, the save warp will take me to the entrance to the dungeon. But first, I am going to load that Sacred Grove save that I made earlier. And this is another way that we can access the boss flag and manipulate it. But this one, using this instead of loading into the King Bulblin fight, is more limited in that it can only set the boss flag value to 1, which is not enough for the monkeys. However, it is enough to make it so that boss intro cutscenes aren't active. Just for the next boss, it gets reset after that. And that's going to be useful in Lake Bed.
Yeah, we're gonna, as I said before, Lake Bed in TP, we generally skip a lot way through. So you're gonna see that it's kind of gonna come into the Deku-TotK fight backwards, just facing the wrong way.
Yeah. And the reason we're in Lake Bed at all, there are kind of a couple of reasons. One, entering Lake Bed without... Well, okay, first off, getting Zora armor is slow. We don't like to do that in speedruns unless we have to. So getting into Lake Bed without Zora armor, obviously is not intended. You're not supposed to be able to do that. You can, but it gets a lot more complicated once you've raised the water level of Lake Hylia by starting Lineru Twilight, by warping that meteor. So Pillar Clip is convenient because I could... the water level was low enough that I had enough air on the air meter to sink down. Whoops. I mixed up my inputs. And get in early. And then there's also the aspect of just, like, I was here anyway. The bridge cutscene dumped me there, so it's very convenient. And then beyond that, this run doesn't really make use of Uku in a special way, but we can use Uku to get back here very quickly. And then also having the claw shot early will be very useful. This route goes to... actually, this route does all 9 dungeons in the intended order except for one, and that one is Snow Peak, for reasons, we'll explain in a little bit. But Snow Peak is a lot faster when you have the claw shot. So getting early claw is really nice for this category.
Yeah, and Lake Bed, just like Forest Temple, will be it'll be another split dungeon. So basically, we're going to do same way similar way. Oh, sorry, I'm talking rubbish. Don't mind me. I had a moment. I was like, oh yeah, we left Forest Temple. I was like, no, we didn't. We just did it late.
I did leave it. I'm not there
That
anymore.
is true. Yeah, we're going to do part of Lake Bed, and then we're going to come back later on for the Morpheal fight. As Beast mentioned, we don't like getting Zora armor, so that's quite a cool component to see if you've not seen it before.
Yeah,
As
and
I
while I
mentioned-
was able to get into Lake Bed, I can't actually beat it right now. That's the only reason that I'm not beating it. Because without Zora armor, I'm going to need to do a trick involving water bombs to beat Morpheal. Oh, right. This is interesting. I'm entering Deku-TotK from the wrong side, and yet I can still start the fight. So that was because of the boss flag that I said earlier. What's supposed to happen there is you're supposed to come out of that little hole on the right that I just aimed the camera towards. And then once you've done that, there's a little cutscene that plays. And after that cutscene plays, you can look up at the ceiling to start the fight. But like I said, the boss flag deactivates boss intro cutscenes. One moment. So because of that, I was able to look up and start the fight from anywhere in the room, including the exit, which you're not supposed to be able to start the fight from. And then that Deku-TotK one cycle was just a somewhat precise series of slashes, so I wanted to focus on that. it's kind of hard to get enough slashes in time.
Yeah, you'll see in a couple of boss fights in this game. Basically, we don't want to do full combos all the time. So damage values in this game are quite peculiar. So basically, in some ones you just have to do a certain amount of damage. Certain bosses will be you have to hit them with the end of a combo, which we'll see later on. Some other bosses. So the way we approach each boss can vary a little bit. So if Beast did a full combo on Deku Toad, it would just run a second cycle. So basically, if we do 10 slashes, 5 sets, do just one cycle.
And I save warped for a couple of reasons there. One, you can't Uku out of boss and mini boss rooms. And second, there's a convenient water bomb chest in that first room that I'm going to be using later for the glitch I mentioned. And so now it's on to Lanayru Twilight, which will not start quite as one normally starts Lanayru Twilight, because I have the Master Sword, so I can do a nifty trick. Oops. Let's see whether Fire decides to show us a customer, some grass, or a butt.
I know which I'm hoping for.
It's mostly grass. Oh, speaking of grass, this run needs to get 420 rupees over the course of the run. Sorry, just...
Sorry, that took me a moment. I was like, what does that have to do with grass?
I don't know if I should go... I'm going to abandon this if it looks bad.
Yeah. So, what Beast is going to do here is basically we have this Kargrok. Oh, yeah, now at least it's coming from a nice angle. So basically here, the Kargrok is going to try and swoop down and pick you up. But also, the Kargrok has a Bulblin on the back of it, who is the person we need to kill to basically start the cutscene. Bulblins don't like water, just never learned how to swim. So basically, they are indeed. So what we need to do is, if we basically guide the Kargrok into the water, and it tries to swoop down to grab you, and the Bulblin touches the water, it will effectively disintegrate. The only problem there is that if the Bulblin, if the Kargrok grabs you and the Bulblin touches the water, both cutscenes will try to play. So the cutscene of the Kargrok trying to grab you and the cutscene of the Bulblin dying and starting this flying sequence, and that will crash the game.
Which isn't too big a deal in this category, because it would cost me a couple of minutes, but I just made a save in Lake Bed, so not the worst. It's pretty bad in any percent, especially if you've failed Gorge Void, because you haven't made a save in a very long time. Yeah. Or sorry, especially if you've failed Gorge Void and done Elden first. Yeah. Not that I would know or have any first-hand experience with that.
And I wouldn't have commentated.
No, definitely not.
And there's a little time save here. Basically, you saw Beast clipped out of bounds between just at the top of the cavern, I guess. The rocks get really close together, and basically, if you do a dash upwards, you can clip through the rocks and get out of bounds, which is quite nice.
Yeah, if you're looking at the mini-map there, you could see that because I was out of bounds, I was able to take a much more direct path than the zigzag on the map.
And that's actually our only Karg flying for this, because we don't have Isa 1 skip, I believe.
Well, there's the Linear Twilight Karg flight.
Oh, that is the thing, yep. That thing that's in every category that has Linear.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah. This is just a bit of kind of traversing up Zora's domain, and then
hopefully not back down.
Not back down, preferably. So we'll be on to our third and final Twilight. Beautiful. And so what we're going to do is that there's a Shadow Beast fight in here that will unlock a warp portal to Zora's domain, and we're going to go get the meteor, the hot rock that we were talking about earlier. And we're gonna bring that here to melt everything.
Oh, get over here.
And then we can go through Linearu.
Yep. And there are times like that warp just now where it appeared that I went into first person and just waited for no goddamn reason. I had to do that because I don't have map warping. like we mentioned earlier. And that means that my only method of warping is calling Midna with Z. And because Midna had just given me some text, there was a cooldown on calling her. So I had to wait. Oh, I couldn't hear. I couldn't listen to my visual cue. Oh, man. Listen to my visual cue, yes. Listen to my cue.
I love the climbing on the chain.
Yeah, it's just, it warps you back here anyway. It doesn't matter.
There'll be a one-framer coming up out of this this warp, where you want to try and side hop and it will skip the midnight text. Another one of those weird ones that loses a couple of seconds and it's coming out of a cutscene, so it's a bit awkward to time, but he does it.
Yeah, it's really annoying to miss that one. And there's really no good way to time it.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have enough time to get in? I don't know. Never tried it. Time to get the Shrine Heart piece.
Yes, yeah. Don't forget it. Very important. Yeah, and now we work our way through Lanayru. So Lanayru, compared to Eldin and Farron, is quite long. Just because, for some reason, I understand why for the context of casual. There's a bug in Lanayru Twilight that's down in a corner of Castletown. So there's the middle component of Lanayru is just getting to Castletown, which for the purpose of the storyline makes sense. Just for the speedrun, it's not ideal. There was a quality of life change with the HD version where they removed some of the bugs. They lessened the amount of bugs in each Twilight. So Lanayru is just it's a decently long component.
Yeah, and this is the third and final Twilight. My ratio of Twilights to dungeons so far is 3-to-1. Well, it's going to be 3-to-1 after this one, which is pretty bad considering this is an all dungeons run and not an all Twilights run. But
you
should get more dungeons later on, unless I discover more Twilights.
Someone did ask earlier that if the Twilights were considered a dungeon, and I'm like, they're not, but we do all Twilights.
Yeah. Yeah, not every all dungeons route has done all Twilights, I think. I think Gorge Void Rupee Roll used to be in all dungeons. That would be before my time, then.
Yeah. So within Lanayru, most of these bugs are consistent. There are some bugs that are very much not consistent. So we'll see in a moment. There's the lily pad bugs. They can be quite annoying. Where basically there's I think it's 8 lily pads on the floor, or on the water, sorry. And the bugs just kind of fly around as they want, which is always interesting. But before that, we'll have Beast is going to do a trick here called Waterfall Side Hop, which kind of does what it says on the tin. Basically, if we jump into the water here, because there's a cutscene on the top of this water, so we need to sink down to go underneath. There's the Rutella wants to talk to you. But basically what you can do here is that if you get to the right position of a waterfall...
Oh, really? Wow,
okay. If you get to the right point of the waterfall, and then you can do a side hop there to jump down to the side. But unfortunate. I don't know why that didn't work.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been failing that in this category specifically. Like, I wasn't failing it at all in 80%, and now I've failed it, I think, twice. So it's got to be something to do with what my hands are doing for the equip. But
yeah.
Anyway, not a huge deal. Just say warp to get back up and then come and get the bug. Okay.
And now we're down to the lily pad bugs. As I said, these can be quite annoying because sometimes they just like going under the water. They're like flying around. Also, when you kill a bug in water, they take longer to kind of pop. So when you kill them, they have a moment where they fly around the floor and then they explode and then the tear pops out. For some reason, if you kill them in the water, it takes longer. I don't really know why, but it's a thing.
I need to remember that I already saved. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about this. So anyone who's been watching me save warp the past like 5 times I've save warped so far on this run, may be wondering why I have a fresh file to, or like a new file slot to save over each time. Because I'm switching memory cards, or really I'm using one 8-in-1 memory card and switching memory card partitions, which is allowed, whether I like it or not. And it just saves a little bit of time over the run, like a very little bit of time over the run, because when you are saving over an already used file slot, you have to menu to say, yes, I want to save over this. Whereas if you're saving over a new file slot, you just press A and it's saving. And I think over the course of an 80% run that saves under 10 seconds, all dungeons should be very similar. I don't know the exact number.
Sounds right.
Minor, completely unnecessary time save, but it's allowed, so I do it.
Yeah. It's something that has been used in IL speedrun, so individual levels, so just of a single dungeon. But that's for categories that are 10 minutes or less in some instances. So for them, it makes more sense. For us, it's not a requirement. It's the same way with languages. So like in some categories, we'll have German as the fastest language. It saves like a second or 2.
Yeah.
It's really not any version of the game. At least as long as you, well, even if you don't even need a memory card, if you want to run NSQ, no save and quit. But as long as you have a memory card and a copy of the game, you can do categories. You do not need to worry about like the tiny optimization.
Yeah. If you have the Japanese version of the game, there are some categories you'd have to modify a little bit, or at least
That is true.
techniques you'd have to modify.
I like the sidewards camera there.
Yeah, I don't think it even reduces lag. I just do it for fun.
Yeah, looks cool.
Yeah, you may have heard of something called analog glitch, which is basically where Link doesn't move the direction you're holding on the control stick because of camera shenanigans. But what I just did is use analog glitch on purpose to just be able to turn the camera while still running the same direction the whole time and just holding up. Like I didn't have to actually steer there, I was just holding up. Which is very useful in a task.
And we'll see some interesting movement here. So Castletown has a speed cap, I believe, or your speed drops really fast if you dash. So what we're going to do is basically we're going to do sequences of dash cancels, which are an A press followed by a B press within 10 frames. And what that'll do is basically you'll never use your dash up. Your dash will always be possible. And that is our fastest way to get through Castletown.
Yeah, you never have to wait out your dash cooldown timer if it gets interrupted within 10 frames. You can do that with a B press, or by jumping off a ledge, or by bonking. Oops. Wow. The bonking is usually not useful, but it does does cancel your dash.
Yeah, a lot of the times we use dash canceling as like a spacing thing. So when you have a situation where you can get one dash off but not 2 dashes off, you may want to dash cancel into a dash, and it'll make the spacing quite nice. A potentially annoying bug here as well behind Fire's Cannon. I say that and it was so nice to you. I insulted him for no reason.
No, he deserved it.
A bit more card flying, which I forgot about earlier. But basically there's 4 bugs hidden back up the river. What you'll actually see here is that Beast is going to fly past the first one and go to the second one. And what'll happen is that the first bug will catch up. Or he forgot, I'm not sure.
You never know with me.
Yeah, so the neighborhood takes about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ballpark. Whereas you'll see Eldin takes like 7. Well, in this carry takes a little bit longer due to the cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, this one just takes a bit longer. But thankfully we're right at the end. Just 2 more bugs, and one of them should be pretty quick.
And the other one's quite large.
Yes. And in charge. Oh, come on. This bug is an asshole.
That bug sucks too. It's like the cliff bug. I think there's 4 sets of bugs. The one on the cliff, the lily pad bugs, the one behind Fire's Cannon, and that one. Those are like the 4 sets.
Yeah. And like the way enemy movement and RNG works in this game in general is when you load in an area, an enemy will always it'll start off in the same position, like facing the same angle and whatnot. But from there, its movement is just RNG. So between loading in the area and like turning around and dashing at the bug, like Link had to do that get up animation. In that time, that bug flew up really high, so I couldn't get to it, which it just sometimes does and sometimes doesn't. So here I'll try to get an early bonk on this bug. Well, I got the bonk and failed the quick attack. Oh well. Hopefully I can get that the next time.
Yeah, so what will happen is that because the bug is like charging at you, you can't hit it, you have to dodge it. But if you do an attack just on the bottom of it, you effectively hit, I believe this is the way it works, you hit below the kind of charge, which will make it stop,
No,
and then you're able to...
You hit it right after the charge ends.
Oh, I thought it was you hit below it.
Hello? This is really weird. Yeah, okay, let's fuck up. Anyway, let's ignore that boss bug fight. I don't know why it was right next to the other raft. What's that?
I was like, you killed the bug, that's all that matters.
Yep, I beat the Twilight. And now I am the Twilight Princess. It's me.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I think the bug landing position, I know someone once explained it, like it's to do with like the direction the bug is facing, like if it's flying south to north and all this kind of stuff, because you can get it where the bug lands in like the middle of Lake Hylia.
Yeah.
Like it is, yeah. Ooh, fun trick time.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to safety save before this one, because if I fail this trick in a certain way and I haven't made a save, then I cannot beat the game.
Yeah. So, as I alluded to earlier, basically we don't get map warping within this category, which is used for a trick called map glitch, where basically if you go to warp away on the same frame that you call Midna will interrupt the warp. And what that does is basically it makes the load zones freak out. So obviously if you select to warp to Lake Hylia, for example, but Midna interrupts it, then the game goes, oh well, they've gone to Lake Hylia. That's great. And what that does is it'll bug out the load zones so that...
Okay. Oh, I'll just save in here.
Yeah,
it's fine.
That's fine. What that'll do is basically it lets us access some areas that we shouldn't be able to get to. So, for example, here, if we complete it, the void due to the blizzard will not be in effect. But unfortunately, because we don't have map glitch, we have to do this other thing. Try not to talk.
Other thing is double frame perfect, so give me a minute.
Yep.
Oh, come on. There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
So,
yeah, I was like, I needed to stop talking during it.
Nah, that was... I'm just bad. Oh, whoops. So yeah, that's a trick called universal map delay, and it's just another way of accessing map glitch, what T-Bag was just talking about. So the way he was just saying is you interrupt the warp by calling Midna, like pressing Z on the same frame that you opened the map. But because I can't pull the map, since I didn't get map warping, it's slow for this category, what I had to do was interrupt a warp a different way. I had to use Midna to warp, and because I used Midna to warp, I couldn't use Midna to interrupt the warp as well. So what I did was delay the map coming up for the warp until I was in a cutscene where Link can't warp away. And the way that I did that was just alternating... well, the way that you do that in general is by alternating A and B frame perfectly. This game runs at 30 FPS. Until you're, between the Midna call and when you want the map to come up. So with that setup, I only had to do that for 2 frames. But yeah, I had to hit A on a specific frame and then hit B on the very next frame, and I kept messing that up. But yeah, that allowed me to delay the map coming up until Link was in the intro cutscene for this area, and then the map came up and I chose to warp, but he couldn't warp because he was in the cutscene, so I got map glitch. And now I'm howling at the stone to deactivate map glitch, because if I didn't do that and I just hit a normal load zone, the game would soft lock, because load zones are deactivated.
And the reason that beats the safety save before is that if you've walked into that cutscene at the start of Snow Peak and hadn't made the safety save, then we'd have no way to get map glitch. Or, sorry, no way to get UMD.
Yeah, I couldn't even come here the casual way because I locked myself out of the fishing rod by doing back in time at the beginning. I would just be screwed.
So using map glitch in other categories has a bit of benefit. So like in 80%, for example, you may see that there's an out of bounds you can do to enter the Bulblin camp outside of Arbiter's grounds. We unfortunately don't do that in this category. We'll just go through. Well, actually, we'll do some cool movement. But it can be applicable in different situations to access places that you shouldn't be able to get to.
And that void I just did hit Yeto's cutscene trigger right before I voided out, and that skipped the messenger fight that's supposed to happen to give you the warp portal before you get to Yeto. Which means I won't be able to warp back here, but that should be fine. I should be beating Snow Peak in one go.
And it also means that the blizzard doesn't get cleared. We call it blind snowboarding. You're not actually blind. You are. It's just harder to see snowboarding.
I put on a blindfold just to really experience
That
it.
would be impressive. But thankfully, even though it is quite snowy, there's mountains in the distance that we can faintly see, and we can use them as a bit of a lineup to make sure we're going to the right place.
Yeah, and being in the air locks your speed when you're snowboarding, so I'm basically getting up to max speed and then staying in the air as long as possible with spin attacks, where applicable. Also, it's like nearly an hour 20 into the run. I'm only entering the second dungeon now. This is pretty bad. This is going to be a long run.
This is going to be a very long run. If only there was like a bunch of dungeons you could do back to back.
That would be really good.
That'd be amazing. Blind snow, it's snowboarding just makes me squirm every time I see it. I'm just like, it's just so, I don't know. It just feels
I guess you
awkward.
never do this.
Yeah.
Well, like you've done it before, but
not very well. And we're off to our second dungeon. So we got Snow Peak coming up. So Snow Peak, although in a casual sense, Snow Peak takes a decent amount of time. It's one of the slower dungeons we'll do in this run.
The faster one.
Faster one. Yeah,
shorter one. This dungeon has a lot of sequence breaks in it. A lot of really cool stuff can go on here.
Yeah. So part of the reason why we wanted to get the claw shot early was because we can do this. So basically, if Beast does an LJ across this room here, normally what happens is that you're supposed to destroy the floor here, but for us it's a roof.
Yeah, this is the second half of the dungeon already.
Yeah, it's only got one-way collision, so we're able to just go down, and that
floor is stupid and doesn't exist sometimes.
By the time
now, actually, stop talking for just a minute.
Yeah.
Oops. All right. I feel bad for not saying please. Sorry about that.
No.
Yeah, it's just frame perfect trick there with an audio cue. So,
you're good.
That freezer is not supposed to let you up. It's supposed to spew ice indefinitely when Link is on the ladder. But if you drop off the ladder frame perfectly right as it starts its attack, then it does its attack as though Link's not on the ladder, which is a temporary attack. And if you do that twice, you can get up. The second one, thankfully, is not frame perfect. It's only the first drop that is. And now I can just clip past this freezer, or rather clip past the door using the freezer to push me through the collision and get to Dark Hammer. Without even talking to Yeto, or Yeta.
This dungeon goes by so fast that by the time I'm even trying to explain something, you've done it and you're on to the next thing.
Dude, I fucking hate Dark Hammer. This fight is so dumb.
Yeah, what like determines him to like either throw the ball and chain or not just seems so finicky all the time.
It's It's really not. I just didn't wait long enough, but it's making me wait in a speedrun.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah, just like that, we're like 3 minutes into this dungeon, and we've already killed the mini boss.
Yep.
Like, it is a very, very fast dungeon to complete. And what's really nice is that what Beast did before, LFC, that the thing on the ladder, we can do it again.
Yep. And that
And
takes
that will-
us right to the boss key room.
Yep. So
And,
the whole component of this dungeon that's casual, that has like the getting all the ingredients for the soup and going off and exploring all the different places that Yetta thinks the mirror shard is, we can just skip all that.
Come on. Oh. Wow. I have always had more trouble doing that the second time because the enemy music is playing because of the Wolfos, so I can't hear quite as well. But that was unacceptable. I'm
the
resetting.
aggressive growling.
Yeah, the growling and the enemy music. So there's a really cool strat in this room that I unfortunately can't do with bomb arrows. It's just some really nice choreography, but I can still clear it pretty quickly with ball and chain.
Yeah,
So take those guys out at once, and I should get a 4-part combo here. If I do it right.
Pushing forward.
There we go. This guy's gonna be... Oh, got a red rupee. Hey, it's in the route.
I knew we routed it for a reason. Nice. You got the tech skip. So I don't believe it's something we've covered before, but basically, with rupees, if it's your first, if it's within the same kind of playthrough of a file, you'll get text on a rupee that's over a green, so a blue, a red, whatever it might be, and it'll say, oh, you got a rupee in the amount, and you'll get one of those per kind of play. But if you save warp or reset or anything like that, that'll reset your rupee text. So what Beast did there is basically by side hopping through it, you'll skip that text, which saves a couple of seconds. But it's just sometimes it can be awkward to pull off.
Yeah, and I'm already at the boss. Did not have to do too much.
It's a very, very fast dungeon.
Yeah. Hopefully it stays fast. There's a little trick in the second phase of this fight to make it go by very quickly. And the first phase is just aiming. Maybe? Ah.
I was going to say, that would be an amazing first hit.
Ah, that was lame. Bad ending. First part was good.
That was on track to be really, really good.
Yeah.
And now
so
we'll
here,
see.
I'm gonna take it. There's supposed to be three cycles here in the second phase of getting Zelda to drop down after you've broken some of the icicles, so you can get at her and hit her with the ball and chain. She can become stuff between you and the ball and chain. But I can do it in one cycle if I just set her up properly. So I'm just gonna make all the icicles fall near the wall. That doesn't really matter, but now I'm near the wall, and they will fall near the wall, and this will knock me into the circle, where I'll be trapped with Blizzetta. I can get around and hit her towards the wall. And that gives me enough time to just hit her 3 times.
And just like that, we're done. There is actually probably, I was going to say, sorry, one of the longest parts of this dungeon, like weirdly, is the cutscene leaving it.
Yeah, the IL, the individual level speedrun for this dungeon, any percent, is under 7 minutes long, and about 2 minutes of that is this cutscene. It's a very quick dungeon. So yeah, I've got 1 fused shadow and 1 mirror shard now. I was going to mention, because I said earlier that all the dungeons are in intended order aside from this one. It just works out that that happens to be fastest. We can do a lot of dungeon sequence breaks, but it doesn't end up being faster. Oh, try to backflip here. Damn it. But the reason that this one is so early is that I'm going to use a property of having finished this dungeon in order to enter Goron Mines to get text displacement for it. Because after Snow Peak is Temple of Time in an intended playthrough, and when you're supposed to go to Temple of Time, Russell spawns in North Farron with his golden cock and tries to offer it to you. And you can get text displacement off him. I guess I'll just go ahead and explain text displacement. So the idea is Gorkoron, who lets you into Goron Mines normally, his cutscene is broken, but like if you could just get to a certain part of his dialogue, then he would let you in. And you can do that with text displacement. Basically what's going to happen is I'm going to get the game to preserve where I am in a conversation with a different NPC, and then apply that. Oh, I just hit my split key. And then apply that to Gorkoron to get him to the correct part of the conversation to get into Goron Mines. You're normally not supposed to be able to do that. It's not just like any conversation with an NPC. By the way, shoutouts to Arju at this part. But there are a few different ways to get text displacement, but this method is talking to an NPC from outside, or an NPC that's supposed to have a cutscene from outside their cutscene trigger range. So normally in the cutscene, you'd be forced to talk through the whole dialogue, and that would make, at the end of the dialogue, it clears the text displacement bit in memory. But if you talk to them from outside their cutscene range, which here you'll see is kind of tight, I'm going to be just shimmying towards them, then you can just stop wherever you want to in the dialogue. So I'm just going to end up talking to him twice. Right here. There we go. And now his cutscene trigger is disabled, so I can get a little closer. Says, let me tell you a story. And I will not let him tell me a story. I'm going to leave.
He manages to take off his helmet and put it back on, while also wearing it.
Very impressive. Yeah, that's text displacement. So I only went two dialogue boxes in, and I've preserved that. So now I'm just going to go talk to Gorkoron. And the fastest way for me to get to Gorkoron will not be to fight all these Gorons and do what you're supposed to do, but be a little bit naughty and get up a different way and get destroyed by a meteor. That one's a meteor too, not volcanic rock. Hot rock. Clip out of bounds here. And get over. Amazing. Let me try that again.
I didn't know that.
Oh right, I can't transform here.
I didn't know that this was routed into all dungeons yet.
Seriously? Do I have to go behind the thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it kind of sucks for rupees in this category, but it's still faster unless you do that. Don't. Oh, come on. Hot. Let me up.
Game's out to get you. So I think the meteors, I think someone decomped it. I think it's like 3 out of 5 times, like 60% of the time or something that the meteors will spawn, something like that.
Oops.
It's more often than not, but not guaranteed.
And then you're not supposed to be able to go up the back way here until you've already beaten Gorkoron and used the elevator from the top. So I've got this Goron blocking me, and there are a couple of ways past this guy. You can use the spinner, which I don't have, or you can do a frame-perfect roll out of a transformation right here when you're kind of clipped into him. Not like that. And it'll just go right through him, eventually. Oh, maybe I'd match for it. Alright, I'll match for him.
It can be quite awkward, yeah, because you're trying to roll on the first frame that basically you become Human Link, which can be a little bit awkward. Third try does the job.
So those Gorons didn't actually move, but Gorkoron said let him go in the dungeon, so the invisible wall behind them, that is what actually prevents you from entering the dungeon, was removed. So I just rolled past them.
We're gonna see some cool skips in Goron Mines. So normally here, you have to play with the flame jets. So turning them off by stepping on switches with some iron boots, we can just jump straight across, which is really nice.
Here I'll be trying to make a cycle.
Looks pretty cool.
Nope. Ain't making the cycle.
That was still pretty cool, if it's anything.
It was something. I thought I was going to slide off the other side and void.
I thought you were too.
Oh well.
Yeah, there's a cycle here, basically with these kind of paddles, I guess, that spin around because they're a consistent timing from when the room loads in. And basically, if you do some nice movement, you can get through it on an earlier cycle. Only saves a couple of seconds, but it looks pretty cool. And here, what we're going to do is, rather than basically pulling out the slab and then running around, we can clip through this tiny little gap, which is quite nice. There'll be a small part of Goron Mines that we're going to skip, which is Shard 2. So normally the way Goron Mines works is that basically you want to build the boss key. So you talk to the 3 separate elders, they'll give you all of their pieces, put them together, you get the boss key. But what we can do is we need the first one, and we can get the third one. But we do not need to get the second one. We can actually skip it with an LJA over.
I think because I got the Chilvos Rupee, it was actually a fast way to get that instead of the purple.
I would agree. So basically, Beast's working his rupee count up to 300, because we're going to need that to fix the cannon.
Well, I need 120 first.
Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah, we need it's 120 to buy the bomb bag, and then also you need 300 to fix the cannon. So we will be gradually work through rupee count, but thankfully there's a silver later on, which is a 200 rupee, which will get us most of the way there.
And when I'm running onto these iron boots switches and trying to press them down, at running speed, getting onto them and pressing the iron boots to like press the switch immediately is frame perfect. So if I run, if I press the boots button too early, then I won't be on the switch and I'll have to walk forwards a little bit. If I press it too late, then Link will kind of run across the switch. And when you start standing on a switch, not really just Link, anything, the game kind of freezes your controls, so you can't do anything. So it'll appear as though I completely forgot to put on the iron boots and I'm just running across the switch. But I assure you that's not the case.
I didn't actually know it was frame perfect.
Yeah, at running speed.
And those magnet floors there are one of the slowest things we have to do in this run. But what is cool is in the Wii variant of the game, you can basically just run across them at normal speed using a glitch.
There, that was the frame perfect version.
And that's where Wii makes up a lot of time. On the GameCube copy for categories like we have a Goron Mines arcade category.
No!
Which is... Oh
my god.
Do you have turbo on? What
no,
happened there?
I shouldn't have been mashing, is what happened there.
Yeah.
Well, what happened the first time is I walked a little bit too far, so it sucked me back to the middle. There's a cool little trick in here. Jumping over the Tektite? Oh no, the Tektite's not there. Don't get any extra points. I can clip through this gate by just climbing through it as Wolf. Not this gate, this is the chest. This gate.
But what's interesting is that you can climb through it on with a certain angle, so you got to be basically facing straight onto it. And I was going to say, and if you go side to the right, you will get crush voided.
Amazing.
Thanks for showing that. So I didn't have to explain it.
I'm gonna die today, bro. Or die to the Tektites. Oh, there we go.
I was going to say die to a crush void.
Yeah, second one. Or I could die to a fire arrow out here.
Yeah.
Is there health before Dangoro? Oh yeah, there are the pots at the entrance to the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
I'll get those if I...
It might be in the
or
barrels
follow
though,
me.
right? As well.
Yeah. I want to die in Goron mines. Oh,
Who would do
they
that?
broke through for me. Thanks, guys.
These railings around there are just quite awkward to roll around. Their collision is a lot wider than it looks.
Biden Peepo happy.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. So basically, the second elder is across that the bridge on the left hand side. But what we can do is we can just jump straight across, which is nice. There is actually a way to skip it without doing an LJ, that we do in Goron Mines RTA, but it is quite specific, and LJ is just. We're gonna see a fast strat here. Where basically if you bring Dangoro to a certain point on the platform, you're able to start to throw him away and then ledge grab. And what that'll do is that he won't be able to bounce back onto the platform for the second cycle, so it'll just immediately jump to his final one. So it's a nice 2-cycle strat.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that the 3 jump slash setup for that works, because hitting Dangoro when he has his guard up like that is really precise. Like, to the point where the Orden Sword is a little bit shorter than the Master Sword. If you do that setup, it doesn't work. It's that precise.
And just like that, we've done the first half of Goron Mines. Now we get the bow, not to be confused with the man who we wrestled earlier.
Take the mayor bow out of the chest.
I knew he's been hiding. And what is quite nice here is that kind of after we've got the bow, we can basically just go back through the way we came. So the second half of Goron Mines here is also kind of like Snow Peak. It's quite fast. We basically go back where we were previously, and with a bit of claw shotting and some nice movement, we can make it straight to pirates. So we are speeding up in the dungeon department.
Yes.
We've got 2, and we're nearly done 3.
And I need 1 more rupee chest here.
I wasn't sure if you were going to get the 50, but it makes sense, because I know you said you got the 20 earlier.
Yeah, this just means I need 1 of the 50s instead of both of them.
Yeah, okay. That's the elevator we're at. Yep, cool, I'm with you.
Yep, so just making my way downtown. Dangoro really wants
fast.
to talk to me in this room, but I don't want to talk to him, so I'm going to slash whenever I'm near him, as that turns the A prompt to roll instead of talk.
What is really cool is if you roll your finger from B to A, like it's like almost like a dash cancel. You just don't even swing the sword. It looks like you're just able to skip the text prompt. This is a cool LJ.
To waste some time because I failed it. That's why I did it. And here's where the claw shot's going to save a little bit of time. In here, it saved a lot of time in Snow Peak, but.
And what you see also is when Beast is jumping off ledges, you can basically equip the iron boots to land faster.
Land really fast in that case.
That was very fast. And you just save a bit of time, because basically being in the air is slow. That's kind of the long and the short of it. And then nice bow shot to take down the bridge. and we're going into Fire. So Fire's actually had, I'd say, a semi-recent discovery. So we've always been able to do a fast air fight, where basically we'd shoot Fires through the bow and then pull the chain to the side, and basically he would take like a step or two and then fall over. But what we've actually found recently is that if you stand behind him when he, I don't know, flames up, like when he basically puts his hands above his head, you actually only need to use one bow shot in this whole fight, which is quite cool. And it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, so I'm just going to position myself with the chain back here, and then there's going to be a 10 frame window right as he raises his arm where I can press R to grab it. So right as it tried to fly away, I grabbed it, and now I can just pull him right back down again.
Which is amazing that for the boss that you need the dungeon item for, you shoot it once.
Yeah, technically you don't need the dungeon item. I want to say you can like Moon Boots backslice him or something.
That would be cool. Very nice. That basically takes the fight from being like there's always been a way to make it easier with the old fast chain pull strat, but this I think it saves about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
5 per cycle.
And that is dungeon 3.
Yep. Speeding up a little bit.
We're getting there. What we'll see now between this and getting to the next dungeon, basically we're going to go back to Lakebed next. So as mentioned earlier, we went to Lakebed and got Uku to leave. But before we do that, we need to go get some bombs to be able to do the Morpheal fight. So the way the Morpheal fight works is normally you would do it with Zora armor, so you don't drown. Obviously, as I said before, we don't like getting Zora armor because that's quite slow. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to go buy a bomb bag from Barnes and then immediately sell him the bombs and buy water bombs. No, we're not going to buy water bombs. We're just going to sell the normal bombs to empty the bomb bag, and then we're going to take there's conveniently placed water bombs at the start of Lakebed that we will take. And basically, the way the Morpheal fight works is that if you are like on the floor wearing your iron boots, if you pull out a water bomb, and then during the bomb pull out animation, you equip something over your iron boots, you will start to float. And what's really nice about that is, one, we get off the ground, so it's really easy. It's easier to get up on to above Morpheal. And the other part of it is then when we release the bomb while floating, it will actually reset our oxygen meter, which lets us not drown, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I put a big caveat on the end of that. But the Morpheal fight is it's difficult to learn originally just because there's a lot of RNG in it. Basically, Morpheal is pathing, can swim up, can swim down, left or right.
Yeah, it's like what I was saying about Sword and Shield Skip earlier, that you just have to be able to react to the RNG.
Yeah.
It occasionally can really screw you over in phase 1 if the eyeball just dodges you forever. Mm-hmm. But other than that, it's the fight is always doable. You just have to react properly.
Yeah.
Which hopefully
I'd say like 90% of the time, it's like the RNG can make it faster or slower, but for you to entirely fail it would be quite rare.
Yeah.
So we kind of evaluate the performance of a Morpheal fight based on how many bombs you use. So I'd say like kind of the standard is 2. Very, very good runners can get 1, but 1 is also dependent on the RNG the Morpheal gives you.
Yeah, 1 bomb you can only do if you get certain RNG.
Yeah.
You can only
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Realistically, if you get through the fight and you don't drown, that's a win in my books.
Yeah, in the context of a relay, that's really all.
and we also get to go see the boss key skip we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, here's the only boss key skip in the game. Oops. Tektite's gonna do the motherfucker. I've done this every single time. I don't know why I can't do this anymore. Yeah, so you see the small antechamber I was talking about earlier.
So what we do here is that because you can hit the edge of that kind of slope, it will make your angle straight perpendicular, or I guess parallel with the stairs, and that will let beasts clip in. It's actually really important to be wearing the iron boots when falling into the water, because if you land in the water and you're not wearing your iron boots, and just put them on straight away, you will drown. There is a way to back it up, but yeah, we like to be wearing them as we sink, because you'll see the oxygen meter is going to get alarmingly low before we enter the cutscene.
So the eyes movement here is RNG. Hopefully it'll... Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to pull a bomb right before the eye gets back into the mouth and starts the cutscene. And that allows me to float upwards during the cutscene while holding the bomb. And then as T-Bag said earlier, once I release the bomb, it's going to refill my air meter. So ideally what will happen is more fuel will basically swim straight to me. I'll release the bomb right before it blows up, and then I'll have a full air meter when I get onto more fuel, which will either make it possible to do one bomb, or just, you know, not give me such a high risk of drowning after the first grab.
Yeah, the eye movement there is RNG, and also the length of time it takes to go back into Morpheal is also RNG.
I can go for it. I'll give it a shot. Well, okay, I guess I missed the Y input. Whatever, that's fine.
So what you'll see is that when you're on Morpheal, we're wearing our iron boots normally, because what we can do is that rather than waiting for Morpheal to shake us off, what we can do is we can unequip our iron boots, which will force us to just immediately dismount, and that will just buy us more time in getting back down to the floor. And you see there, yeah, Beast was buffering for a frame, or a couple of times to basically make sure that Morpheal's head is facing down, so that means we can get a quick regrab, because if Morpheal is swimming upwards, we may not be able to hit the eye on the top of its head. And if you want a fun fact, this cutscene here is also RNG. The length of time it takes, don't really know what causes it. Don't know if it's about where in the arena Morpheal is when you kill it. But yeah, it can vary slightly in terms of length of time. But we will take a 2-bomb. 2-bomb is pretty nice. I'm also going to assume that Beast has gone to the bathroom during this, because this is a long cutscene.
What did I miss?
I wasn't fully aware that you left at first, so I started talking, and then I went, "Oh, it's Morpheal. He's probably walked out the room."
Yeah. I just hate to see eels die, you know.
I know, pacifist. I was mentioning how the Morpheal cutscene can be RNG, and I said I think it's to do with where in the room you kill it, because it always has to die in the same, like, slam into the wall at the same spot. But I don't even know if that's true.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like where in the room you kill it and what path it's trying to go on.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there we go. Now that's our 4th temple done. So we go from, I think at like an hour 10, we were at 1 dungeon. Yeah. So, and then we've got 3 in the following 40 minutes. So we're picking up pace.
Definitely. We got some of the longer dungeons left, but there's going to be a lot less overworld stuff. There's a good amount between here and Arbiters, but after that, there's going to be a lot less between dungeons. Kind of a dungeon rush.
Yeah, it is very much a, hey, you leave this one, just warp to the next one, let's go again. Right now we've got MDH, which is just it's completing parts of the storyline. Basically, we've gotten all of the few shadows, and then we need to go save Midna.
It's too late for that. My Midna's dead. I'm going to replace her.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not. She was kind of annoying. Did you see how she was trying to talk to me all the way through Goron Mines?
I know, awful. You should get a wicked one. That would be cool.
That's a good idea. I think I will.
There's some like small cool movement we can do here. So there's a cool cutscene we can get. It's kind of rare to get it, but if we do, we can talk about it. And also there's some cool movement in Telma's bar. But again, using dash cancels to get through Castle Town as the best method of getting through. And it also plays great music. I think if you're ever in a ZSR stream and you're in the waiting room, or you're waiting for an event to start, there's a high chance that this song gets played.
Yeah.
Unfortunate with the cat glitch.
It's at dash speed, frame perfect, and it saves so little time that I don't think anybody ever practices it. I certainly don't.
No, absolutely not. It saves like what, 1.7 or something?
Yeah, honestly, I probably should. 1.7 isn't that little, but anyway, I missed it. I was a little bit late. Probably just a couple of frames.
Basically, what it does is that rather than the cutscene here following Louise around as she's talking to you, it basically locks the camera in a fixated position. So you're almost getting like a kind of top-down view of the chat.
Yeah, so it just saves a little bit of time on camera movement.
Yeah.
So neat little jump there to skip a rope.
Very nice. I didn't want to talk because I was like,
thank you.
Rope skip is, yeah. It's basically when you walk into that cutscene, so the Goron's always going to be in the same spot, and effectively you have to skip the cutscene straight away, perform a side hop, and then a dash from a particular angle. But what makes it really awkward is that if you don't skip the cutscene straight away, the Goron will then be able to detect you even if you grab the rope. So it has to happen in a very quick sequence. It doesn't save a whole lot of time, and it loses you a decent chunk of time, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like 3 seconds saved versus not doing it, and 27 seconds lost if you fail it. But it's not hard. It's just high risk, low reward. And as T-Bag said, it's on a very tight timer. You have to do it immediately. You can't really set it up, or you can't take extra time to set it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it becomes a case of if you actually. Honestly, one of the hardest parts of the trick is skipping the cutscene straight away. If you fail to skip the cutscene, you actually just have to concede that you can't even go for it and just go and take the normal route.
TGD turned Dutch there for a moment.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. What does rope spick do?
That's you probably shouldn't say that.
Sorry.
An unfortunate typo. What the hell?
He's out for blood.
Yeah. I don't know how I managed to deflect the arrow and still get hit.
I will say that these ropes in MDH, especially when you're new to the game, are the most awkward thing in the world to climb onto. They're kind of like the area you can walk onto them for is oddly specific for something that really shouldn't be. Got some cool movement here to skip over some of the ropes and just speed it up a bit. And what we got here is a wind cycle. So we saw this earlier on in the game. But basically there is a wind cycle here for a bridge we want to jump to because we can't be doing Midna jumps. So basically there's a bridge just up ahead. And then if we have nice movement along here, get our dash cancels all right, and good kind of vectoring, we should be able to make a cycle, which just saves a couple of seconds. And now we get to go see Zelda again.
Hi, Zelda.
Hi, Zelda. Bye, Zelda. And conveniently, now this cutscene then shows what's in your splits background.
Oh, yeah.
By applying the barrier to Hyrule Castle. So as we said before, this is kind of the next part of overworld stuff. So now our job is to get to Arbiter's Grounds, which is quite a cool dungeon. Lots of skips, lots of tricks, really, really fun. But to get there, we need to go talk to we need to go talk to Auru on top of his tower, which is an unnecessarily long ladder climb. This was a quality of life change they made in the HD version, that they sped up ladder climbing speed, because it is just unnecessarily slow.
My favorite part of the run.
It's great. I think it's like 18 seconds of ladder climbing.
Yeah.
And basically what we're going to do is going to take this, we'll bring it over to fire, then we get into Gerudo. Then we have a way of getting into Gerudo.
So I get
what happened?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's cool. I was very confused. I was like, what happened? I was like, you're just climbing a ladder. How did you manage that?
I've been doing UMD since Snow Peak. I finally released it.
Oh, congrats. Yeah, we have a way of getting into Boblin Camp without using the boar, which is cool. And also, we'll do some cool movement when we're in Boblin Camp to get into the King Boblin 3 fight. So in this fight, we'll fight King Boblin 1, 3, and 4. King Boblin 2 we do not need because that is a part of Zor armor, which we do not get.
This is the GameCube version of the game.
Yeah, GameCube version of the game played on the Wii. So you can run GameCube games on Wiis, I think certain versions of them. And so that's quite... a lot of runners use Wiis just because they're easier to get, just seem to be a bit more reliable. I know a couple of people run on the GameCube version. Sorry, the GameCube on the GameCube version. Vice versa, whatever. I'm speaking words. I'm saying the word GameCube too much. But GameCube's just a bit less reliable. While we have a little bit of downtime here, so there's 3 versions of the game. There's a GameCube version, there's a Wii version, there's a HD version. They're all obviously off the same base game, but the speedruns are all quite different. GameCube is, I'd say, the most popular version and the most competitive version, but there are Wii runners and there are HD runners, which are both cool in their own right. And what's nice is that some tricks will be unanimous through the different versions. But then also each version normally has its own specific glitches, which makes it quite nice.
Yeah, and if anyone's interested in getting into Twilight Princess speedrunning, first of all, I'd recommend joining the Discord server. But a really common question is, which version should I run? And the answer is, whichever version you like best. Because they all have cool speedruns.
Or whichever one you have access to also helps. I know there's people who have the Wii copy and they're like, oh, should I buy the GameCube copy? It's like, no, you have the Wii copy. You should play the Wii copy. But yeah, they're all quite different, but also there's overlapping features.
So it's nice having the ball and chain here. I don't need to get a boar to break this fence, and then I can just clip past this one as Wolf.
Yep.
Technically, you can clip past the first one as well, but it's just way more precise, so it's not really worth it for RTA runs.
Yeah, you see it in TAS.
Yeah. And then in here, there's a category-specific trick. I'm trying to get to King Boblin, and I could just go around and get the key and open the door like you're supposed to, but it's very slightly faster to not do that. In other categories, you'd use map glitch here, but because I don't have map warping, and there's no good way to get UMD here, RTA, I am not doing that. And instead, I'm saying oops. One moment. Instead of, you'll see what I'm doing instead. It's fairly self-explanatory. Getting knocked off a ledge is what I'm doing. So just get on the roof, and his cutscene trigger extends infinitely upwards and downwards, so I can just activate the fight from here.
Yeah, well, it is quite nice. In this character, as you said, because it goes upwards and downwards, so in all dungeons, we'll activate the fight from above, and in 80%, we'll activate the fight from below, which is really nice.
Yeah, the only category that activates it properly is glitchless.
Yeah, and you can do so one of the main ways we deal damage in this is through doing an instant spin. So doing a jump attack into a spin attack. So we'll see that's kind of the fastest way to inflict damage. So we have what we refer to as big damage. So spin attacks, roll stabs, jump attacks. I guess mortal draw as well, but don't have that. And basically you want to apply as much big damage as you can. So and then something like a slash or a stab would just be small damage. So
running slash is very small damage.
That's running slashes is like it's like hitting someone with a slingshot. It's so weak. And now we're back to the dungeons, back to the reason we're here. So Arbiters it's quite a complex dungeon. A lot of people say it's the hardest dungeon. Just because there's a lot in it. There's a decent amount of RNG, but again, RNG is something you have to just account for. It doesn't always kill your run. And also, what's really nice about Arbiters is that we don't need to do either of the boss fights. We can skip both of them in two separate ways. So in Arbiters, we've got Death Sword, so we'll do Death Sword skip, which is this really cool super jump. And then we've got Stallard skip, which is probably one of the better known things in TP recently.
Yeah, if you haven't seen a Twilight Princess speedrun in the past like 2 years, stick around.
Yeah, it is. It's basically a trick that we used to think was TAS only, and now we have really cool RTA setups for it, and it saves like a minute 40. It's kind of pushed the category, pushed like any percent in all dungeons a lot further than we ever expected it to, because the world record dropped so much after it got found. But there is, I believe. Are you gonna deafen for Stallard skip?
I don't know.
I was just gonna say because I want to explain it, but also I don't want to explain it while you're doing it because that might put you off with the metronome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just deafen then.
Yeah, cool, easy. But the main structure here of Arbiters is that there's these 4 poes, and basically you kill the 4 poes, it'll open the poe gate. For anyone who's seen low percent runs, this is where the big slide happens. That's quite a common thing we get asked. But what's really nice here is that TP has this repeat offensive. Basically, it will only check if you have the final of something. So do you have the final mirror shard? Do you have the final fuse shadow? And do you have the final poe? And so what we can do here is
2, 3, and 4. It's not just the final one.
Oh, there we
yeah.
go.
So sorry, go on, and I'll come back to that.
Sure. So basically what we did there, that's trickle Poe 1 skip. So that Poe that's in the main room, we actually just never need to interact with. We'll just run past him, say hi a couple of times, but we actually don't need to ever complete that fight. But you go ahead with 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so in the case of mirror shards and fused shadows, it only checks for the final one. There may be other examples of that in the game too, but for the Poes, the way the dungeon works, even if you're just playing the intended way, you can get the Poe sent from Poe 1, and then you can actually get the rest of the Poes in any order. Because like Poe 2, you can just go down and get the small key, and then you can go straight to Poe 3. And then Poe 3, you can actually just go all the way through and get straight to Poe 4. Like, you don't actually have to get the Poes on that path. You can miss them. So it checks for all 3 of them. Which really makes me wonder why they didn't just make it check for all 4, but I don't know.
Yeah, that is... I actually didn't know that until right now. That is quite interesting. It does make sense that you could, in theory, just get, like, the last one, then you'd be done.
So I did a little manip here to make the Poes enter their fast spinning without doing much slow spinning, which is slow. And then just the fight went over pretty quickly. Yeah, I need to sniff this Poe, because conveniently you can get the Poe sent from any of the 4 Poes. And although you're supposed to get it from the first one to get to Po 2, you can get it from this one instead and skip the first one. And for backtracking purposes later, I'm going to push this block 4 times, count them. And,
no more, no less.
Correct. I mean, it could be more. But if you don't push it 4 times, it doesn't stay put. And you have to do Po 1 skip again. Well,
we actually have that in... We have that in Gora Mines as well for the third Elder, that you have to either push it 2 sets of 2 or you have to push it 4 times. Don't know why 4 is the number, but yeah. So what's interesting is that if Beast forgot to get the scent there, that dig spot actually isn't possible.
Yeah.
So even though we know the sand is there, we know the chain is underneath it, but unless you have the scent, it actually won't let you dig up the chain, which means you couldn't get into here.
Hello?
You're loving the map.
I need to know where I am.
That's very important. A cool little... Oh, sorry, you go.
When did I get Red Rupee text?
You got the chest in Gora Mines.
Oh, I haven't saved since then. Wow. That's nice.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, the only red rupees you got this run was that one, and then you got the one in Snow Peak, but you skipped that text.
Yeah. And that was before the chest, so I had to skip it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
But yeah, Arbiters has a bunch of small optimizations in it, basically, because everything is kind of bite-sized into different rooms. So what we're going to see here is that basically when Beast leaves this room, going to try and perform a trick called Speed Rat. And what that is that the rat will attack you after you started pushing the block, and that will basically let you run around the room earlier. That looks good to me.
Yeah, very nice. So actually, I opened the door so early there that the room hadn't finished rotating, and that means that if I were to go up to the door right above this to try to get to Po 3 the normal way, I wouldn't be able to. I would open the door and there would just be a big wall facing me. But wow. Thankfully, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go this way instead.
And as you can see, Po 1's just hanging out in the main room. It's really important to not put on senses and target it, because then you will just do the Po 1 fight.
It seems like a weird mistake to make. Whoops, I put on senses and hit target.
Yeah, look, you can put on senses if you want, but yeah, it's the targeting that would really get me.
And so you can actually hear the lock opening in this door. You're supposed to open that door from the other side. But I'm a little naughty, so I didn't.
Yeah, doing backwards Po 3 is a lot nicer than doing forwards Po 3, because the enemies don't really have a detection when you're coming this way. So like those redeads, for example, there's 2 of them. They just won't attack you if you come from this side, unless you get in front of them and start kind of asking for it effectively. And what you see also is when Beast is getting to some of the Po's, that's a lot of rupees.
That is a lot of rupees. I don't need any of them.
What you'll see him do is that basically does a jump attack, and what that does is the Po, when you first get near a Po does like a screaming animation, and by doing a jump attack, it just cuts that off, so they will attack you sooner. And that is basically the first half of Spinner done. So now we can get through the Po gate. The boss key in this we get in quite a interesting way, I think. We do this early boss key clip, which is basically going through the sand backwards.
As you can see in this cutscene, I have all 4 Po flames, so the door is opening. Yep, got all 4 of them. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of runners do talk about Arbiters as being one of the hardest dungeons, just because it can get out of hand pretty quickly.
It has a high skill ceiling, and it has a lot of small RNG in it.
Yeah, but also when you play it well, it feels amazing.
Oh.
So this is our backwards boss key. So we just hop through the sand like that. And we've got the boss key. Just so much nicer. So there's no need to actually use the dungeon item to get the boss key as they intended you to.
Yeah.
And
hopefully I'll be doing some parkour here.
hopefully.
Nice. And I need to remember to get the bomb chest. This category needs a bomb refill here.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't strictly need one, but it's faster. So that's a little bit faster than... Like, I'm going through this room backwards. It's obviously not the intended path. There isn't an intended path. But that was a bit faster than, like, going through it as Wolf on the floor normally.
And what you'll see is ESSing isn't a massive thing in TP, not like something like OOT, but basically if Beast ESSes in the sand there while targeting, he can break slide through the sand, so it's good for like the sand and the deep snow, and that basically lets you slide through the sand and keep your momentum the whole way through. So it's actually something that you'll see a lot in TASs. So when, for example, when we run up a hill, your speed will drop, but if you break slide, what it'll do is that your speed will drop slower. So if we break slide in the sand there, for example, we're keeping our running speed through the sand, whereas we should be basically coming to a halt. But it does slowly decrease. And this here is our Death Sword skip fight. Well, I guess Death Sword skip, lack of fight.
Fighting the trick.
So what Beast's going to do here is basically you lure Death Sword to a corner, and then you distance yourself with a super jump and at a particular angle, and then what you do is that gate in the back behind that, which normally opens when you kill Death Sword, we're going to jump over it and then be able to access the spinner.
So having to do a little bit of a backup here, I got bad RNG on Death Sword. Hopefully this is still fine. It's a little bit of an awkward position. Yeah, I fucked up the camera angle too.
Yeah, so Death Sword can get, if Death Sword can get stuck there, so you'll see that Death Sword shadow will kind of pop up on the right hand side, because just sometimes I'm flying around the room, just gets stuck. Thankfully not this time.
Yeah, so it's a 2 or 3 frame window to release that charge attack. Oops. So kind of precise. It's really not too bad, but I screwed up my camera angle, so I couldn't see my normal visual cue the first time.
Yeah. It saves about 25 seconds over doing the fight. I think
something like that.
To a lot of the tricks that we do in this run. So trying to look at it and trying to kind of figure out what went wrong and what went right is quite difficult. But it does feel cool to hit.
Yes.
And that's why we do everything. And now we're into the second half of Arbiters. And so as I said, we skip both bosses in this, if you are a runner of that level. So we've got Standard Skip coming up, which is probably the hardest trick in the run. And basically, the way we're going to do it is, well, first off, Beast is going to be deafened for the fight. So I'm not gonna feel bad of talking.
Yeah, just a couple of notes before I mute and deafen. I'm going to be using a metronome for the very last part of the trick, but I need to have it on the entire time just because there's no good time during the trick to turn it on. So I need to be listening to that, and I don't want to have that on the restream. And then also, unfortunately, because this trick, or a part of this trick, is notch dependent, very, very specifically notch dependent, I'm actually going to be switching controllers for this, so you won't see anything on the input display either. No accusing me of cheating. I'm actually doing it. I'm just not plugged into the input display.
Yeah, every one of your PBs that people go to try and learn Standard Skip, and they're like, why is the input display not working?
Yeah, I feel bad about that, because it would be good as a resource, but it's just, this controller can't do it.
Yeah. Then it's like if you hold like the up left or the up right or whatever within a controller, you want it to be 40, -40, like that range.
See on the other side.
Yeah, cool. Good luck. So you want it to be like 40, -40, depending on which it is, and it makes it all like a one unit can make it vary. It's very, very specific. So if you have one that's 39, you have to account for that. So this saves it, as I said, about 1:40. Basically what Beast is going to do is he's going to do an angle setup to start with, and then spin her across to the other side. And then we've got our friend Joseph, who's one of the stall troops. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull him into the corner using something called a CAD, which is a claw shot actor displacement. which basically we're going to try and claw shot a very specific point of Joseph, and then we're going to enter a falling state by going off the ledge. And what's that going to do is that Joseph is going to fly against us and push us into the corner. And then when he's in the corner, we're able to perform a wall clip to get into this wall right in front of Beast, and then a bomb boost to get through the wall. And during all of this, we're going to be spending the time managing Stallard breath cycles. So basically, Stallard would breathe flames at you every 10-15 seconds. So we've got to manage that by throwing a rang at him. So it's a very, very specific vertical angle. That CAD looks good to me, I think. Yeah, it looks good. And now it's going to perform a wall clip by performing an L slide, which is basically claw shotting, and then holding L and upright after you've shot the claw. Very good. And now we've got the bomb boost. So basically, he wants to throw the bomb, and then it's I don't even know the frame window, but it's a very specific frame window afterwards. And that if done correctly, the bomb will explode while he is claw shot into Joseph, and he will clip through the wall. And that is very good. He made that look way easier than it is. But yes, that was very clean.
That was not very clean. That was okay.
You got through it in the first try. I'm calling that very clean. I would say it's more important to just get through it than to get stuck in it. So I'm going with clean.
Yeah. I'm fine with that for a relay, but that was, it was a little sloppy.
Yeah. I love the idea of just me like picking up you while you're doing the trick. You're like, oh, that's so good. And you come in, you're like, that is rubbish.
Not quite.
Just going against everything.
So the next dungeon that you're supposed to do after Arbiter is a Snow Peak. I've already done that one. So I'm going to head to Temple of Time. And again, because of the trick I did earlier, or like the specific way that I'm getting to City in the Sky early, I need to do Temple of Time before like getting the Sky Cannon. So that's why that's here in the route. Otherwise, it really could be anywhere. There's, I think the current DBHD All Dungeons route has Temple of Time after Palace, which is pretty strange. So here, doing a little bomb boost. This achieves the same thing that early Master Sword did earlier in the run. I'm going to be getting to Sacred Grove. This time, oops. One sec.
This slope is
okay. Yeah, this collision is... You're not supposed to be here. And
yeah.
Yes. No. Okay. Yeah, this time I could have gotten here through the normal means. Russell was right over there waiting to tell me his story from earlier. But it's just slow to listen to his story.
It's a great story, though.
So I've heard. And now I need to get through Grove 2 to get to Temple of Time. You can technically skip Grove 2 if you can just get to the exit load zone. You don't need to chase Skull Kid or fight him. And we do that in 100%, but there isn't an RTA viable way to do it without hidden skills. And this run, like, it wouldn't be worth it to get hidden skills just to do this one trick.
Yeah, it's this kind of sequence in Hundo. Also, we don't need to do the bomb boost that Beast did before to get up on there, because we can also use Jump Strike for that. So Jump Strike just makes kind of traversing, just getting through the game a bit easier for us, really. Because Jump Strike as a combat technique is kind of rubbish, but as a movement technique, when combined with Iron Boots, is pretty useful.
Or for LJS.
Yes, yeah.
So here I'm just doing a little turnaround. I don't actually know exactly how that works, but I think because I didn't go right up to Skull Kid in the first room where I shot him, it didn't like activate something properly or something. I don't know. But I'm just following the lights around.
Yep. Follow the light. So what's interesting here is that the puppets that are spawning in, they just spawn in every time he blows the trumpet. But if you have something above you, they won't spawn in. So for example, if Skull Kid was blowing the trumpet while Beast was in like kind of one of those little kind of caverns or caves, no puppets would spawn in on that cycle.
Which is a lot more relevant to 100% than it is to this category.
Definitely.
It's something like that. Yeah, I don't know. What could you do?
We've just got a couple of bow shots at Skull Kid, and then we get to go return the Master Sword, and then we'll be into Temple of Time.
That was a good shot.
That was a very nice shot.
I'm rich and healthy. 2 things you could want in life.
You're not wrong. There's a cool one-framer here that you can sometimes get.
I didn't even press the A button fully down.
Yeah, it basically between pushing the box off and Midnight Talk to, there's a side hop you can get which will make you jump the whole way down. Again, tiny thing.
Now I'm going to take out my sword just to put it away and then take it out again.
Now, basically, the bulk of the remaining, like the bulk of the route now is just going to be dungeons. We have a little bit of overworld stuff before City in the Sky, but not really much at all. And then it's just kind of, let's go do all the dungeons.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though we never use this warp portal, we don't even use this warp portal on 100%, but we have to get it, otherwise you can't get into Temple of Time.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
I think it's the only warp portal we don't use in Hundo.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What is a cool thing there is that door to enter Temple of Time, you can actually open it from the other side. If you're doing a targeted backwards walk. Sorry, it choked. I don't know what happened there. You can do a targeted backwards walk. And you can open the door from the other side for some reason. Don't really know why.
Yeah, nice to do that in Hundo because you're coming from the other side, but that's only relevant if you have hidden skills.
Yeah.
Clank.
And we're into TOT. So I think TOT is a great dungeon.
Yeah, me too.
It's quite divisive at Anarakis. But there's a fair bit to it.
Yeah, it's a lot more interesting in Hundo than any other category, but it's still fun in this category.
Yeah, we got to do some cool gate skips. So basically, all of the gates in Temple of Time normally you put down like pots and all that on the switches, and that will let you through the gate. But what you can do is that if you claw shot up to the grate, and then wait a few frames, and then you do a B attack while falling, you're able to jump over the gate rather than having to open them.
Yeah, Link's dangling animation basically moves him forwards a little bit on some certain specific frames. So if you just drop on one of those and he's farther forwards than he's supposed to be able to be, and then you can jump slash on, which I will demonstrate momentarily. Yeah, that's true. And Hundo plus TOT is good. Really just TOT is good. Oh my god, I'm hitting C up too early. There we go. This one. I gave myself analog glitch there.
Yeah, depending on what category you run, there's Hundo TOT definitely has a load of content in it. There's a lot of moon boots in it. But thankfully in AD we don't need to get the heart pieces and the pose, which is probably the thing that wastes most of our time.
Yeah, it's definitely shorter in all dungeons.
Yeah. This is a nice little optimization, not having to get the second statue just by performing a side hop as it rises. If you fail that the first time around, trying to do it the second time is a bit harder because the cutscene's not there to play.
Yeah, it still works. It's just I think it's a frame perfect input instead
so
of
too,
being a very lenient input.
I guess what's also important is that I haven't really talked about bomb management. So Beast got some more bombs when in Arbiters because there's a minimum amount of bombs we're going to need to be able to complete the run. So because we don't do Zora armor, we're going to need bombs later on for the Xant fight. And basically, if we don't have bombs by that point, it's not technically a soft lock. You can go get more, but it's just not ideal. So we want to try and manage our bombs throughout this run. So
yeah, bombs are useful in a lot of other places, including this room, but unfortunately I don't have enough to warrant using here, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, if you have a spare bomb there, you can just shoot it off the back wall and it will just explode and hit the switch, which makes your life a whole lot easier than trying to hit this target.
Alright. The collision for that switch is really weird. It's very picky. Okay.
And so the thing with the enemies there is that they will only try and attack you if you're facing them.
Yeah.
So if you're not facing them, they'll just start pushing you around the room, which is almost more annoying. Yeah, we need some bombs. We'll need some bombs for the Xant fight. There's optimizations if we have bombs for Hyrule. Yeah. And we're still going to use, what, 3 more in this split? So. Boss
yeah,
and
right.
2 Armos.
No! Equipping over bomb arrows is the worst feeling. You have to do 2 equips to get them back on. So there's a really, really cool bomb boost strat for this room that I unfortunately am not going to do because it's really hard. But you can actually skip doing the puzzle that I'm going to do with these Helmosaur shells. Get over the game.
How much time does it save?
It's like 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay.
G's and I both made comparisons, and his came out to 5, and mine came out to 10. And I don't really know why.
So what you'll see Beast do here, I briefly mentioned it during Stallard, but you'll see here he's sliding as he picks up the Helmosaur shell by doing a thing called an L slide. And what that is basically when the claw shot is coming back to you, you can effectively target, and then you want to choose either down left or down right to get the most speed, and you will slide with the item like while the item is coming back to you. So you'll see that here, and also
it's not necessarily when it's coming back to you.
Oh, okay.
Like the Stallard skip one was before it started coming back to me.
True. Yes, fair point. And we'll see that in Palace of Twilight. That's actually quite good. It helps us skip spawn into some enemies. There's a cool cycle you can get here to basically make sure that the Lizalfos get stuck behind the rolling pin and you don't.
Fun fact, if you shoot those Armos with a bomb arrow from the other room, it is possible to do, but the game will crash. If you actually... Yep. I discovered that when I was tasking Temple of Time, because that would be really fast to shoot them from the other room, so you didn't have to wait for their hopping animation. But no, game crashes. They're not loaded
That's
properly
amazing.
or something. And I think that counts as a glitch.
Yeah, look, probably. What we have here is the Dark Knot fight. So in Hundo, we can actually skip this. But what Beast's going to do here is do a series of slashes. Because as I mentioned earlier, doing combos is just a bit slow when we can do more hits with slashes. And then if you roll forward here, the Dark Knot's going to charge at you, and you can actually just kill it with ball and chain really fast.
Yeah. He did it to himself.
Cool. Yep.
I don't remember whether I switched memcard partitions. I guess I'll find out shortly. So what you're supposed to do here is get the Dominion Rod and then take this big statue up above the chest, all the way back down the way that you came. But I don't wanna, so I'm not gonna. Just gonna save warp and go back to the beginning of the dungeon instead.
And we get to do everyone's favorite trick. We get to do our version of Door of Time skip.
Yep.
Which is quite different to OOT's one. So basically, what we're going to do is with the Dom Rod now, we can move these mini statues around. And what we're going to do is get out of it's a very specific angle. The Beast is going to perform a buffered angle setup for, by trying to line up the edge of the pot in the distance with the edge of his screen. That looks good to me. And now basically by rolling with the statue next to you, you're able to clip through the door. And just like that, we've done the second half of the dungeon. And just like that, we can now go to the boss.
Armagoma is one of the few instances in here of pure RNG, where it's not just about managing the RNG, I just kind of have to wait until Goma becomes vulnerable. So I'm just going to be sitting around waiting for Goma to open her eye.
What's actually quite a weird thing about the Goma fight is that for some reason you can't hit that eye with bomb arrows.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
You can kill it with an arrow, but if you put a bomb at the end of it, it's like, no.
Wow, taking damage. I probably shouldn't actually do that. It doesn't matter in Hundo, but...
And this it slightly does.
Yeah. Like, I should be fine. I'll get help from the babies. But...
Yeah. And it's only City next, and you'll get City.
Well, I just want to do the skydive tour alphas.
Yes, yep, there you go. They heard you request hearts.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Yeah. 1 to 10.
No. And I'm just like, I'm not even waiting for Goma to open her eye. I'm just shooting so that I can hit it as early as possible. I should have enough arrows. Oh, this is a quick one. Nice. So, Goma's pathing after you smush her is based on her pathing before you smush her, and I got good RNG there, so that worked out nicely. Well, I got good pathing RNG. It wasn't good eye-opening RNG.
Yeah, this is one of the, as Beast mentioned, this is one of the few moments where we just kind of have to wait and see. We'll have this later on as well in the Puppet Zelda fight, which again is just a pure RNG fight. A lot of the times we can just kind of adapt to the RNG. This is just an example of just the game gives what it gives.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, it's not something overly common in the game, but it's also like we've talked about it a lot. But like RNG in this game is kind of for every time there's bad RNG, there's probably also a time that there's good RNG. So you know it balances out.
You know, I haven't really been thinking about it all that much, but I feel like my RNG has been worse than average this run. The goats and Bo were both pretty bad.
Yeah.
Hugo was not terribly nice. Jamal was fine. Nancy was not. Morpheal was good, but I just screwed up the inputs for one bomb. Goma was... that wasn't the worst.
I thought there was something else that like I completely commentator cursed and I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with RNG.
Well, if you think of Waterfall Side Hop, that's not RNG.
Yeah.
as you know.
Alright, what's that? That's dungeon 6?
6,
5?
yeah.
I can't count. Yep.
Yeah, that's 6. 3 left.
3 left. We've got our last little bit of overworlding. And then this is the point where it's, let's leave this dungeon and go to the next one.
Yeah.
So we've got the bones of an hour left, probably. And
Something
we'll
like
get
that.
3 dungeons done the time. So up next we've got City in the Sky, but before we get to City, you can see Beast is at 115 rupees, needs 300 to fix the cannon. There's a conveniently placed 200 rupee in a bell above the sanctuary in Kakariko.
By the way,
which would be
little known fact, you can actually skip this cutscene with Uku. Just want to mention that.
very important to know.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, by doing a bomb arrow shot to above the sanctuary and with a ring, we can bring the silver rupee down to us so we can have 300. What's actually interesting, what was, again, fairly recently discovered in for any percent, is that for some reason in French, if you play the game in French, and you say no to fire to fix your cannon, and then you go back to him again, you can just fix the cannon with whatever rupees you have. So you could have 0 rupees, you could have 100 rupees.
Thank you.
We should be
Thank
back.
you.
Thanks very much. I'm just waiting to see if I can hear myself on the restream.
Yeah, he sometimes stays up, but... anyway, so we just finished explaining how to do barrier skip. Now we're on to City in the Sky.
We told all of our secrets while we were gone.
That's right. Like a slumber party.
Yeah, we are back. Yes, City... I always refer to City as an aim map within TP because it is quite aim focused. So the first component being to get the other claw shot, and then using both those claw shots to do even more aiming. So within this game, basically, when you when you claw shot up to something like a vine or whatever it might be, there's just a chance that Link grabs it with one hand and a chance he grabs it with two hands. Two hands is just nicer. But there's nothing we can
It's
really
32
do to.
frames.
Yeah, it is quite nice to get. Like if you get a split that had all double-handed grabs, you'll know because it'll feel so good. But it just kind of luck of the draw. But there's also some really cool LJs here. So obviously we don't want to do it the way the game intended because we can just jump over it. And
transforming to open the door here just so I can open it from a little further away, which doesn't hit a trigger that activates the giant fan at the top of this room. And that means that I can go get the boss key early, though I won't get it right away.
Yeah, for as long as this dungeon is casually, we get through it quite quickly. With some really cool tricks.
Wait for the dungeon and saves a few minutes.
Yeah. And what you'll see Beast do here as well is that before the spinner has finished extending the bridge, you can get off the spinner and roll away, and it will still extend it the whole way out. So it's saving a small bit of time getting across. And on this bridge here where he is right now, when he comes back out here, he's going to perform... It's going to look a bit weird, but basically he's going to perform these jumps up onto the railing of the bridge to hop across. And what that skips is the Argrok cutscene skip. Sorry, it skips the Argrok cutscene. Normally what happens is that Argrok will fly along and destroy the bridge. And that is not ideal. That is not what we want. Because what that does is that means that when we save warp after getting the double claw shots, we will end up at the start of the dungeon. Whereas because we skip that sequence of him breaking the bridge, we'll actually spawn in this room where Beast is now, which just makes it faster to backtrack into the main room. So you're gonna see him do a side hop and then a line-up jump and then over to the right, and that yeah. The Aragorn cutscene, 1, is just a long cutscene, and 2 brings you back to the start of the dungeon, so it is quite rough to hit. And now we have our second sequence of spinner. So the spinner thing here, I know some people get to it and think that they need to mash like their life depends on it. It's really not. It's not that specific. I think it's something like, and I think you tested it, Beast, when you were testing.
Yeah, it's as long as you're mashing at least once every 8 frames, which is about 4 hertz, it's going to go the same speed as if you were mashing any faster than that. Whoops.
Yeah, as long as you are just pressing A at a somewhat pace, you will be okay.
Yeah, what's weird is that the different spinner sockets in the game act differently. There's one, like the mid-fight one in Stallard, is very strange. It doesn't, like, the amount of time it takes doesn't linearly correspond to your mash speed. And then there are ones like this where it doesn't matter, as long as you're, faster than 4 hertz. Or at least 4 hertz. And then the one to raise the mirror after Arbiter's Grounds, that actually does depend on your mash speed. If you mash really fast, it goes faster.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I was testing it. Also a cool little tile worm LJ there. And
yeah, we can...
Fun strat.
Yep, let's see if we can make them jump off the edge. There they go.
Scaredy Dynalphos.
Oh, and the two-handed. Not that it matters.
Yeah, that's a pointless two-handed grab, but...
Yeah, just looks nice. Yeah, so the room before this, where Beast did that LJ, there's basically, you can go through it by doing a boomerang jump, or if you do an enemy LJ, so targeting an enemy in the distance, you can jump a bit further, and by using also, I think it uses the wind, the fan cycle or whatever it is, It just helps kind of push you across.
Yeah, it makes it so you don't land on the tile worm and get launched back.
So we refer to the term LJ within TP generally about boomerangs, but also you can do ones with enemies.
Anything you can target.
Yeah, anything you can target. There's one with you can do one with a P hat in the second half of City if you really wanted to. This is quite cool. Do you have the hearts?
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Whee.
Oops! No! Fuck! Okay, it's really uncommon to get a clank there, so I didn't expect that.
I've seen a clank. I've never seen a clank fall. That's brilliant.
Well, it only fell because I was mashing A to roll, but
yeah,
I didn't anticipate the ledge grab.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That's really good.
That's stupid.
It would have been so cool if you got the frame perfect like ledge drop cancel. Just save it.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing.
But I had so much health I got to do it again.
Exactly. What we're seeing here is that in typical TP boss fashion, we're going to try and skip it. So this is a Ralpho skip, which normally has like a fight sequence that you have to go through, but with a particular position setup and a quite specific claw shot angle. You can just claw shot through it. And what actually has been nice is that that's always been a rough thing for people to get used to because it is a very specific shot. We actually had there was a buffered angle setup made for it in recent months by Awabi. And that just makes it, especially for newer runners, that makes it a whole lot more viable. But technically, aiming would be faster if done optimally. And because he didn't hit the cutscene trigger before, we're back in the small key room. And what's nice now also is that he doesn't have to do the funny hops on the bridge. He can just run across it to the other side because we're done with that sequence.
Yeah, the cutscene trigger is not there anymore.
Yep. There is a very rare example where people have not hit the cutscene trigger and then still spawned back at the start of the dungeon, but we don't have a reason that's happened. It's just a random thing that's happened to a few people.
Okay. I thought I was going to roll right off. Yeah, I'm sure it's not random, but we'd have no idea why it happens.
Yeah.
It's happened like just a handful of times.
And what's really nice now is because Beast didn't turn on the fan trigger before earlier in the run, we can just go straight up to the boss key.
Yep.
And then
I'm gonna go straight up to the boss key. Wow.
Literally straight up.
Well, not literally straight up.
Well, what we used to do is we used to go outside, and we would go outside and do like an LJ, but we can do this thing here where with a particular setup, we can just wall shot up past the grate because there's a bit of a gap.
Nice pop.
Nice. And then we have the boss key. And what's really cool now is because of... So this is... There is a way to get across this in the Wii version, but because of the long jump, the LJ, in this version, what we're able to do is we can do these really cool, probably the most scenic long jumps, scenic LJs in the run.
Scenic BLJs.
Get to do it. Sorry?
So it's scenic BLJs, you can say
it. Yeah. I'm struggling to speak. So it's a double LJ here, where basically we just get to kind of hop across the dungeon, which looks really cool. There is a way to get across it in the Wii version, just because the Wii's kind of range of
I'm gonna need to listen
angles.
for a sec.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Okay, I got it.
So what Beast was waiting for there was a ding, because you saw he shot a bomb arrow up. What that does is that will trigger the fan cycle at the top of the room, which normally we take from a standstill. But within this category, what you can do is you can shoot it early, so that when he gets up there, it's already moving.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, it's
so it
always
makes
an
the ending a bit harder.
Yeah,
but can save like 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward one because you have to you have to preemptively shoot on where it's going to be, and then it almost like bends back in on itself. It's quite weird. Because as long as you get the claw shot off, even if the grate has gone past you, you'll still clip onto that side. But it is quite cool. That's something that's not in 80% because we don't have bomb arrows. But it is quite fun. It's a lot of fun to practice.
Yeah.
And we get to do a nice... Yeah,
just avoid a little bit of climbing by claw shotting straight up to the top. Fucking god.
I was going to literally just explain what a dead pixel was. I was going to say it before you shot the claw shot, and I was like, let's not jinx it.
You're not allowed to think about these things, even.
I know. I'm thinking of EHC. So basically, what happened there was that beast claw shot up to the vine, and if you claw shot on, I believe it's the very far-sided pixel.
Yeah, either side.
Yeah. You effectively go into the state of if you're going to double claw shot off something, but you can't shoot the second claw shot. So even if you only have one claw shot, you would still go into that animation, and the only solution is you have to drop down, which unfortunately for that position means voiding.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do.
Are you going to do new Argor?
Yeah, so I recently found some optimizations for this fight for Phase 2. They're pretty hard, though. Well, one of them's not too hard. The other is pretty hard. So I'm going to go for them just to try to show them. But I may end up losing time as a result, because it basically just requires really, really good aiming. And my aiming does not seem to be on point so far this segment, so we'll see how it goes.
You need audio cues for that?
Well, I just need to hear the roar. Should be fine.
Trying to read the room on when to speak and when not to speak.
Oh, just I don't know. I'll just try to explain. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, in the second phase, there are 3 cycles of flames that Argorok has to shoot, and then you have to get onto its back. You can cancel the flames by just sinking down low at the right time relative to when Argorok shoots the flame. And the standard way to do that has been for a long time to just wait on a P-hat and then descend when Argorok shoots the flame. But it saves a little bit of time to actually go to the second P-hat. But to do that, you have to go very early. You have to time it very well, basically. And then that's going to be what I'm going to do for Phase 1, for Cycle 1, rather. And then for Cycle 2 and 3, I'm going to try to get Argorok to roar when I haven't even finished claw-shotting up the pillar yet. And that'll just save some time so I don't have to wait on it roaring later. One sec. Alright, so Argorok roared there so I can get the second P-hat. And then I did my flame cancel, and now I just have to claw shot to 2 P-hats instead of 3 to get Argorok's back. It's a little faster. So yeah, now I'm gonna just claw shot up basically as soon as I possibly can, and then if I can get the second claw shot off really fast, then it'll work out. If not, it will not, and I'll have to claw shot back down. This might be okay. Did that work? Yeah, okay. Nice. That's really hard.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I'll try to go for it a third time. Or, well, the early roar a second time. Third cycle. Oh, got it.
Mate, you're flying.
No, that's Argorok.
But you're on Argorok.
Yet. What? Oh! I failed the second flame cancel.
Oh, wow.
That's the first time I've ever done that. Okay, so I did something really weird there because I was too early, but I got the hard part. That's what
I was
counts,
going to say,
right?
you showed off the new cool thing.
Yeah. This is exceptionally slow, though.
Yeah. So, has always been seen as a bit of an auto-scroller. We just, yeah, There's never been a whole lot to the fight, so now this kind of ups the skill level for it a bit.
Did I fuck it up again? Wow, okay, I'm just gonna go back to a pillar. Start from there. Is this gonna... Are you fucking kidding me, dude? No! Stop! I'm amazed that I failed this part, too.
The tops of the pillars is so weird.
There we go. Well, that sucks. Got all the hard stuff and then lost like a minute and a half to just being dumb.
Did you kill him with 4 slashes instead of the A press?
Oh, I wasn't thinking.
No, sorry, no, I thought I was having a moment. I got very confused.
No, I was just... Yeah. Oh well. That sucks. That was almost a very good representation of the new stuff.
Yeah. No, you showed the new stuff great.
Yeah. I took off the iron boots too early in the last cycle, that's all it was.
Yeah, Argrak has always been seen as kind of one of the most boring fights. There is a bit of skill to it. Like there are stuff we do to make it a lot faster than like a casual sense. It's just not.
I mean, with this stuff, it's action packed.
With this stuff, it makes it. Yeah, this stuff it makes it great. Just in the past, it's been seen as one of the more. I hate the word auto-scroller. It seems one of the less interesting. That's the best way to phrase it.
Yeah, people call it an auto-scroller, but it's not. It never has been. It's always been aiming dependent. But
yeah.
With this stuff, it's very much not an auto-scroller.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. You still have boots on.
Yeah, because I left them on. And normally I wouldn't get that hard container in this category, but because I had to void before entering the Argrak fight, because I got the dead pixel, I wasn't able to fill up to full health during the fight. Wow, that was terrible.
And this is why we don't use splits.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what pace this is, actually. I'm sure it's not good.
Well, for
sub 340 still?
I was going to say, for player 5's sake, just for them, because they're next, I would say 40. That's probably a good window, 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, should be within that.
Yeah.
I guess I could check on my splits when I finished.
I'll check for you.
No, I got it. Let's see.
Finished
my PB for City at 252. So yeah, a little under 40 minutes. Ideally. Well, actually, I have no idea how good or bad the end of my PB was, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. So now it is.
Oh, nice. That showed up on the stream.
Yeah, it did. I was going to say, I was going to check. There's some investors at 327 flat, which is oddly satisfying.
I was hoping to get it below 327 this week while I was running this category, but it didn't happen.
If you do the Argrak thing, you're there.
Well, not the way I just did it.
No. So we got Palace, and people always explain Palace like there's nothing new to it in the speedrun, which there is. It's quite a difficult dungeon, and although it is linear in terms of its layout of having to do the west wing and then the east wing, there's a lot of optimizations in every room. So what you see Beast do here is that some of these Xant heads will be a bit off the ground. And what you can do is if you perform a charge attack and stand just a little bit under it, you will hit the Xant head at the bottom and at the top of its hitbox, and basically doing it as like a single attack, rather than having to perform 2 attacks.
Yeah, you just have to time that because the Xant head rises and falls. But not all of them do that, so I can't do that in the next room, unfortunately.
Yeah. And basically, it's like every time you kill the Xant heads here, then it causes a timer for the chest to spawn in. So the idea is that you want to kill it in a way that you then have time between the Xant head dying and the chest spawning that you can get as far as you can to the chest before the cutscene plays. So you see now Beast is right at the chest. He can open it before the cameras pan back. So there's a lot of optimization that goes into this. It is just there's no major skips, I'd say, in Palace. But we still optimize every room.
Yeah.
And what you'll see Beast do here, as I've mentioned a couple of times in the run, that normally completing a combo of attacks will effectively finish the cycle of an enemy. So what we want to do here is that when you finish a combo... Actually, I'm going to be quiet for a sec just because Beast, I think, you're using audio cue.
Kind of. I mean, I'm not wearing headphones. I should be.
I was going to laugh if he spawned on you.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're wearing headphones, you can just hear where he spawns. The stereo audio, but I didn't feel like it.
Yeah, so what he's doing there is that basically if Beast completed a combo of 4 attacks, what that would do is Zant would start flying, warping around the room, which obviously loses a lot of time. So what you can do is if you do a single attack and 2 spin attacks twice, and then do an attack and 3 spin attacks, it'll do just the right amount of damage that you can kill him without him warping around the room. As Beast mentioned, he wasn't wearing headphones, so it's hard for him to hear where he spawns. Where he spawns is entirely random. Ideally, you want them to be close together, and you want the first one to be right in the middle, like spawn on top of you. But you can just take the hand that you're dealt.
Yeah.
And now we have the constant anxiety of having this hand chase us through Palace. I feel like everyone who played this game casually stressed about the hand. But lucky for us, we know where the sockets in the room are. So we can kind of just go in, throw it, and go through. This is what I was mentioning earlier about an L side being able to skip a couple of enemies spawning. So basically, if Beast does an L slide here, the trigger there for the Squeeble spawning in is due to you getting to a spot and having the soul in your hand. And what you can do is if you L slide past that point, you'll never actually hit that trigger, so those enemies won't spawn in. And so Palace is a cool use of the L sliding because we'll do one every time we pick up the soul. For the most part. All bar one. And what we'll see here actually is quite a cool example of an LJ. So you can do an instant LJ out of this soul cutscene. So if he puts down the soul onto one of the sockets and then stands at a particular spot, what you can do is you can throw the rang and then just immediately jump attack. Normally we're like waiting for it to go over a void or waiting for it to go out of bounds. This one we can just go for it straight away.
I mean, it was over a void, but that's
Yeah.
just how the spacing works out.
Well, something I
This
learned the
room-
other day. Oh, sorry. You go.
I was just going to say this room is affectionately known as Stupid Room, and hopefully I will not demonstrate why it is called that.
Yep. Yeah, this room is quite awkward. Basically, Zant can spawn at one of the spots on this in this room. That is, I think, the slowest one he can do. I can't remember what the fastest one is.
Fastest one is the first one, optimally, because you can spend all of the time between then and the chest spawn animation getting towards the chest.
So does that mean the fourth one is the slowest?
The fourth one?
Like the furthest away, furthest spawn.
Well, I don't know which of the 3 on the far side of the room is slowest.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, those are the slowest ones.
Yeah, something I was going to mention is that something I learned about LJs the other day is that although we say that LJs are possible when the rang is over a void, if you throw the rang downwards over
the
doesn't
rang height
work.
matters.
Yeah, it's a good rule of thumb, but there are slight exceptions, but also none that are like feasible in any situation.
No. No. Oh man. Never mind. This run is going to last 50 more minutes. Oh, that claw shot is not that awkward. I just made it look way harder than it is.
Yeah, you have the choice of doing a claw shot or an LJ. But the thing with LJ in some dungeons in this game is, although it looks like it's out of bounds, there can be collision on the other side of the wall that we can't see. So Snow Peak is pretty criminal for that, and so is Palace. That basically you'll throw a ring and it'll go beyond the wall, and you'll assume, okay, it's out of bounds, I can now do an LJ, and then you can't because there's some textures on the other side, and it will just make your LJ fail, and it's very infuriating.
I just do the claw shot there because it's optimally slightly faster, and
yeah,
obviously it wasn't this time, but at one point I was good at it.
Yeah, failing that LJ because it's just very frustrating because then also you fall into the fog and it's a whole thing. Another cool L slide here. So the L slide moves fastest when you're holding diagonal rather than one of the notches, or one of the straight notches, I should say. What's really nice about this room is the platform is just right in front of us, or the socket. That even though we have to go through all the rooms in Palace, there's still a lot to it. Every room is still quite well optimized. We now get to do reverse stupid room, which is generally less stupid on the way back, but famous last words.
Famous first words.
First words. I've said my first words.
That's them. Stupid room is generally less stupid on the way back.
There's a nice one framer you can get out of here to throw the soul. Just gets it a bit closer to the platform. That means we can roll the whole way there.
That's okay. I can still sword drop it.
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to aim under it.
I love that that's the new standard because we've realized that you can't jump off the edge. Just poke the
lose
guy.
a couple of frames. I mean, that's what OoT does in his PB. I used to do that when I started, and now I'm back at it.
It's good fun. And now we have our light sword. So that's like the first kind of half of Palace, I guess, done. Palace is kind of a bit interesting because because the boss fight takes so long, it's basically its own component. So you got the light sword part, you've got getting to Zant, and then you got the Zant fight. And so all up, it's about a 20-minute dungeon.
Yeah, it's like 23.
Yeah.
And in this next room, there's a staircase I'm supposed to raise. I'm going to try to do a strat to not raise it. That's just totally a swag strat. It's a fun trick, so I like showing it off.
It's good fun.
Hopefully I'll get it. It's kind of bad, though, so I might not. Ah. Nice.
It's so cool.
Yeah, the stupid thing about that trick is that if you can target the keys immediately, it ends up saving 2 seconds, count them 2, over just raising the staircase. And then the keys flying patterns are RNG, of course, and then if you try to target them, if you try to like follow them with the boomerang reticle, then it doesn't end up working out because you'll end up accidentally targeting the floor, and you need all 5 of your targets. So it's a dumb strat. Nobody does it in runs. I just wanted to showcase it.
It does look very cool.
It is very cool. It feels good to get too.
I guess also the really fun thing is that if for some reason you fall, you then just have to raise the stairs.
Yeah. Oh, fuck that piece in particular.
Yeah, that LJ just there that beats you to the door can be a little bit awkward because even though you expect the rang to go out of bounds behind the door is effectively the box that you walk into to leave the room. So if the rang is in there, that's not technically out of bounds, so the LJ will just fail.
No. Okay. I guess I'm still going to go for this. This is not how I normally line up for it, but should be fine. No. Ah. So here it's going to be faster to get back just by voiding out. I had to wait for the Zant head to explode, otherwise it wouldn't count as being dead.
Yep. What's cool here is now we can just claw shot up to the Bosky. What's interesting is that if you do a charge B attack here, rather than just spinning the stick and pressing B, the Twilight Curtain will stay away for longer.
Yeah.
Just buys you that little bit more time before it comes back. What is a very fun strat that Beast didn't need to do there because he had enough hearts to jump down. But if you don't have enough hearts there, you can clear the Twilight Curtain with a spin attack and then spin her off and land down at the messengers. That's quite a fun strat. It's just slower. It's just a backup.
So in this room, I'm going to be trying to make a platform cycle. Unless I make a big mistake, I should make the cycle, but I'm also trying to optimize it by getting to the first Zant hit as soon as possible.
Yes, there's a bunch of variations in terms of the cycle here, and so people starting out will choose to call Midna. So if you call Midna, what happens is that the messengers will still, like the timer before the messengers drop down will still continue, but the platforms will pause. And what that does is it lets you, it just makes it a lot easier, to be honest. It's a bit slower because you have to wait for the minute text, but it makes the cycle a whole lot easier.
Yeah, made the cycle very easily. And
yeah, super early.
Because of the LJAs I did, which weren't really necessary to make the platform cycle, this Zint head is going to spawn pretty much as soon as I get to it. Oh, I thought it was over there. That's nice.
When you look up and do that, like holding C up and mashing A, are you actually looking for a vertical angle, or are you just messing around?
No, that was something Nimzo came up with. If you do 7 C up cancels there, then it aims you perfectly at the bottom of the claw shot target. Oops.
Oh, I've seen you do it like 2 or 3 times. I never knew if you were just messing around or if there was like a purpose to it.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter. You're just sitting there anyway. Doesn't waste
yes, he
any
did.
time.
TG. He did. TG just asked the same question.
Toughest fight in the game.
So what's quite nice here is that normally you get a couple of hearts, and also that front left pot can sometimes give you a fairy if you're low in health. But we are not expecting to take a lot of damage. We're expecting to take 1 hit.
I have 7 heart containers too.
Health. So this is the Zant fight, which is effectively a boss rush. So Zant will warp to different boss fights that we've had throughout the run, and you have to respond to it with basically that area's item. There's some really cool strats we can do. So for the Diababa phase at the start, it's not a whole lot we can do. Just basically making sure that you've got 3 slashes off, so that when he lands on the ground, that you're just hitting him with the 4th slash, so you don't have to do the full combo. It's quite nice. So you see that just the 4th one is the one that hits him. And then what we'll do on the Dangora phase here is there's a 1 cycle you can hit, and I believe it's a 2-frame window.
Yeah.
And what you do is, generally Zan will try to warp away.
Damn it.
Unlucky. Zan will try to warp away, and basically if we can then continue, it's yeah. I don't fully understand the back end of it.
There's just a couple of frames before he warps away where he's still vulnerable, and it counts as damage for the next cycle. I was just a little bit late, so I missed it.
And we have White Beast needed to hold on to some bombs in the past. So this is our Morphield phase. Thankfully, unlike Morphield, this doesn't have any RNG in it.
Yeah.
So then basically if we just equip, we use water bombs, and then during the animation pull something over the boots, we'll start floating, and this way we can survive through the phase. And the way the Zand head chooses which head to spawn out of is basically it's the one that's furthest away from you at a certain point in time. So their beast was leaving the ground at a certain point in time to make sure that it'll be the one in front of him.
No. Man, I went too early.
During the OoT phase, there's nothing too weird or wonderful. We're gonna knock him off with a ball and chain, just because it all but guarantees that you'll actually knock him off, rather than having to try and time the roll on the bonk. And also we're gonna need ball and chain for the next phase anyway, so it just makes sense. And as everyone always says, this is the reason we went to Snow Peak for these 2 hits.
It's also all dungeons, so I had to go to Snow Peak to beat
Oh,
Snow
that is
Peak.
true. Yep. Forgot what category we were running for a second. I was in autopilot mode.
Is it an auto scroller?
Is it Argrok?
Yeah, this is Argrok.
Yes, this is Argrok. Yep. But yeah, no, in 80% people always talk about this is the reason we go to Snow Peak, because in 80% we need to get the ball and chain just for that hit, those 2 hits. That's the only way we can apply damage to Zant. So that's the whole joke in 80%, that's why we go so out of our way.
I like that. I didn't hurt him, officer. I just applied damage to him.
Yes. It was an application. And what Beast is doing here is basically using a couple of slashes before Zant spawns, so just hit him with the 4th one. Very nice. I feel like on every commentary I have to say one strange phrasing of something. I think when I commentated on like a Hundo run, I referred to the Laneru boss bug as rotund.
You're not wrong.
Like, just fat shaming.
You're not wrong, but how would you feel if the Laneru boss bug called you rotund?
I would be very upset, especially if I had 6 tentacles. And there we go.
So
That's Palace.
Yep, 8 dungeons down, 1 to go.
Yep.
And then we'll be on to Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
I won't be, but the relay will.
Be very impressive if you were.
I would be very surprised. I've beaten each of the dungeons in Breath of the Wild exactly once.
That's all you need. I believe Player 5 is only going to complete the once as well, but I could be wrong.
Should hope so.
And now we go to Hyrule. So after Beast warps here, there's going to be a mailman skip, just because we don't want to talk to the mailman because we're just slow. So just performing an LJ by the Rang being off the edge of the bridge. And then we go into our Squidna cutscene, our 2-minute cutscene. Which generally is the time for people to like have a stretch or whatever, because there's not much we can do about it.
Oh right, I only have one bomb because I what did I do with my? I wasted the bomb somewhere by accident. Oh, I failed Silver Rupee once.
That was it.
So yeah, I'm gonna go for an interesting LJA strat that has no business being as precise as it is. In the beginning of Hyrule Castle.
Nice bonk.
Thank you. But yeah, I got a long unskippable cutscene before that. Well, I say unskippable. Interestingly, there is a way to skip this cutscene and still beat the game. Without cheats. However, it's not terribly human viable. It's a trick called item wheel delay. And if you if you get the Lent bomb bag from Isa, there's an automatic item wheel pull. But if you mash A and B frame perfectly, the item wheel will not pull up until you stop mashing it frame perfectly, just like universal map delay that I used in this run. And if you between the time that like item wheel is activated and when it actually pops up, so while you're doing the item wheel delay, you can actually pause at any point, even during a cutscene. So if you get item wheel delay and maintain that mashing all the way from Isa to the Squidna cutscene, then you can pause during the cutscene and save warp, and then come back and it skips the rest. And that will be in the next glitched task, but it is not exactly human viable. It requires frame perfectly alternating between A and B for, I don't know, probably a minute or so.
I remember someone timed it. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, X timed it saved like 40 seconds for the task.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to go for this LJA twice. I'm going to limit it at that because it's, again, it looks like it should be pretty straightforward, but it is not. It is way more precise than it should be. Normally I just use a bomb, but I'd rather keep a bomb for the Dynalphos later. The thing that really sucks about this LJA is that the Kargaroks can just come and ruin it for you.
Yeah, this is way tighter than it needs to be.
Yeah, it's stupid. But I got it.
Very nice. So what we normally do there is that if we have enough bombs, we'll just normally walk into the cutscene, drop a bomb, all the Bokos will come running to us and we'll just blow them all up. But because Beast only has one bomb, he wants to use that later on in a different room. So that was the reason for doing that instead.
Yeah, that strat optimally doesn't really cost time over using a bomb. With the setup, it costs a couple of seconds, but it's better than doing the Dynalphos without a bomb. Shit. Yeah, I fucked that up. I was going for a one cycle, but it's kind of awkward, and I paused an extra time. No.
But what you did get is that you rolled into the King Baldwin cutscene. So basically, there's normally kind of